So
Never, ever, ever.
it's going to be a thing. And then we're going to go to Magic Land, and it's going to be a question of like,
Wingardium Leviosa.
Leviosa.
So whenever you're ready, we can start. I'm
Oh,
just eating.
Journey's calling for a start time.
Might as well.
Okay.
Oh,
All
Might as
right,
well.
Journey boy. Eager to get started, are we? Alright, alright. Last time I left you, you guys were off to your own little projects at the moment. Hazard, you stayed on planet. Johnny, you went back to hell.
I don't think I stayed on planet. I bounced around a lot.
Well, no, I'm talking about Centauri.
Oh,
You said 10 minutes, and then we were going to go.
yeah, that's true.
So I left a Kuroko on the 10th floor, and the rest of them went back to their duties.
Fair enough. Uh,
Okay. So
Yep.
let's start with Groko.
Yes, the one that's eating. I appreciate it.
Oh, never mind.
Said he was eating.
Mistakes have been made. Rewind. We're gonna go start with Alhazred. Woo.
Hey.
Yeah.
So about 10 minutes after he leaves, Alhazred steps back in the labyrinth and is like picking at his hair a little bit just to make sure there's no spiders. And I think I am going to I think I'm going to take some time while Kuroko is doing Kuroko stuff. And I'm going to hammer out a bunch of items designed specifically to protect against horror magic. And I'm going to make a weekly quest. Actually, I'm going to make an exotic quest for the Guardians.
Yeah, them being a little too obsessed with their murder.
It's great to have troops. Yeah. Essentially, I'm going to, as part of the quest, they get handed something that goes on their armor, like a little attachment. And the attachment makes them immune to horror magic, or at least deeply resistant to it, whichever one I can manage for, a big scattering of people like this. And then they're basically told, go kill Ariana. It's a raid. Like it's basically make her one of those big bosses. Maybe not necessarily a raid boss, but you remember in D1 when you had that huge quest line to go hunt down Oryx?
Never played D1.
Oh, okay. Well, Oryx, the Taken King, father of Crota, had a big quest line when he first showed up pre-raid, and you would go and essentially fight, like hunt him down and find him and kill him in this like big boss battle.
Mhm. Gotta go get him. Gotta fight him.
Yep. Gotta go get him and fight him. And when you killed him, you got the heart of his sword, which allowed you to make the exotic sword. And there was like a lightning one and a void one and like a solar one. And you basically got to pick, and you would go to Erismorn and she'd build this thing, and it was like, it's a whole thing. So essentially, I'm going to set up an exotic quest to do that. It's called 7 Deadly Sins. And I'm going to essentially take a bunch of supreme level materials, craft a bunch of exotics based off the 7 Deadly Sins. And it's a limited time event. As many people as they want can go try and kill her. Everybody that manages to whatever group manages to bring back proof that they put her down, they each get an exotic.
Okay.
And they're going to get like an out of bounds level exotic.
All right.
The
I'll
sort
make
of
some
shit
rolls for
that
it.
they immediately needs a patch just afterwards. Because it's just stupid overpowered. Like Whisper of the Worm level over shit. And an opportunity to portal home.
But the murder.
Yep. They don't have to take it.
Yeah. Works for me.
And he's just gonna feed like 200 rings of anti-horror magic or 200 tokens of anti-horror magic into the kiosk for their quest and upload it. One free for every for everyone who shows up.
Such a kind man.
I mean, she fucked with my people. I can be generous to people who are going to make her suffer for it.
All right. So from there, anything else you want to do?
Are you still eating, Johnny?
I'm done.
Okay.
Ready to go.
Um. Yeah, I think I'll stop by and check on Briley. And then I'll seed the floor, as it were.
You'll know Briley's, her condition just by kind of walking in. And there's just this big hacking, wheezing cough, and then you hear it clang like stupid piece of garbage. There's just a bunch of grumbling, a lot of coughing.
Master, you don't seem well.
No, obviously not. That's it. This is actually a good teaching opportunity.
Hmm?
All right, apprentice mine, who's not so much of an apprentice anymore, but really just a student. I should just call you student of mine. There is a series of things that you make. You need to be very careful of. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes when you make something too close to your heart. And I do mean that sometimes literally, and but more in the figurative fashion. Sometimes you make something a little close to your heart, or something a little close to your essence. And they're called essence bound. If you ever relinquish your essence bound, the consequences are catastrophic for you. The hammer I gave you to make sure that my student had a chance, had what he needed to live, was essence bound. Basically, I went from literally immortal and nearly indestructible to I actually have a lifespan. It's eons, but it's not good. And recovering will be a really long process, but it's doable. That's the nature of at least that essence bound. That one was meant to be relinquished because I was not wielding it, and it was meant for someone. But who it was meant for? That was never really. I was never really told. But that doesn't remove the price. And the only reason I survived is because the whole design of that weapon was for it to be relinquished to somebody to wield.
But
the
need
only
to
way
give
to
it back?
No, you can't give it back. It's not supposed to be given back. It's part of the design as well. It wasn't meant for me. That doesn't mean I can't bitch, moan, and whine about just the backlash of having to go through the consequences of it. Let me tell you, it sucks, kid.
Believe you. Do you want me to try restoring you?
That's one of the big problems that actually comes with the highest level of craft. There's a couple things. Sometimes it's called essence binding. Sometimes it's soul binding. There's a whole bunch of different names. Trying to bypass the effects and the consequences of breaking that tie actually can do more harm than good. And sure, say you make somebody makes an item and they pay you an exceptional amount of money to either yank it from them and then fix them, or repair the damage that they did to themselves or from others. Even if it goes perfectly, it does one thing poorly for them. It robs them of the opportunity to learn from their mistake. Learn from the situation they're in. Because there's also in your weakness the ability to rediscover specific parts of your craft, or I don't know, hell, you can even find new friends. Cheesy as that sounds.
I understand.
You'll have a lot of people come to you soon. Once you're out of bounds, a lot of people across the tapestry will come by and say, "Hey, make me this, upgrade me that," and totally forgot about teaching you about essence binding or essence bound stuff. You gotta be really careful. Do not throw yourself too deeply into your work, because you're worse than this. You have a worse situation than me. The things you essence bind are people, and if that person dies for any reason, you immediately get the consequences and the drawbacks. Period. I was surprised you didn't essence bind your wife when you forged her.
He sort of looks down at his ring and is like, I'm not sure I didn't.
It's also going to be harder for you to figure out the essence binding.
If I had to choose one plant that was dearest to me, it would be her.
Well, unfortunately, that doesn't mean that you essence bind. Essence bind it has nothing to do with whether you love someone or not. It has nothing to do with feelings other than your craft. It happens when you get so absorbed and so like the whole scope of your entire existence focuses down onto the next hammer swing. Every facet of your attention knows it focuses on the process. There is no external stimuli. It's just you, your hammer, your craft, and maybe the materials and the anvil. It's when you hammer too hard. Your whole world is hammerverse. There's nothing else. It's your craft that does it to you. And there's a higher chance the more you use your craft, the more likely essence binding happens because you're pushing the craftsman, you're pushing it to the highest rank. And if you think it's not going to happen, that you're going to be able to dodge it neatly because you're a badass smith, one day you're gonna craft something too good, like that hammer I made. Just remember, I could teach you one really neat trick. You'll know when it's about to essence bind to you. And a neat trick for you is to make sure that when you craft it, absolutely make sure to write in the little clause mentally that this is meant to be the connection's meant to be broken, and then the individual's meant to be released. Because if you don't, consequences are really dire. As in, you just die, dire, or your soul's ripped out, or you lose all of your strength and your ability to lift your hammer. Like, it is one of the most horrible experiences. You would be the only one that I could think of that actually can fix people who are essence reaved.
Well, and yet you don't want me to fix you?
No. It's I'm a little complicated. I'm not saying you can't. And I'm not saying that you couldn't fix it. But one thing, I'm stubborn. I'm gonna get through this myself. Gosh darn it. Two, which you're probably gonna end up. I don't want you essence binding to me. There's a good chance of it, actually. It's significantly higher chance, especially if it's the relationship actually has to do with the craft, with the person you're crafting.
Mm-hmm.
So, it'd be really bad for the both of us. And the thing with essence binding, it doesn't give you anything extra. There's no extra height that the craft goes to if you essence bind.
It's a peril of the work, not a technique.
Exactly. I guess the only thing I can think of that would be a benefit about it is that there is nowhere in the tapestry, besides the out of bounds, the spaces in between, and the nightmare, that you won't know where that is, or that person, or that the item is. Period. You're around to it. It's a beacon. So if you ever accidentally like lose your keys or something, and you somehow essence bound to your fucking key ring, because that's who made it, you always know where the key ring is.
Mm-hmm.
But that's about it. Yeah, it's a peril. It's when people fall too deeply into their work, their obsession, their craft. You become too attached to the things you make, and you are going to be a prime target of that because you craft people. more, and yours is filled with enough complexity that your love for your craft, not the love for the people, reaches a different height, a feverish obsession, and you'll hit that phase sometime in your life. Fortunately, you have a wife that has her own projects and can wait centuries for you to finish and pull your head up. But by the time you do, I guarantee you're going to have 3 or 4 essence bound things to you.
That sounds
Awful shit. Yeah.
unpleasant. Yes.
That's the problem with Pinnacle Craft, especially if you found an avenue forward above, even beyond even what your master taught you. Like, becomes a dangerous obsession.
He's gonna sit and re-examine himself for a minute and consider his like pursuit of seraphim crafting. I see what you mean.
Yeah. But hey, there's nothing wrong with it. Eventually, as she kind of thonks you on the chest, your heart's untempered. That's why. And it's the process, it's the hardship and the changes throughout your life that tempers this. And through the tempering of your heart, tempers the mind. And eventually, you'll be a complete person. You'll have gone through it all, good and bad, and you'll finally temper your soul. And then you won't have to worry about essence binding because you'll be in charge. You won't ever fall into that mistake. You won't be tempted. You'll be able to look up and see the world instead of only what's underneath your hammer. I believe you can do it. Problem is, it just takes time. Hammer swings one after another, and the journey. Because I can't just smack a thing together for you to point you in the right direction. It's the craftsman's journey. Just because it's pinnacle craft doesn't mean you got a shortcut. It's actually harder. You'll automatically lose out on the time aspect. You know how a normal smith has to learn all this crap. It takes forever just to make something possible.
Mm-hmm.
No, you cut that. You went right to, hey, look, better than anything anyone else can make of the lesser craft. You cheated, but that's okay. Nothing wrong. But you didn't get the process. You didn't get the long, arduous process of failing. So it just takes a different form. You will be working on your craft, and you'll see kind of something different. You'll see the causality of your actions represented through people. Their stories are bound to you because, well, not literally, just your legacy is going to be, people, minor weapons, minor craft. So, don't worry, kid.
You still have me?
Yep, I still got you. Wow. I'm gonna need to step out of the forge for a bit. I think I'm gonna go on vacation, so I need some good air. There's too much hot furnace air, too much smog, smoke.
It'll do you
Can't
good.
just shrug it off anymore.
I think it will do you good.
Yeah, thinking so too.
Go grow as a person again.
Hmm?
Go grow as a person again. Find yourself.
Yeah. And Doctress, I gave you a list. Keep working on it, and she'll hand you the keys somebody's got to have ownership of this forge at all times. If there isn't, it's considered open, and another individual could walk in and just take it. So, here, apprentice, it's your forge. I'm gonna go, I don't know, find a beach or something, have a drink.
I know a really good one, actually. Just tell them you're related to the Storm Queen.
Cool.
My wife took over an archipelago. It was great fun.
Alright. They got my ties.
They have so many things. They have this one that I'm pretty sure is made out of actual souls.
Ugh. Guys, you gotta be careful with that stuff.
Mhm.
Alright. Well, just puts this big key ring in your hands. That's for all the boxes and stuff. I've been putting locks on stuff because I don't know, some just paranoia. Had a paranoia moment.
It's only paranoia if it is not a healthy concern.
All right. Well, I'll leave it to you. She just picks up a big old duffel in the corner with her hammer and just slings it over the shoulder.
I'll open a portal for her onto that world where we went off to have our pirate adventure.
She's just gonna. Oh, lungs aren't on fire. I didn't realize how hot it was in here until, well,
Look up a
recent.
fellow by the name of Caden Kalian. He is a god of drinking.
Hey, I might actually be able to lose. Alright. See you, kid.
Safe journeys.
Yeah, steps through. That'll be where Briley will be for a long time.
I put her on Pathfinder. She's gonna smoke the shit out of Moradin. I just know it from here.
Yeah.
Moradin's god of forging is a dwarven guy named Moradin.
Yeah. So, your master will probably never let you tank her to help because she also has the secret to her species, and that she doesn't want you to particularly learn that. I know it might be a little
that's fair.
selfish, but you'd have to pursue that. But her species specifically, there's something wonky about them, and they're also really stubborn. They're just like, nah, I got it. It's like that parent that's like, you need to go to the hospital. I'm fine. They usually are fine though, because they're really hardy.
Right.
So, Coco.
I was muted. I'm trying to find a Seraphim armor picture. I'm just trying to look around for something that has a spear in it too. Hard to find. Perfect thing by just looking at it in the last 20 minutes, but that's fine. That's fine.
An angelic set of armor is fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or something really plain.
Yeah. I'll get something. While I'm waiting, we shouldn't be long. I had one question though. The door that pops up on the 10th floor. When she looks at it with tapestry vision, we'll call it. What flavor is it? Void that doorway leads to? Is it to the or is it to the 11th floor?
It's the 11th floor. It does not lead to void.
I was expecting when we got that that note that door was the one to Twilight.
No, it was not.
Okay.
Nope, that is just an invitation at your leisure to.
Yeah, Matt. When you give me once, I gotta watch out for it for the second time. You know what I'm saying? Fool me once.
Very fair.
All right. another thing that is of note. I'm just wondering about the 5th floor. It's taken care of. Is it taken care of? Is the question?
Mhm.
Okay.
All of the big nastier voidlings found it easier to
Yeah, it came up.
breach here than
Yeah.
down there.
Everything else was jump change. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Oh. You know, the funny part is lesser voidlings are kind of chump change.
Yeah, as long as they don't sneak up on you.
Amusingly enough, yeah.
Yeah.
It's when they actually go from one stage to the next. They actually, they don't even take a simple jump in magnitude. They jump probably multiple magnitudes in power just from jumping one tier to the next.
Mhm.
But lesser voidlings are rather weak. Their best
Well, the mundane
technique is
boys.
stealth.
Yes, 100%. The mundane boys are on that, so hopefully that's taken care of.
Indeed.
I wanted to get some clarification on Special Snowflake, if you don't mind.
Okay.
So the way I'm envisioning it is that there is a thread between each individual snowflake that kind of connects them all together. And with one thread, it's kind of weak. But when I built the complex special snowflake and I add it to the Nexus, I imagined each purchase would be an additional thread, but it would wrap around it, almost like a making it stronger per se. You know what I mean? When you add multiple strings together, it kind of makes it stronger.
Yeah.
So that's what I was envisioning for Special Snowflake level 1 and level 2. Like every additional purchase is an additional thread that kind of makes it stronger. Or how do you want to go about using that?
That'll be a good representation.
Okay. That question's out of the way. So Orchestra's going to the 11th floor. The question is she ready for the 11th floor? Because she's not a king. I want her to go become a king before she even goes and does this kind of thing. But that's going to take time.
Why?
Why would it take time?
Yeah.
Because I don't know the process to become a king.
Well, it's actually pretty simple. Just be a king.
Declare it.
Yeah. Declare it. Act like it. Embody it. Do it.
I think
Nobody became a king on somebody else's permission.
I think I need to become a certain level of face stealer first, though.
Yeah. Just do what they do. When you can do what they do, if that is the mark that you have decided makes you a king, then you're a king.
Sure. Allie's home, by the way, so I'm gonna go give her some love. She had a rough day, so you guys continue on. I'll be in the background.
We're back to El Hazard.
Yeah. So, what's the plan? Al has a boy.
So I'm thinking of, I'm going to have a sit down with Chamonix. We haven't talked much. And I think Constantine as well.
Okay.
And I'm going to sit down with him and be like, I require spiritual advice. And you two are the most spiritual people I know.
Oh no, that Kuroko, she's pretty spiritual, you know.
Yes, but she's busy. And I
Oh.
don't think I want to necessarily ask her this question anyway. At least not in this context. So, I have an opportunity. And he's gonna take out the kingly ruby, the thing that he got from the floor between. And he's gonna sort of show it to them.
Fancy.
Mm.
He's gonna Chumney's gonna pull out a jeweler's monocle.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually pretty cool because the thing actually at one point he kind of taps it, and the whole thing kind of shimmers, and then the several lenses go,
Mm.
and it's really goofy because it just elongates it. It's like, wow, well, that's I actually have a hard time telling if that's man-made or not. I mean, it's almost
know.
too perfect.
It is an opportunity.
Hmm.
With this, I can make, essentially, a clarification on the rules of creation. I can change all reality.
Well, it depends on the reality you're changing, friend.
Every reality.
I'm back.
Well, you're gonna want to be careful with that
Mhm.
because you're not the designer. You do computers, right?
A bit, yes.
Yeah. So you know how when you write a code, like a
Mm-hmm.
like a big program, and you know, you understand it because you wrote it. There's not
Mm-hmm.
really no loss of clarifications, no loss of misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding. There's no unforeseen circumstances outside of error code. Now, if somebody else got their hands on it, and they're like, "I got this new thing, and I'm gonna see how I can jam it into this code, and I'm gonna execute the run with this new clarification." But they neglected to read the rest of the code to even see what's going on because they thought they knew. Or maybe they did, but they just don't really understand it. Like there's going to be a little like a critical loss of the loss of information about maybe what you see is this, but actually this person meant these things and it interacts differently with other things. It's one of the things I've been learning as an artificer, especially when you play with other people's stuff. There's always unforeseen intent, and there's always unforeseen understandings of a way things are based off of who made it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you go jam that and you change all realities, it could work. But that's where the little unforeseen stuff comes in. You know?
Mm-hmm.
That's where the breaks happen. Error codes pop up. Hell, you could error code the tapestry if you do that. My recommendation: build a test sample. You know, go to your Weaver friend that you told me about. Have him give you a blank slate of what the tapestry is made of. Isolate it, and then test it out. Learn what's really going on with the tapestry, so you can better understand the the maker's craft.
Mm-hmm.
and then make your decision from there. Because I'm pretty sure you're just gonna go out there and just smack that sucker somehow into the tapestry, I guess.
Well, not quite, but I can see where you'd get that opinion.
I mean, I could definitely see you strolling out into space, nowhere to stand, just like good enough, as Chamonix does a poor impression of Alhazarin, and then
Is that
just
what
you
I sound
toss it
like?
in the air and you smack it into the side of space, and boom, suck it. Also, here's fun little imagery. What if your rule, you dunk it and it ripples, but the problem is, you dropped a stone into a body of water and it ripples out. Everything the ripples touch, and it acts to change, no matter how small. But tapestry is infinitely growing and is way larger than you can imagine. So eventually, that energy is going to peter out, and then you're going to basically split the tapestry. You're going to have one part with the new version update, and you're going to have the old update or the old version.
I don't think that's how that works.
I don't know. I'm making shit up.
Fair enough. But you do make a good point.
Yeah, it's okay. If you probably know way more than I do in regards to this. I'm just really tweaking out right now. I'm trying a new strain.
Mm.
Oh, geez. So I got this stuff for some harbingers, and they're like, dude, you gotta be really careful when taking this. And oh, you just took a huge hit. Okay, that's Redux. Oh wow. So I'm really tweaking.
Oh, you're on Redux.
Yeah, they just passed me the stick, man. We were having a little powwow circle, and it was you pass it after you take a hit. We ran out of the stick that I had because these guys know how to fucking smoke. I'll tell you. And then one of the other guys is like, nah, I got it. Fucking reloads the stick with this little cartridge, and then fuck, we were off to the races, dude. Oh, so if I'm making shit up, I'm just full of crap. Don't listen to me, man. Universe did not have this many colors, nor was it this slow. Every moment's an eon.
Do you need to come down off that?
Probably.
All right. And I'll just reach out and then donk it out of him because I've made Redux before.
Yeah, it gets God's high.
Yep.
Yeah. Specifically the Solicon ones.
Yeah.
So if a normal god gets high or anyone of that, exalted status, it doesn't go away. Your legendary resistance would be the thing that or regeneration would be the thing that lets you actually come down from Redux.
Right.
You literally pull the Redux out of his system and just it kind of wicks off of him. He's like, whoa. He took 3 hits. He's got 3 little water droplets of it. That's a lot of Redux.
That's a lot.
What, man? Woo. Okay. Yeah, it was it wasn't finished, so I decided to be a good sport and you got to finish the blunt. You can't let it go to waste.
Right. Here, hold on. What is that over there?
Hmm.
Wang.
Ah.
And I just collect the droplet, put it away, put it in like a specimen cup, seal
Yeah.
it, put tape on it. Feel
Yeah.
better?
It turns to vapor instantly. Stuff or to like actual gas vapor.
Mhm.
Because the stuff doesn't stay as liquid. Yeah. Hey, I'm not thinking the world's gonna end anymore.
I mean, it might, but at
Oh.
least you're not hallucinating it.
Yeah, well, thanks, Hazard. That was
Of
pretty cool of
course.
you.
You have been a good friend.
Try. Sorry, Constantine. I kind of just got talking, and I just didn't stop talking. It's like, it's fine. It's really fine. Wow. Okay. But yeah, the instructions that was kind of cool that were left for me, basically, were like, test that shit out, bro. But do it in a safe fashion. And I know you're kind of like, I got this, and things are going pretty well so far. But also, most of it's been in the out of bounds, so the consequences of your actions and the consequences of your craft, most importantly, are kind of nullified. So,
Isolated.
yeah, pretty cool, right?
It is rather nice.
Well,
But yes, I came seeking spiritual advice, and spiritual advice I have gotten.
Jamle's good at that.
I wasn't giving
Right?
spiritual advice. I was just tweaking.
Fair. But it came out to the same anyway.
Oh man,
Came out of your mouth.
I'm
Is the
getting
question.
really good at this.
Not bad for a humble medicine seller.
Yeah, right.
It's that
Speaking of-
25% merit gain. That's what it is.
I think. Speaking of medicine, and kind of pulls out a thing of tea. You want some tea?
Sure,
Yeah.
let's have some tea.
Immediately just pours it into a to-go cup. It started as a cup and saucer, but then it just kind of morphed outwards into this beautiful porcelain to-go cup. See? Look at that. That's my fancy teacup to-go cup
Mhm.
mug insulator thing. I'm working on my craft.
Good.
Don't stop.
Yeah, I'm getting pretty good. I'm nowhere near the pinnacle level, but I mean,
But you could be someday.
it's not my thing. I like it. Gives me something to do while I'm, trying to, work something out. Trying to get my feelings into, paper and whatnot. But, I just don't see myself as a pinnacle artificer. I have other plans, though, Hazard. Being
Mhm.
here is kind of been a journey. And kind of want to continue on my journey wherever it takes me. This has been wild and fun, but I'm thinking maybe a new venue soon.
Well, we're about to go to a new venue here soon anyway.
Oh, I was meaning out of this place entirely. I was thinking place with trees and
Do you not want to see the 11th floor?
not really.
Okay.
I mean, it's all been hyped up and whatnot, but it's just kind of got me anxious, and I just.
I know a place that could use your services if you're willing.
Oh, okay. Does it have a lot of trees and fresh air?
I imagine so. As far as I know, there's only 2 whole cities on the entire planet.
I'll go take a gander, but I'm just something about the air in this place. It just feels like I just can't get the mental image out of it. Just everyone farting. And it's all
I think it's
canned
the
air.
I think it's the
We're all
Floridian
Is
shaman.
We're all
Shaman
breathing
a Floridian
in.
vegan?
No,
Yeah.
I thought really.
Well, not in the vegan way. You guys are. He just hasn't taken the. He hasn't taken any fluidium,
Mm.
but
Mhm.
he's not a vegan.
You still got it ambiently.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm like, I know what you mean.
He's got a lot of titles. But some of them are really goofy.
I'm just gonna wang together a little bracelet so that he doesn't leak fluidium everywhere.
Cool.
Like, because he clearly wants to travel. He's feeling up to getting up and going.
Yeah. Wanderlust.
But like, just leaking raw fluidium everywhere would just be not great.
Yep.
But like, I guess he would. I assume he would want to keep his titles.
Yes, he would.
Okay. Then I'll just wang together like a little bracelet or a set of earrings. He wears earrings.
Yes, he does.
I'll just wang together a set of earrings. And essentially, all of the fluidium that isn't a part of a title will leak into the earrings, and it will form like a little crystal, like it'll crystallize instead of crystallizing in him.
Sure.
And then he can just pull the crystal out of the earring if he needs it for something.
All right.
Just gonna donk those out, hand them to him, and tell him what they do.
Yeah, I'll look stylish. Heck yeah.
What about Constantine? Is Constantine
about you,
wanting to
Constantine?
come to the
What would
11th
you
floor?
like?
Since
Look, you guys are very generous and all inviting us, but honestly, none of us should be going. Besides, maybe you guys, or someone equally on your level, because you're gonna have to literally be responsible for us at that point. Because each floor we've gone to has been a significant jump in power, and you're going to the floor that the gods themselves sealed away. Well, the gods of this place, and are afraid to enter. You know who you should take with you? You should take war with you.
Didn't we already go once?
Or talk to war about what's up there. I'm not sure. I'm not going to be able to give you a good advice after, Chamonix. It's hard to follow up Chamonix, really.
Just give me Constantine's advice. If I need Chamonix's advice twice, I'll ask him again.
Fair. This is the big league for you guys. Take only people who can bat at the big leagues. And no one else. If worst goes to worst, everyone should be able to fend for themselves, even in the absolute worst situation. Yes, it's going to be a team effort, but everyone should be able to pull their own weight in a specific manner to the point where they can carry the whole team on their back if they need to for an instant. I can guarantee you, I'm not going to be able to, in any instance, put you guys on my back and carry you to victory, or be the link in the chain that holds everyone together when it gets really bad. So I can hold the fort down with the people here, and yes, we continue to grow in strength, but we're not on your league. We're still in the minor leagues. I'm gonna tell you that truthfully. We're not powerful enough, or at least I don't think we are.
That does not have to be a deterrent. I can make you as powerful as you need to be.
What would I tell my god? That I wasn't satisfied with his will?
How do you know it's not? You've been placed with and journeyed with a craftsman who forges people and souls.
All
Have
right.
you tried asking?
I know that my prayers do not actually reach him here. It's kind of your caller is not.
Your
This
call
number
cannot
is
be
not
completed as dialed.
precisely because our God is a little bit more hands-on ever since the devils that came.
Mm-hmm.
And we can directly ask for blessings, and we've all kind of come together over it. I'd have to go talk to him directly, and maybe after we complete this, I will get the honor. And I know it may sound silly to you, but it means a whole bunch to me and mine.
I could take you.
You could. You could. But I'll have to say this. Um, I'm a little afraid of what could happen, Hazard. I've seen glimpses and only once what you actually can do with your hammer, and it terrifies me. And I know you only mean good and for the well-being of people you care about, but when you interact with an individual that goes against your principles or it's not a good match, things go very poorly for people who you don't get along with. And only only maybe one or two people have actually met our God, and he's not exactly. He reminds you of some of the people you've interacted in the labyrinth, and potentially not in a good way.
Ah, you're worried that I might do something untoward.
Yeah, too many gods in here, too many entitled people. I can guarantee you're probably going to see entitlement in him, because he's a god. He's here to save us, his people, his followers. And I plan to not follow Demurley anymore. I'm going to be what my people need, and it's going to be our journey, just like your people had yours.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also, I don't want to cheat to get there. I talk with
see.
Shamane all the time, and he's like, "Don't forget about the journey, man. Don't always remember the journey is important. You can't cut any corners. You'll fall off a cliff." I'm like, "All right." So I'll go there, be the person my people need, and if God ends up being a dick, I have you on speed dial.
Fair enough.
Or hell, I may kick his ass myself. Who knows? I will say this though. If you're ever feeling it, could always use a shield. Plan to not be the sword of my people, but more of something that binds the enemy, or protects them from harm. Something. I've always liked to
Yeah.
use chains and whatnot.
That's true.
But
I can
yeah.
make something. I will. You know what? I'll set up some. I'll break out my vapor dermicine, and I'll break out a few other materials, and I will create him probably the best damn shield his species has seen ever. Think a combination of like a Kale alt and like Reinhardt from Overwatch's shield.
Stand behind me.
Yep. And I'm gonna make it like Brahms vault door levels of durable. Just
Actually
like
indestructible.
as indestructible as Alhazred can make something, and he'll sit
Yeah.
there and he'll work away at it for
Yeah, it's kind of funny
like
because that door, the lore behind it is he couldn't open it, so he punched through the
he-
mountain around it.
yeah. He tore through the rest of the vault, and the door just fell off.
And the funniest part is for his cue, he actually punches the back of the shield to send out the
Mhm.
projectile.
Yeah. Oh, he's a monster. Braum is stupidly strong in lore.
Oh, it is bring Brom.
But I'll make him something that like when I set it down, it's like bind on pickup.
Yeah.
Much like I made some Akuzmo stuff where he can store it in his soul.
It's kind of it's kind of funny. Big honking shield just picks it up, goes bloop, disappears.
Yep.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
Of course. But yeah, I'll build him that. Essentially, as long as he's got the shield, it
Yep.
gives him its armor rating, which is like again Dermicine,
Yep.
to just his entire body.
Pretty good. It's a lot of armor.
Yep.
God, the moment you give us like a workable scrap of Dermicine to the Saturday group, they're gonna lose their shit
Right.
if they can lift it.
If they can lift it, I'll leave him a little neat, like a literal dart, like one of Alhazred's side darts, which is half Vapor Dermicine and half Psi Steel.
You
Just
don't
leave
lift it
that
with
for
your
them
you
to
don't
work
lift it
on.
with your muscles. You lift it with your mind. What? And then Yvonne's like, "I lifted it. You what? It's because it's you.
metal.
Of
I
course
picked it
you."
up.
Exactly.
So Yvonne is an NPC, Johnny,
God, we love her.
they just latched onto her immediately. She recently bound herself to the incarna of metal, like the spirit of all metal everywhere.
On the planet, yeah.
So she literally just can reach out and pick up Dermicine. She's got like an effective 60 or 62 strength. But anything that's metal just works for her better than it should.
Yeah. She the name of the Incarna was actually pretty cool. The Unyielding Pillar. I thought that was dope.
Nice. Thank you.
We're gonna call this dude. Sounds good to me. I get to sword and train. It's like, oh. It was a funny moment too, because she was running around like, "Look, swords don't cut me. Cut me with your super sword." And they're like, "Okay," and it cuts them, and they both scream, and it's like, "Ah, traumatic!" And then I start throwing fire at them to heal them, and they start screaming because they're on fire, and everyone's screaming.
Blad's character in the Saturday game is a little chaos gremlin.
Oh yeah, it's great. I am the chaos gremlin. Anytime I want the plot to move, I merely need to just say something to the right NPC, and the plot just goes, "Next stop, this part of the campaign." No breaks. This is the express train.
It's hilarious and frustrating. But yeah, we give Constantine a big old honking shield, something that won't break if a god hits it, and gives him enough bonuses that he won't break if a god hits it.
That would be good, man. That would be good.
And I'm gonna wang this one real good, like 120 plus degrees of success on it.
Cool. It's really strong. Very strong.
I shall name it the Aegis of Constantine.
Always bring me. Okay, so moving a little forward.
Yep.
Um,
Sorry, go back to Kuroko now.
yeah, Kuroko, what are you gonna? What's the plan here? Johnny, are you muted, Brendo? Johnny. No, he's muted. Johnny, why are you muted? Stop it. Stop it. Well, moral hazard.
On the one hand, I'm not trying to take up all the time here. On the other hand, yay, moral hazard.
All right, go for it.
All right. But yeah, I'm gonna ask Constantine what his opinion on like altering reality on a fundamental way is.
Um,
Back to Kuroko's?
Yay, back to Kuroko's.
all right,
What did I miss?
nothing.
None?
Oh, Constantine, a really good shield.
Oh, sweet.
Stacked some
Hmm.
Supremes on there. Gave him strength and armor, equivalent to Dermasine's toughness.
So I have a question on how you want to do this thing with Lucy.
Yep.
So
Well, I want
blood.
to study the shit out of that armor. Yep. And I want to study the shit out of that blood. And then I'm going to get at least 4 dots in Seraphim crafting. And then I'm going to craft that Seraphim into a whole Seraphim.
Because that token is going to be Kuroko's armor pick.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll
And
fix the
I
armor.
planned. You don't have to do it right now. I just wanted to know if you wanted to take the blood now and then deal with that now, or
Oh,
how
yeah.
would you even go about doing this thing with Lucy?
Oh, well, first of all, I need to be qualified enough to actually heal Lucy.
Right.
Which means I need the last
Check
2
marks.
dots of
Gotcha.
check marks of Seraphim crafting.
Okay.
So basically, the armor and the blood will by letting me study those, I'll get those.
Did you want to tink them then? Is that your plan?
I don't think I can tink them. I think I have to go and actually study them. Give me an hour, and I'll spend 2 or 3 years working on understanding them.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can just have armored Kuroko with you because she's going to put it on.
Sure. And along the way, I'll DM. I presume with 2 dots of Seraphim crafting that I can actually fix this armor, right?
Yeah, that'll definitely be something, but it has to be done in the other forge because
It has to be done in my forge, right?
yes, because yours is not imprinted with a specific purpose.
Yeah, because I do all kinds of cool shit in there. And I'm like, all right, if you'd like to do that and get, I could get what I need to potentially heal her.
Of course, that's the only thing she ever really wanted.
Sure. Then let's go. And he opens a portal. We'll have to come back every 10 minutes to reset the portal. Time is weird, especially when you're using space to manipulate it. There are strictures. But essentially, we'll be making 10-minute hops from the perspective of the people here, and we'll take as much time as it needs.
Sounds good.
Okay, so DM.
Yep.
Me and Kuroko go to my lab. So I go back to Centauri, and I'm like, hold on to something. And I open my mailbox. Check my mail, see if there's anything in it, and then in we go. Kuroko, as a reference, my mailbox is a Seraphim lab.
Cool. It's like got that, and no one ever looked to the mailbox. They never expected
Yep. 100%.
hiding in plain sight for sure.
Yeah. In one room, there's a bunch of readouts and stuff, and there's the Grand Master in a tank.
Hmm.
And she's being sort of like, she's definitely on life support, but like there's things that are being checked off that are like essentially possibilities of bringing her back.
All right.
And there's a bunch of like notes over there on like sort of a 3-dimensional blackboard.
Mhm.
I don't know how potent your Kuroko is at or how well studied your Kuroko is at metaphysics, but it's concepts of like she can't just directly have all of her memories and merit just applied back to her. So there's ideas of like using a buffer to allow the memories to filter in and essentially double down on naturally developed memories by selectively implanting parts of her memory back into her when it aligns with new memories. And there's the idea that like a buffer would have to be a human soul, like a full soul with all of these memories already in it. Concepts of like essentially taking her and using her as a template and genetically cloning an exact copy of her in order to fabricate her a new body that's not rent to shit by the damage caused by the greater voidling.
What about attaching yourself to a past life?
Interacting with greater
they're-
boilings, unfortunately, dude, they're extremely destructive past lives.
Yeah. There's like that idea is actually on there and it's kind of crossed out and there's a little note underneath it. Void damage supersedes reincarnation. And essentially it's the concept of like we can take the pieces of her that survived and try and make something new that's close enough to the old to retain kind of her identity, but we can't go backwards because her current state is the new normal, and then new normal is almost dead.
All right. Matt, can I do some Doc Roko rolls to get some stuff on the Grandmaster to maybe get some ideas?
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
So with this new book you've given me for the tier 4 threshold, you're saying is giving a +1 extra roll?
Yep.
And then some small bonuses somewhere. So I don't know what you want to do with that. But I think we did 4 last time. 4 D100, so 5 now. And since the paint thread is with Doc Roko, it doubles. So it'd be 10 rolls total, right?
Yep.
Okay. Since I don't have a Doc Roko, I'll just do Roko. 10 D100.
All right. Dr. Oka's kind of studying this, humming and hawing over it kind of for quite a while. Well, he certainly broke the specimen rather thoroughly.
The specimen was pre-damaged. We managed to preserve it as best we could.
All right. Let's see. The only way forward is literally just forward. Consider everything of the past, and even until you fix some of this, even the present doesn't count. Which is, this person basically persists on credit of future time, because it's basically removed its ability to have both past and present, so it lives in the future.
Right, which means we need to essentially fabricate an identity distinct enough from it to allow it a personal new present.
Mhm.
Meaning
Overall,
that,
that's not too difficult. Making just a different person.
sure, but we want to ideally retain as much of the original's identity as possible, which means that we have to balance the fine line between an entirely new specimen, which would defeat the purpose because you
You're
would
not gonna like
create
this.
something different.
This person is dead.
Yes.
Just super dead. Like, there's no bringing this back. The
Of
method
course.
that I have that could fix this person is you take a copy of the memories you know of this person and the stories, and basically you're going to need to go out into the universe and gather stories of this person, collect them separately. This person is going to be chopped up for parts. We're going to build a new vessel, and this body, the safe pieces, and I don't know how much of it is safe, because this is going to ruin every piece of work that you're going to try and imbue on this, because the void
About
corruption.
20%.
Right.
The void corruption is isolated. It is halted. However, the infection is spread through about 80%.
Right. So the savable bits, we're going to take them out, which means the rest of this is going to collapse on itself and be gone. And what you're going to do is you're going to collect all the stories, everything you possibly can, even if you have to go be a bastard about it and literally rip that memory out of the people's heads. I don't know what method you're going to want to do. Gather all the stories, every single one of them, and you're going to want to turn them into this. And she holds out this glowing red orb.
Oh, I see.
Memory imbuements, something I've found in my work. These things, well, here, she tosses it to you.
Dunk.
It's kind of like
I
a
catch
red
it.
goblet almost. It's kind of weird.
Mhm.
Kind of the weird texture is rather weird. Just holding on to that gives you +3 agility. And there's a memory attached. Kind of sticks her hands in her coat pockets.
Alhazard will sort of sift through the memory and look at it and be like,
It's
"Oh,
a
that's
snippet.
very interesting."
Yeah, it's not the Grandmaster's snippet. This is
Right.
a Doom
It's
Roko
just-
snippet. This is just move fast, kill.
Move
It's not
fast,
moving
kill
fast
harder.
enough. It's not moving fast enough. Yeah, doing a little tweaks on Doom Roko. Just
I set down a flask on the table. I acquired this from Kuzmo.
Yep.
It is her collective memories.
Well, off to a good start. You also
If
want to go
we-
get back anyone who drank from it, other than the actual owner of it.
Well, I had it. I've restored it
Yeah.
from where it was from before Kuzmo drank from it. Previously, she gave it to him as a complete set of memories, and I sampled it with my hammer prior to that. So, utilizing a few materials, I was capable of rejuvenating it to a full state.
Here. Give.
He hands it to her.
Yeah. She'll open it up, take a little testing rod, kind of dip it in there, and kind of pull out a single drop, kind of study it under some of her devices, and kind of touch it to the tongue just barely. Okay, it's restored, but every memory that's been drank from this thing,
Mm-hmm.
if you restore it, it's a shadow memory. It's a faded version of it. You can still have it, but it's not the impact that was originally designed to put in this thing. This is literally, I give you the memory as if it's yours. It's very invasive and parasitic. This thing is evil, by the way. This is an awful thing to do to somebody. This is cruelty. Because you don't get to stop the memory. It's as if it happened to you, and it is PTSD written all over this. And it's worse because there's no context. It's just, here's a memory. It has
Just
no past.
here's a chunk.
Yes. It'll teach you
Of
something.
course.
But imagine you're trying to learn a style. Like, say this person is learning how to do sword, but a really powerful version, like an expert level. There is no buildup in learning how to do that. But you know how to do that move. But there's all the previous stuff, all the working up to being able to do that, not present.
Mm-hmm. That's why we need to saturate the memories into another host and allow it to trickle down into the new host for the Grandmaster's actual identity.
Well,
they'll have context.
Drinking the whole flask is
but we
fine.
can-
That's the thing.
Mhm.
But it needs to be in
But-
an empty vessel.
Yes.
And you're going to want to... you're missing about quite a few memories in this sucker. The rest are shadow memories. You restored them, but they're not going to have the same strong impact.
Mhm.
So
Well, again,
whoever drank
that's the
from it,
point.
you need to go get that back.
Fair enough. One moment, please. And I go get Kuzmo, and I'm like, Kuzmo, can I bother you for a moment?
He kind of rolls his shoulders and gets up. What can I help with, Hazard? And kind of slaps the rump of one of the girls at his estate.
Of course. I need to borrow a couple of your memories. I'll replace them with other ones if you'd like.
I don't like that. No one messes with my head, Hazard.
I know.
I've made sure of that.
It's for the Grandmaster, Kuzmo. I would not ask if it were myself.
Yeah,
You
but
know
that's
this.
a relation for you. That was offered freely to me, and that flask I gave you was also freely offered in exchange for services. So
And did I not offer you services when I
Yes.
resolved your issue in the towers?
yes, and it was great, and I thought that was a fair trade. But at the same time, no one messes with my head, Hazard. I've made sure of it. No one can control my fate. No one can scry upon me without my permission. You know this, Hazard.
Mm-hmm.
I've always hated
Pretty
that.
straightforward.
Everyone's trying to get a piece of me. So
You
I've
seem to
taken
have plenty
steps.
of pieces here.
Well, everyone's trying to get a piece of me, and sometimes I indulge. But there are certain lines I do not cross. Having people tinker with my head and take memories and swap it out as they so please. No, big no. You know that. And I know it's for Grandmaster, but just do a thing with your hammer. It'll be fine. Go do the donk on the Grandmaster, just like you did me. Perfectly fine. Everything will work out.
We knew this wasn't going to be easy, Alex.
I knew this wasn't going to be easy. Yep. And it's like, the Grandmaster is, I hesitate to say this, at the moment, unbunkable.
So, dead?
That's why I have come to you asking this, even knowing your disposition for it.
Right.
Because
But unbunkable means dead.
you are a god. You
Yes.
know that which is dead does not always eternal lie.
True. but I always have my individuals make promises to me while they're alive and full of it, so that they don't have to worry about that, and so death is denied to them. But
Of course.
people who are already dead, different story. And I always, if somebody of the pack wishes to rest eternally, I will always release them, no questions asked. So respect to the warrior. And you should respect the warrior who gave, and let them lie, instead of trying to force them back to life. What if they don't want it? What if all this work you do ends up being just a giant for nothing?
You didn't get the choice, Kuzmo.
We all have choices.
And I was there with her at the end. When she said, the entire time that we were prepping for this mission, that she was a coward, that she would abandon us if a true threat raised its head. And I told her she was a liar. And I was proven right. Because when a creature capable of rending all of us to pieces came, she stood between us and them.
Well,
She deserves better. She deserves
man.
better than to be stripped of her entire existence and left to die in the shadows.
Happens every day, Hazard.
Not
You know better than anyone.
while I'm here.
Well, you're actually the one who does that to people. Makes them nothing, undoes them, plays with their bodies and their powers, and, plays God of his own right, and makes people die in a shadowy, unknown death. You know that? You do that. Especially
think I
people
do
who cross you.
I feel like most people that die because of me do so in fairly glorious fashion. They do not die ignominious deaths.
I'm pretty sure somewhere in the labyrinth you've done this a couple times to people who deserve a very, who have a bad death. Your hussy of a wife, on the other hand, she would definitely do that too.
My hammer is in my hand. Kuzmo, what if I told you about talking about Aztine that way?
I mean, she's hot. What? Am I right or what?
You are correct. Call her a hussy one more time, and I will hurt you.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm not giving you the memories. No one messes with my head. You've always, no one messes with my head. No one plays with my fate. No one scries me. No one plays with my memories, period. Just, no. Ever since that very attractive, but very, well, those legs actually, but still, he kind of snaps himself back. So I've been working on resistant horror magic as well, because no one messes with my mind. Kuzmo. Only Kuzmo is allowed to mess with Kuzmo. And that's me.
Mm. Oof. DM, you put me in a spot.
I'm just playing it the way probably that player would like to play him.
No, I know.
He's told me numerous times about Kuzmo.
Yeah.
He's told me a lot about him, so I think I'm going to play him the way he talked about his player.
Right. No,
his
I get
character.
that. And honestly, it's pretty on brand. It's
Yeah.
just like, I know Al Hazard can force this issue.
And he's like, come. I won't give you anything of me, but that doesn't mean you can't have things of mine. And he kind of puffs up as, hey, he made it really cool. He used a really cool saying.
Huh.
My storehouse continues to grow daily. 6th floor especially. They actually have hid most of their wealth. If you can believe that.
I can.
Yeah. They keep sending tithe, and as they should, as I've demanded. And they keep sending, well, oddities. Things. I don't know. You can, of course, peruse. Let me know if you take anything, and we can work something out. I'll make a generous donation, as I am a magnanimous god, to your put back art scene, or not, put back the Grandmaster Fund together. Put back together. That one. Yeah.
Kirko will pop up beside you, Alhazard.
The Ice Queen herself.
Kuzma,
Yep.
I've heard from the grapevine that you're giving Alhazard a hard time.
He looks around. I don't see any grapevines. I mean, we have an orchard. We have a vineyard off the ways.
Yes. I know that.
Could you look into this lantern for me real quick?
I know that you are a man of commerce, and I respect that deeply of you.
Yep. I got one of the important aspects of putting a civilization back together, money.
I would like to offer you a trade deal.
All right.
I know you do not like being connected to me.
I am my own man, but
You are a part of hell now,
yes.
and hell is me.
Mhm.
I will offer you this. I will offer you your power, but no authority over you anymore. I will take that away without taking all the experience and what we've had to go through, your experience with your lands and your transformation. You will still have that, and you will have a place in hell that is still connected there. But I will remove that authority I have over you for this.
What's this?
This is the memory. That's what we
Mm.
would like back.
He's gonna pause for a moment, and
That's actually a really good play.
he's gonna think about it. And he's not a dumb character. He's cunning, but he's not smart, but he's not dumb.
Not smart, but cunning.
He kind of snaps his fingers, and a big puff of flame jettisons up, and then dissipates into a piece of paper. And he starts kind of looking at it, reading. Like, hold on a sec. This is all right. My staff have pointed out that this would be a workable deal.
Good.
Since
You remain independent.
well, but hold on. Now, I got terms.
Oh.
Normally I'd agree, but apparently Michalki says I need to ask of what type of kingdom I have. Am I a barony? Am I a dukedom? Like what type of autonomy am I looking at here? What's the expanse of the lands in which I can colonize? Because if you no longer can order me around, and I wish to push my influence, which is hefty, I might mind you. What am I looking at? It's very open-ended.
What floors do you own currently of the labyrinth?
4 and 6.
Floor and 6.
Well, and about
Right.
and 3 nearly.
Right.
Most of 3. Actually, all but 10% of 3. But apparently, Hazard says I don't own shit, because that last 10% is actually the most crucial.
Soon
It is
enough.
the ruling node. However, the people who rule it have recently undergone a strong case of death. You should find many of those floors much more amenable to acquisition.
In the future, sometime soon, those
Yeah.
floors will not be where they are currently in this out of bounds. They'll be somewhere different.
Cool.
And your authority over them will be changed.
Mm.
I will give you reigning power for the current zones of the 4th and the 6th floor of hell.
All right. What about normal hell territory? That's labyrinth floors I'm talking about. How much power do I got here? And when you most likely add new members to fill the other clan roles, both for S and for Ra, and yes, I've been studying up. There's two separate
Good.
there's two separate clan groups, one for each of the essences. In addition to whatever else you have built, what am I looking at here? Because I'm one of the founders. You're giving me my autonomy.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm liking what I'm hearing, but my staff is telling me I need to be very clear on this because this is it. This is everything
Yes.
that we
This
agree here
is
is big.
yes, this is one and done.
Yeah. So, well, not actually. You rule this place, so nothing's one and done. You could come to me with a new offer, but and vice versa. But still,
You wish to have future agreements then.
absolutely. I don't consider us not friends after this. We're still
Okay.
we can still be friends. We can still be allies. We can still do business and commerce and exist. Hell, you can come over and try. Come down to the bar, and I'll try and drink you under the table. Actually, I probably will. I'm a really well drunk individual, so I don't think that's how that's phrased. But still, none of this means we're not friends at the end of the day.
It's a big ask, and I understand.
What I'm giving you are the 4th floor, the 4th layer of hell
Like all of it.
as your
All of it.
yes.
All right. I can do whatever I want.
And understand that the 4th layer of hell is going to be overlaid with the 4th floor of the labyrinth.
Okay, so the 4th layer of the labyrinth has a finite space, and overlaying it will, of course, take up that space. How big is the 4th floor of hell in comparison to the 4th floor of the labyrinth?
If you have authority over it, it's as big as you can make it.
Now you're talking a language that I like to hear. So it's limitless space for my people.
Correct.
Okay, I'm liking it. What about that 6th floor mumbo jumbo? Because if that's going to be on the 6th floor of hell, and that's going to be overlaid, whatever jackass ends up taking over the 6th floor, when you give it to them, are they going to own my golden palace?
I will give you a territory within the 6th layer of hell to compensate.
Okay,
Say diplomatic community.
an embassy, basically.
Correct.
All right, sovereignty of that area. What
Correct.
about what about a buffer territory around it, just in case that whoever you assign ends up eyeballing my sweet palace of gold?
We can feel it with this scum.
Hmm?
The bacteria that currently lives in hell doing the purpose of all of those
I don't want that anywhere
souls.
near my beautiful palace. Are you kidding? Have you seen that thing?
He's
Basically,
anyone
like,
that tries to attack you.
I mean, it's basically you're taking my giant beautiful palace and you're covering it in shit. It's like gold covered in shit. It's still gold, but it's shit gold. I'm talking a big, beautiful buffer area of luscious gardens.
That can be arranged, and I will accept that term.
All right.
It would, of course, be Kuzmo's responsibility to turn it into lush gardens and maintain them, though, no?
Absolutely. I would totally be down for that. But you know,
That way, Kuroko isn't responsible for area beautification around his embassy.
It's true.
all right. And that he crumples that paper and disintegrates it. And then he's like, ugh, one sec. Snaps his fingers and another piece of paper appears. He starts reading it. All right. Since I'm going to be a sovereign, but most likely vassal nation of your empire that is hell, what tithes am I looking at? Since I'm no longer a part of the establishment, there's probably a taxation. Is there a taxation? A tithe?
There is no. The taxation are the souls.
Okay, still with the soul thing. All right.
It's the only thing I can think of that would be within those realms.
So
And as well-
taxation is labor of love then.
Correct.
Got it.
And
And
also-
the only second thing I can think of, Kuzma, is war.
War? You say war?
War.
I'm pretty good at war.
When hell needs to fight, either the heavens or whatever else comes its way, I don't expect you to be independent of the war when it comes, especially your nature.
All right. Absolutely. One caveat.
Yes.
If my wife has an opinion and tells me no, I gotta listen to her. We've been kind of having a relationship, a rough patch in our relationship, and we're not communicating as much, and that's my fault. But at the same time, it's been explained to me that communication's two ways, and I need to respect her and her wishes more, as well as be at home more. And that includes all warring, adventuring, pillaging, all the fun stuff.
If you are unable to answer the call to war, as Hell's Sovereign dictates, the Centauri people could make up the difference, although in that instance you would owe them fair recompense. Both to wage war, so they
I'm
don't
not
have
talking
to
to
do
that
it on their
Nios
own
fucker.
recognizance. Nios is your friend, is he not?
He says that. He fucking says that. But he's a big fat liar, that fucker. He scanned me out of an entire galaxy.
Oh shit, he just now realized that.
So I'm not friends with him. Absolutely fucking not. You send someone else.
I'm sure that can be arranged. I heard he's dating a
Kuzmo?
lovely woman now.
Yeah,
If
what's
it's not you, then what about your troops?
up? I am my troops, literally. Like,
No, that's why I made the offer initially.
Fair enough.
but look, my wife's really supporting. I have to throw that in there because apparently she says anytime I get involved in something like this, it's always a prolonged thing, and she sits at home forever, and I'm not there, and it's a strain on our relationship, and it's a strain on our people.
Very well.
Like I
But
said,
I'll deal with you, Hazard. I know you, and I'll pay you recompense because you're the only person that Niles can't literally talk his way out of a closed room with no doors with.
If not me, then I'll set up a representative, someone who can speak with my authority to you, and it will be
As long as it
not
ain't that
enough.
Niles fucker.
Nios is still my brother.
I don't care. He did me wrong, Hazard. He did me really wrong, and I'm fucking pissed. And if you weren't who you were, I'd have go to war with your people over this. I have nothing wrong with your people, but if he's the guy in charge and he's the one that makes all those decisions, he is the representative of your people since you left him in charge of it. And for what he did, yeah, he offered help. But he also stabbed me in the back and twisted the knife over it. If it weren't for you, we'd be at war over your brother.
It's fair. He has matured, grown as a person recently. It might do well to sit down and talk about it, but I understand. My brother can be a little shit sometimes.
Do you? I lost the Jones Colonial Militia in entirety. I lost all those
Mhm.
worshippers. They're now a vassal state of your empire. They've switched sides despite all of the things I've given them over the years to help them stay alive. And
They
all I
were
asked
so
was their
fickle.
worship in
Did you
return.
really, really want them?
I do really want them. Are you kidding?
It seems unlikely that he would forbid them from worshipping you.
Yeah, but that's the key. That's the little tricksy thing he does. He doesn't forbid, but he offers the other side so much incentive that they make the choice of their own volition. And they willingly do it because the terms are way too fucking good. And yes, he loses big out on the deal, but he cuts me off entirely. So it's a win on a different war front.
I am sorry this happened to you.
Are you though?
Nios is...
You're just gonna give me words of sorry, but you're gonna do fuck all about it.
Do you want me to go hit him with my hammer?
At minimum, I want my colonies back.
Hmm. I don't think Nios would relinquish them.
Yeah.
However, that is not to say that there are not other opportunities. If you'd like, I can, as I travel, bring some of your proselytizers with me and allow you more universal interaction. There are many, many tapestry squares and many people that could use your help.
He kind of crumples up the paper and then just kind of taps his
The-
forehead for a bit.
The
And
only
then
other
a pace-
offer that I could make, Kuzmo, because we are friends, is I could let you into our pantheon. However, you would need to recognize that war is our first deity. And if you wish to compete with war, you must rise to the occasion. And that I cannot help with.
I'm not gonna do that to you, Hazard. I appreciate the offer. That actually warms my heart that you would offer that to me. But A, that means I have to deal with that Nios fucker more intimately
He
than I ever
is
would want to. And two,
sort of a god king.
I am a god king. He is someone playhousing trying to be a god king and reaching nowhere near my level. I don't want to compete with war either.
What? Until you press it again.
I'm a creature of ambition,
What do you do?
of fire, and steel. Power. War already fits those qualifications for war. I absolutely fit so many other assets, but you're removing an essential part of who I am from being expressed because you have someone more hyper specialized in one of the facets I do really well at.
Mm-hmm.
I would basically be your god of, well, the pleasures of life. And only having half of me there does not work.
Better you than Ayana.
No. I mean, she is hot.
She also kidnapped and enslaved many of my people in an attempt to insert herself into our pantheon.
Was it enslaved?
Yes, their will was dominated. You know as well as I do that her particular brand of whore magic is no less slavery for all that it is a willing color.
I mean, maybe your people just kind of like it that way a little bit, just a smidge, just a little top and bottom type of thing. They like a strong woman on top.
their devotion and worship of her were laid bare across their souls.
Now you make a good point. Actually, I have a good idea. As he kind of roots around and and he pulls out a golden mask that's different from the rest. I don't know what this is, but it's a one-of-a-kind gold mask that I've seen so far, and he kind of shows you a massive supply of hundreds of thousands of gold masks. It's the only of its kind. You can take a couple other things. If you find Ariana, you might do yourself some good. Just give her the bonk, just fucking give her the just he kind of does a pelvic thrust, just like get it in there with your hammer and your other hammer, and make her work for you. She'll definitely is a powerhouse as part of the labyrinth, the pantheon of the labyrinth. But
I was still home around 4.
you can give her turns, man. I gotta make some tweaks. You're gonna serve my people in multiple fashions.
I know.
Sexy time included. Except for Nyos. He doesn't get any of that ass. But hey, do your Godmaker thing.
You make an interesting point. Is the gold mask one of the cult masks?
It is. It's one of the cult masks, but it's a Pontifex mask.
Uh-huh.
And
one who wears the mask on it?
Yeah, go for it.
Well, he's being really tricksy here because he runs the cult of the golden mask, so he'd essentially have command over our pantheon.
Well, no, he's saying strip it for parts.
Mm-hmm.
And take some other parts with it. If you strip this mask for parts and denature it from what its original purpose, it loses connection.
Fair enough.
He's like, take whatever power whatever is in here. It's a unique mask. You just rip it up, use it for parts.
Fair.
So my number is 139.
Yeah. This is actually a jade mask in hiding.
Oh, okay.
Jade mask.
Yeah, it's your first time seeing one.
I think that Jade's 8th floor.
Yep. It's an 8th tier mask. It's above platinum.
Nice.
But the more powerful the mask, the more powerful the opinion, the more power the sentience and the identity.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing with the jade mask is, unlike the platinums, which are like, they have a specific power set that's fucking massive. But if you find a imprinted platinum mask, you can have its stats be designed.
Right.
The jade mask can over time undo and then rewrite new rules on it.
Okay.
If provided with enough power. Like you can literally I'm not ever using this. Could you, if I feed you this much power, could you change that to something that I can use? And it can. The jade masks are way more powerful. They are not set in stone. It just takes a lot of power for them to overwrite their written rules. There is a hidden price, though. It's the first time you're actually seeing this type of thing, though. Platinum masks, they're kind of dead things. There's a protection in the permanence of what they become. The jade masks have a lot more power. And with power comes a price. The jade masks are a soul bind.
Okay.
They bind the personality of the mask to you forever. And if destroyed, because it is raw fucking fluidium, you also suffer. And this is not a mask of famine. This is a crystalline gold mask, or a jade mask hiding as a gold.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So interesting question. I have a platinum mask of famine. If I denature this mask, could I use the jade to upgrade mine?
You would destroy the jade. It's too much fluidium. It's literally just a raw crystalline structure of fluidium.
Oh, I see.
It's a crystal, not a metal.
So, if I'm getting this right, Kuzma is offering this as payment to you, Hazard?
No, it's a just hey, see if you can use this to go put a collar around that Ariana bitch.
Okay. I'm trying to get some masks myself for the.
He just kind of gestures like, dude, I got a fuck ton of masks. I'm not so convinced about this Cult of the Golden Mask shit either. So, if you want some masks, go for it, man.
Yeah, I'm
We're friends.
surprised. Have you heard from Makalki recently?
Yeah, Bukowski, hey, come on in. He pokes a head in. Yes, boss. He's right there.
Does he have a golden mask on?
No. It was Mika. Miko's the one he sent in. Remember?
Oh, sorry, that's the one. Mika. I thought because I swore he sent Makalki to the 6th floor and Mika to the
No,
4th floor.
flip flopped.
Flip flop. Okay.
Mikalki's his war baron.
Yeah. So that's
Mika's
actually
the mage.
that's what I actually would have asked.
The
instead. I
cerebral
remember
one.
who they are. I just got which one was which confused.
Yeah, he's on the 6th floor. He's figuring it out. He said he said he'll set them straight and make sure that they pay their dues. You know.
Fair enough. Have you heard from Miko recently?
Yeah, and it just kind of pops up a fire, and Mika's there, and his bunny face like, "What's up, boss? Everything
Is
good?"
Mika illusioned with a mask?
You can't tell through his fire transmission ability.
I can step through that fire though, can't I?
No, this is a personal link. It's a soulbound. It's a pact link between him and.
So, but Mika could come through.
Yeah, Mika could come through, and Kuzma could go through to Mika, but no one else. If you're not part of the pact, you can't use this fire transmission.
Can you ask Mika to come here, please?
Mika, get your tight ass in here. Just steps through.
Essentially, I would like to hit Mika with my my Tyrant's Eye.
He looks fine. He has quite a collection of different trinkets on him. He actually has a almost like the face stealers themselves, so how they run a string around a bandolier through the eye sockets of the masks. He's got a lot of gold ones,
Mm-hmm.
kind of in a trinket or in a mask belt.
Kuroko, if you please.
What's up, boss?
I look at his mask.
He's wearing the mask that specifically Kuzmo gave him. But the interaction from the fucking the mask belt, that's a big red flag for you. You connected to orchestra, that's a corruptive behavior of the face stealers.
Right.
Anytime they start taking trophies, especially in large quantities of high value, big red flag, because that means that they've undergone the corruptive changing process of who they were to become the face stealers of the labyrinth, not the face stealers of the floor below. Very different species.
And I will say you're becoming a little more nightmarish, and I'll let you work off that Alhazard to kind of use your nightmare lore on him now.
Oh, I have a little bit of nightmare, Lord DM.
You do. All of it's strapped in a book. You have a little
No,
smidgen left.
I had literally nightmare faction knowledge at 3.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Face stealers would be a new nightmare concept. They're a brand new, unknown to the world nightmare concept. They're crazy. They're absolutely just a newly conceived concept of what they do. Sure, there are other ideas of what like individuals going out taking identities as nightmares, but never as an entire clan or species. that does that.
Hmm.
They're particularly adept at quite a few things, but you have never met besides orchestra, a actual uncorrupted one.
Hmm.
So they could actually be, from what you remember, you being told, the true Face Stealer clan actually goes by a different name. And 2, they are actually a sentient species that doesn't just attack and maul you on sight like the girls would be. They'd be a lesser nightmare. Now, the ones in the labyrinth, they're fucking rabid feral things that
They've
are
lost their
wrath-
intelligence because of the
Yeah.
fluidum.
Right.
Fluidium's driven them nuts.
Yeah, Fluidium has actually corroded them and corrupted them to the point where they're the face stealers of the labyrinth. They're a monster.
They're crimson now.
They're crimson.
Okay. Is there any way to fix that?
No, not within the you'd have to pull out your nightmare forging book, read it again, have brain spiders, fix the problem of the guy, get the brain spiders out, put the knowledge back in the book. Like, it's a whole process to do that, and that'd be for one single dude to fix them.
Right. And I'm like,
Um,
well, he's corrupted.
but for him, he's a person, not a face stealer. He's not a nightmare. He's undergoing nightmarization, is what he's going.
Right. Which is the other series of books.
Which is the other series of books, but it's not that bad. He's going to be nightmare tweaked. He's going to have a breath of nightmare to him. But you can absolutely, this is something that you can just fucking tee off on him for, and just
Okay. So
kinda-
he's going. Okay.
he's going to be like your wife
like ours
Artsine,
team,
who's
but less.
but yeah, but less. A couple of his stats have started to shift, and that's it. Any longer in the labyrinth or in the 6th floor, though, he'd become a face stealer of the 6th or something. He'd become some sort of abomination in the 6th floor, or he'd have joined the congregation of the 6th floor.
And given that they have a lot more influence down there,
And the sheer weight of the cult of the Golden Mask far outstrips the weight of Kuzmo's cult. They are a more powerful cult in every breath.
I will let them know about the corrupting influence that he's having with all these extra masks he's holding on to.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just tell him all of this information. I'm gonna exposit.
And he's like, nah, I handle it. I got it handled. Mika's just wasn't being careful. Like, I was being careful. Were you, though? I'll have to punish you for that later. Can't believe you would just go unprepared like that.
I look at Kuroko. I give her that look. I'll put a telepathic probe to Kuroko.
Busy processing everything going on.
That's
I
not what
don't
my
think
voice
it's
sounds like.
gonna do much time with all that confusion.
Sorry, I was distracted by
Yep.
a beautiful voice.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I didn't realize that it was. I'm messing with you. Yeah, no. Alhazard's gonna extend a telepathic probe to Kuroko.
I got that. What was the context besides we're talking about?
Kuzmo is absolutely convinced that he's got this.
Which he doesn't. I understand that.
He super doesn't. Do we need to deal with this?
Yeah, we
it's
should before this deal's done. Otherwise, I'd rather not have him doing anything in hell.
Yeah, because it'll be the cult of the Golden Mask doing things. They'll subsume the whole rest of his thing.
Yeah. Is there a mask that controls all the masks? Did Kuzma grab that? The Pontifex mask?
The Pontifex, yeah.
Pontifex.
Yeah. There's a mask. Actually, Kuroko, as you're looking at the mask system, because you have a better understanding of masks, the leader is actually just a talking piece.
Right.
He is given and anointed with an incredible amount of power,
He's given the chair.
but he's given the chair. It's not over his own people, it's over others. He's the outward weapon to be used. The real power actually lies in the people you can't find.
Right.
They're the ones who control the cult, and they control him, and he is the weapon against the everyone else. He's the word. He wields the power of the sixth floor, but not against his people. It's against others.
Right.
The one that you guys beelined right to and had Cosmo overtake, he's the man in the chair now.
Right.
And it's only a matter of time before they bend and twist him into the shape that they want and inherit the cult of Kuzmo. It'll be a very slow process because he's a very powerful
He's got a lot
personality.
of-
Can I tell that this chair can change, or is it always the mask, this Pontifex mask? Did I say it right this time?
It's not an attachment to the items, but they are more corrosive if you use them.
Okay.
The
I just wanted to
transformation
know.
faster. It's the actual position.
Right.
The only way out is to give it away.
Right.
Force it on someone else, or just be like, I don't want it anymore. I'm out. Fuck this. And you have to do it early. Because it's if they get your hands on you, especially if you're looting their treasury, having
just
access to
thinking-
the wealth and the power and the prestige of the Golden Cult, that's another hook they get you with.
Does that mean that the gold he gave me is corrupted that way?
Absolutely it is.
Oh, that's really frustrating.
But your ability to smack things absolutely can undo it. Like
Oh,
you
yeah.
can break the tithe. You have the ability to break the tithe. If it weren't for pinnacle crafting, with intent shaping behind it and your level of understanding, absolutely this would corrupt anything you use from this floor. But you're safe. Your crafting's safe. You can denature it to the point where it's unusable.
Yeah, I'll
Whatever.
denature the fuck out of my horde first thing because this is fucking like he gave me a literal ton of blood gold
Yeah.
as
It's
part of my payment.
all. And well, he doesn't know this though. He thinks it's his, and everything is Kuzmo gold now. And he has almost enough ego and almost enough personality to make it so. But he's outclassed by a significant degree. These guys are 2 magnitudes more powerful than him, but they don't throw it like a brick at you.
So
They do the slow crawl, the
So
slow
if-
creep.
If Kuzmo were a little bit heftier, he could essentially reverse that and slowly corrupt them into his cult.
Well, Kuzma wouldn't slowly do anything. He would
Right.
be like, "All right, line your asses up. I'm going in dry."
Okay.
Because Kuzma doesn't do that. He doesn't do the slow game. He takes what he
That's
wants.
fair.
He's a raider.
Yeah.
He's got a chaos and power. I want it. Give it to me. Let me dominate you over it.
What would I need to do to up Kuzmo's ego to that level?
Just fucking hit him with some serious good stuff. But the problem is, do you really want him that powerful? Like, if you make him as powerful as he needs to be to just completely overthrow the Golden Cult, he could carve a fucking chunk out of hell with his personality alone and rip it from Kuroko's ability to hold it.
But once he's subsumed the cult and broken their power, I'll probably just sneak in at some point and donk him later and bring him back down to a more
If you
manageable
make him
level.
that powerful, he will become resistant to being unmade. Because
Well,
remember
so
his
Johnson,
power
yeah.
and his desire to be unaffected by anyone
Because
without his permission?
Which is still based off the foundation of my creation.
Right. I'm going to give him a very powerful conflux that allows him to not just instantly be unmade. It's going to be a resistance. I don't know why he hasn't built it already.
Neither? I don't think he envisioned it yet.
Because he's extremely vulnerable to you. But if you make him more powerful, I will make him realize it, and he will build something for you to undo what you've done. It'll also be very hard to get to. if he doesn't so wish it.
Fair. Krogo, this is your Archbaron of Hell.
Yeah, I don't really want that to happen, to be honest. What I want to do is use the Mask Mausoleum with this Golden Cult nonsense and pretty much seal it in. I just don't know how we can go about doing it unless we can collect all of them or
We don't
collect
have to.
bigger
You need
pieces.
the mask of the
Yeah.
Golden Cult.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
This
Yeah.
is their pontifex. This is not their.
Yeah.
This is not the mask of the Golden Cult.
All right,
Yes,
so we got to
that's
go
what I'm-
find the mask.
And if you're able to, problem is you have to beat the Golden Cult at their own game. You can brutalize them, destroy them. The problem is their palace is so powerful, it actually can resist the Hammer of Jericho. Because it's not just built as a structure, it's built as a personality. It's
Mhm.
bolstered by every single member that's part of the cult and wears a mask.
That's fair. That's why I have the
So-
other hammer.
Exactly.
What I could see then is a Kuroko wearing the Golden Pontifex mask. And then
That would be
backtracking.
corruptive to you. That would be
True.
so corruptive because you put more strands to connect you to Legion. You would give. They would not be gentle about that connection. You know that from looking at this mask. If you put this on a Kuroko
Right.
and doom a Kuroko to this, the whole Golden Mass is going to go. We're going to grab what is Kuroko and we're going to own hell.
But you know what I can do? I can put on a clone, and clones can wear masks.
They can, the Ice Clone,
Hmm.
but
That
it
was-
wouldn't
that
have
was
the
the
same
power build.
effect. It wouldn't entice
True.
them to action like that. They're
Yeah.
this is a really difficult predator.
Mm.
This is why they
Well,
own
Nyos.
all of the. Oh God, Nyos.
Nyos could
Actually,
could
Nyos
deal with
might
this.
actually be undone. He would be absolutely confident he can take these guys. But the problem is he's fighting an entire cult and a combined personality versus just him.
Mhm. So I'd have to lay it out for him solid like and maybe elevate him a little bit. And honestly, I would trust Nyos with this power more now that he's had time to grow with it than I would Kuzmo.
Yeah, but at the same time, you would have to have Nyos work with Kuzma over this. And you know that bridge has been irrevocably burned.
Does the Golden Mask have a fluidium reservoir?
Yeah, these aren't famine masks. They're all connected through fluidium.
They have
Um,
individual fluidium reservoirs.
Okay.
They're pretty
for-
protected. A lot of
I
them
was
are
just
isolated.
thinking, I can put est into fluidium reservoirs instead of fluidium. And I was thinking like maybe infectious cold within the est to go from there.
Again,
Depends on your
yeah.
approach. I'm not going to tell you which one's going to be the appropriate approach. I can tell you a lot of stuff. Your degree of success is a lot. So I'm going to tell you quite a bit of things about the
Mhm.
what's going to some of
I
the
think
things you might
we're
run into.
we have our hook. We just need to see where it goes. How hard we pull and what we put on the hook is the next question. Yeah, because that's the only way I can see us finding the mask, putting it in the Mask Mausoleum, putting it in there, seal it up.
All right, say that one more time.
So I know we need to find the mask, put it in the Mask of Mausoleum, and seal it.
Oh, well, we could also chain a sympathetic resonance into the mask and toss it in the third floor.
Yeah, it's an option.
All the masks are connected. They have to be, or else they lose their power. So the idea is we take Golden Mask, pitch it into the waters of the third floor lost sector,
Mhm.
and let it undo them all. Because part of the mask's nature is the connection to all the other guys. And
But why get rid of them
Spec-
all when you can put them in the Mask Mausoleum and then that's it?
Well, I don't know how the mausoleum works.
So pretty much is that each crypt stores one mask.
Do you only have 10 spaces, though?
No, I have 14 crypts.
Right. That's not enough to store
One for each
like
floor.
1 billion masks.
But Matt's saying there's the mask we need to find,
Okay.
right?
So
we
need
put
to go
that in
grab-
there, and then we gain, and then that mask gains that ability text of what that mask does.
Right.
And if that's the mask that controls the cult through the shadows, through his soul crypt, well, I see it as a win. So once it's sealed, it can't be reopened. No one else can wear the mask. So no one else can control the cult.
Right, but how do we get it?
That's the question. Yeah, that's where we're at the hook now. We gotta figure out how to get it.
Is that something you want to focus on right now?
We can't leave all these problems behind us, can we?
You're taking hell with you, aren't you?
Right. We don't want these guys to get access, unfettered access to hell, because they're putting souls in gold masks, and hell is rife with souls. They'd literally quadruple their fucking numbers in the span of what, a couple of weeks, a couple of months. They'd be fucking unassailable. They would run hell in short order through simple virtue of having that many people that they could throw behind a corrupted Kuzmo who has the ego to seize authority.
Tough one. But at the same time, maybe what you need is to bring Kuzmo along on a wonderful journey to the floor above, because something happens there that changes everything.
He's not wrong. Kuzmo, you want to go on a trip?
Maybe.
We're going to the floor above.
Let's see if I can get. Let's see if we can actually get him in here. Unless
did.
you guys don't want him in here.
I'm torn, 50-50.
He's
I feel like he should
not
have this
online
experience, but yeah, I don't think he's online.
Well, do you
Yeah,
mind
I
if
just
I
checked his
ask?
thing.
Send him a
Go for
message?
it. Go for it, man.
I don't, I suppose. I'm gonna laugh if we show up and it's like, yeah, Alhazard and Kroko showed up to ask if they could have the memories of the Grand Master, and he's like, oh yeah, sure, here you go. Fucking Char finally bought Cyberpunk 2077.
I'll begrudge him of waiting. It was
Yeah, it got all
broken
the
when
bugs
I.
out of the way.
Yeah, it was real broke when I bought it.
It was still fun, but
Yeah. I was kind of pissed though. I missed the proper action sequence required to do the solo run at the end.
yeah,
Oh, yeah, it's really it's really specific.
like you
Um,
can't have full 90% of the level. It has to be like either 100 or below that in order for
No,
it to
it
get
needs to
full
be
run.
70%, and you
70%.
need to have done a very specific, especially when they go to look for his body. There's
Yeah,
a very
yeah.
specific
Wording. Yeah, you have to
like
choose the
choices
correct.
you have to
Yep.
pick. You have to
Yep.
say stone neutral.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the choices you have to pick is the guy that saved my life, and it's like, I don't know. conflict there.
You have to
This
like
guy's-
you have to
this
do
is
both
a
sides. You have to
character.
chastise him and then also kind of like
Yeah,
it's like very wishy-washy, which is very like him.
it's very true. But it is
and
so
I-
specific.
Have the character to fucking do the solo run.
Oh, right.
It was hard.
I had a character with maxed out cool and body, and I have the gorilla arms, like the orange gorilla arms. So when I hit a
too.
motherfucker, they go down and stay down. I literally
did
beat
sniper
Adam
rifles.
Smasher to death.
I had sniper rifles and pistols, and
It's a little close quarters inside the Arasaka building for sniper rifle.
it doesn't matter for this one. I can shoot through walls,
Fair.
and they explode.
Oh goddamn.
I just
Like,
hacked them all to death. They all
It's the bolt action anti-mat rifle. It goes right through cover. It's
Yo,
the power
yeah.
weapon.
Punches through everything. Yeah.
Right, and I upgraded it to max because I did max tinker.
Right.
Tech. Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
You
that
did.
max tech, and it's just clang, and it's just the guy explodes behind cover, and I'm like, also hack that guy because I also did hacking.
I didn't really fuck with hacking on the first one. I got a really good deck, and I got it to the point where I could use the like the observational skills really well.
Yeah.
But I didn't mess with a lot of the combat ones because I would literally just like go in, shut off cameras, and then I'd be like, all right, cool. Pop my neck, roll in, beat everyone to death, take all of their shit, take the last guy or take the first guy I loot's gun and use that to just one tap everybody in the head as I went through.
yeah, the
And
ultimates
then
were
walk
pretty
out.
fun. Hey, I'm gonna shut off your brain. Bye bye.
Right? It's like, hey,
And then I
you
can do
die
it
now.
twice with the proper deck.
Oh yeah. I tried a decker build or a runner build, and it was just it didn't really handle the way I wanted it to, you know?
Right.
Like
I mean, I got to the point where I'd hack one entry point, ping the rest of the devices,
Oh, yeah.
send
Ping
3
is a big one.
programs, kills the room, kills everyone.
I
Everyone who's
focused,
connected.
really hard on a contagion build.
Yeah.
Because I could get it to spread to like 6 people.
Oh, so good.
But
and
it-
then you could
for some
piggyback other
reason-
programs on it.
Yeah. Maybe I was just running maybe I was running on too high a difficulty, but it took me 2 or 3 contagions in order to kill somebody.
No, you just didn't have a big enough penis.
Clearly. So I was playing on the harder difficulties. Oh,
Mhm.
did you guys get the Batmobile?
Yeah.
The
I don't
Caliburn?
think I did.
I think it's so fast.
So, it's so good. So in the tunnels where you go with Pan Am.
Yep.
There's a like you go into the tunnels to fight that group of dudes after you do the ambush in the abandoned town. If you keep going past that point, there is a Rayfield Caliburn.
Yeah, I got that.
And it's just
so good.
solid black. It hits like 280 on a straightaway, and it handles like somebody greased the wheels in butter.
Yeah, it's so undrivable.
It just slip sliding away. You can power slide with this fucker and expect to do a full 360-degree spin at minimum, especially when you hit like 180.
And it gets there fast.
It gets you anywhere you want to go so quickly. And I'm so glad your character doesn't have to pay for damages on vehicles. Sometimes I would just drive that thing around the city and I would put on the
Deja vu.
Spotify. Deja vu. I have been in this place before.
Crash.
Smash.
You go. It's not a small crash either. You go fucking flying.
Oh yeah. Especially if you hit a curb just right and the physics engine goes, wait, what the fuck? And you just into space. Oh man. You get slapped harder than fucking YouTube slaps demonetizations on people. Like, it is not subtle. Kablam!
It is rather fun.
Oh, yeah. But I don't know, like, I tried playing a more subtle character, and I just couldn't do it. I was like, no,
You're not
I'm
built for it.
violence.
You're not built for it. All your characters are just, let's go.
Let's do it!
Like even your tech character in a couple of the other games, the support character, there is a point where it builds to a head, and you need to do a violence, and then if you don't do a violence well, you build your character from then on so that when you need to violence, it works. Fuck whatever I was.
To be a support character.
Fuck whatever I was doing. Violence time.
It is now
I was-
time to do violence.
Working on power armor to enhance our warband and upgrade all our shit. I need to get better at violence first.
I spent so much XP on building stuff, man. You don't even know.
I won't ever know.
I bought 2 things for that character. Literally just 2 in order to do violence. All of the rest of the stuff on my list was support stuff, engineering stuff, crafting stuff.
Yeah, but violence.
If you're in a chaos warband and are not doing a violence, you're wrong. I loved that campaign. I loved getting to roll up on things and just hit them with the hammer. It was really funny, Johnny, because like it was shortly after we started playing this game, and I was building. So I was putting together a character for the game because I had originally intended to make like a tech marine,
Right.
and I ended up making a craftsman whose my primary weapon was a hammer.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, "Oh, husband, what are you doing here? This is not your place. You're in
This
the
is not
wrong house."
It's not healthy for you.
Right? But yeah, no, I ended up being one of the only other people in Terminator armor. And I ended up carrying a thunder hammer that I was constantly upgrading. Like, that thing was insane. It did like, and again, this was just straight up Black Crusade. It was doing like 45 minimum damage before it rolled, and it had tearing on it. So it rolled like 4 or 5 d10 and kept the biggest 3, and
Yeah,
then
for sure.
added 45 base damage. And I was like, hammer go up, hammer go donk. If I hit something, I killed it. The DM stopped keeping track of damage when I hit things. Because, you know, like Black Crusade, you get like 12 wounds, 15 wounds. And I'm like, I have been 30, bitch!
It was fun.
It was so good. I was looking forward to Saturdays because I would just get to roll around with a big hammer and bash people. And at one point, my character, like he was saying, I was just having a moment. So my character dosed himself on combat stims and like activated his jetpack and charged his way through a facility smashing robots. And I ripped my way into a room, got shot with 4 las cannon emplacements, and managed to only get hit by 1. I managed to dodge 2, tank 1,
The Mystic Blast. Yeah.
and then the last one hit me, and I was like, "That's half my health," and I stepped back into the hallway. Was like,
Had your fun.
"Yep."
Then, yeah, that was bad. Like I was like, "Ooh, yeah, nice job," but holy shit,
Because he's right. Sometimes I just really need to hit things with big numbers and do big damage because it's catharsis. And like when before the world went crazy and we all caught the sick, I would roll with my physical dice, and I would actually roll pretty decently. Not amazingly, but pretty decently. And I could consistently, given the way I built my characters, just kill things. It's one of the reasons why I like playing mages, is saving throws become your problem to roll, not mine. But it's like in the Friday game, the Enigma.
Mhm.
I have Duke currently set up so that if I spend a boon, I roll a 100 or lower to hit somebody. Because you've seen my rolls.
I think you don't believe enough. That's it.
I mean,
Gotta believe. Believe and you'll achieve.
I mean, it's more like backwards. Achieve and you'll believe. Now,
Never
Hazard can
back.
hit things.
4 above. I have not gotten any response from him. Do it.
Yeah, I was just talking to give you time to fucking send some messages to him.
I gave him a good chunk amount of time to see if he'd respond, but unfortunately, he's gonna miss out.
Fair.
He's gonna
Kinda
like,
sucks, but-
it's enough of that adventure shit. If it's anything like the last one, it's not for me,
Oh, is that what he said? Or is that what you think he'll say?
That's what I think he'll say.
Oh, fair enough.
You guys said I'd get power and stuff. I got a diving suit and I couldn't stab shit, so it was like
Huh.
couldn't use powers. It was I don't understand it. I don't understand why you guys like that stuff so much.
Ah.
But hey, you do you, I do me, and we're good.
Well, let's do Matt right now and talk about what we can do to get rid of this mask.
What about?
So the way I'm understanding it so far is that there is a corrupting influence from the gold masks towards on one of Kuzmo's boys. It was just connected to Kuzmo. Right?
Yeah. So basically, there's it's a pretty insidious corruption too. They didn't just throw a mask on the guy and be like, "Ha ha, we got you." No, it's the
Here's
guy
one.
is Mika's actually corrupting himself because he's picking up objects of power from the cult, and he's also being given the you worked really hard and you deserve this because you had to find it and it was hidden, the whole psychological treatment, like you're uncovering the secrets of the cult of the golden mask on your own, and you're being validated for your efforts. It's psychological conditioning. It's pretty sophisticated.
And because he's connected to the cult of Kuzmo, Kuzmo will be infected with this as well.
Right, but Kuzma also is the voice of the cult of the golden mask, so it's a feedback loop. It's an
and even if
feedback loop.
Even if he isn't wearing the mask because he has it in his possession and because he hasn't got rid of it sooner than later. I mean, he hasn't gotten rid of it sooner. We're in this conundrum.
Well, between the resources of the both of you, you absolutely could just sever his connection to the golden mask.
Well, that's the thing. I don't want to sever it because that's our door right now.
True, and
he's connected to hell, right?
Yeah, he's connected to hell, but you're granting him his sovereignty. You guys have to finish
the deal yet.
You have, if you want that memory, you do.
Yeah, I know. but we should deal with this first before we deal with anything else.
Well, hey man, you're offering terms now. You want the memory? Let's do it. Kuzmo can be pretty flaky about this stuff. He doesn't like people playing with his head. And he is an entity of chaos
That's true.
and power and ambition. He may change the terms to something more Kuzmo favorable, especially if you're going to take another one of the things that he has earned. He's very particular about, other people taking stuff of his that he's worked for. He's earned it. Even if it's tangentially. As long as it's in his hands, unless he gives it out freely. In this case, for this cult, no. Because he's like, I know what they're trying to do, but I got this. They don't know what's coming to them.
And then the reverse trap card goes, haha, got you. Is this corruption fluidium based?
Percentage of it is. It's actually, it's the full package.
Okay.
Like full package. Fluidium is just a catalyst. Actually, it makes it go faster. Makes it feel good.
Yeah.
Makes you. It weakens your resistance. It's like introducing a poison or a drug to someone, and then, altering their behavior is easier. So, not so bad, but it's not looking so great. It's not at a irrevocable point. Kuzmo's go alone is keeping them at bay, and they're making no overt attempts to use force, because that's, from what you can tell, that's not the way of this cult. Yeah, he's pretty strong, ego and personality wise. He's gonna hold him back for quite a while.
What comes to mind is orchestra.
In
What
what
could
manner?
orchestra do? She took the Pontifex mask and recreated it. Dust.
Maybe. Just maybe.
Okay. All right. That's a start. That's something I can work off of.
Yes, it is.
I'll hazard.
Yes.
So what I've just come up with by tapping my nose a bunch of times, we're going to use orchestra and this Pontifex mask, and make it into something new. Take all the fluidium out of it, and use dust to recreate the mask.
Okay.
And go from there.
Alrighty.
Are you okay with this plan? What do you think?
I mean, we can give it a shot if you think it'll work.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to think of different ways we can go about, you know, going back up the line. Because if there was no connection between this mask, the chair headpiece, and the ones that actually control the cult, then I wouldn't think this would be a good idea. But because there's a connection, even if it's so small and subtle, there is
Maybe subtle, but it's not small.
yeah, unseen. Better words.
Mhm.
Even if it's and go off of that connection, it's almost like a reversal, right? Using the because Fluidium's making it go forward, let's use dust to make it go back in a weird mindset. Um okay. So this Kuroko is going to swap with Orchestra. There's going to be a quick phase reaction used, and they swap places.
Fair.
Orchestra is going to take her small baggie of dust and this mask, going to create a zone of no fluidium, and recreate the mask.
Actually, what
Jade
we're
mask.
probably going to do is we're probably going to take a step to the side and be like, all right, we'll get started on this. Also, your Mika is being corrupted. You should do something about that.
He just goes over. Yeah, I'm gonna punish him for that. Can't believe he let his guard down. I'll fix it. Come here, you. And he just goes eep and gets hauled off.
Cool. Now that he's not paying attention.
All right. So we know this jade mask was pretending to be a gold mask,
hmm
but is it still connected to the cult?
Well, you think it is?
Okay. All right. To my knowledge, am I missing any components to make this into a mask that can actually get this done? Do I need to make this a nightmare mask to get this done?
There's a lot of different ways you can approach this. It is up to
Okay.
you. I'm not going to give you the answer or a
Okay.
answer. There's a lot of answers.
Okay. I think using nightmare would be an interesting choice, because that's really the only charges I have. I haven't been down to the first floor to collect more light charges. Well, wisps.
So there seems to be a lot of shuffling around we need to do. Do we need to go get you one of those?
It depends. I have a bunch of nightmare material available, and I could make this mask with dust and nightmare stuff.
Uh-huh.
But that would be a gamble for sure. Or I could use the other stuff, which is the dream based, and make one from that. And I'm kind of trying to contemplate which one would be a better choice.
Do we simply overpower the cult with our influence?
You mean just like take this brute force wise?
Yeah. Because they're
I just
not
feel
designed
like-
for brute force. They're designed for subtlety.
So are you saying brute force in the mask or brute force and let's go fuck them up right now, just without a
I
connection to them?
mean, well, that's the thing is like the connection to them would be how we would fuck them up. Is because the connection is the gold masks have to be connected. Like the
I
cult
see what you're
masks
saying.
have to be
So
connected.
let's flip this. This is what you're trying to say. Instead of being subtle about it and use the good stuff like the dream, how we do it. Let's use the corruption aspect and the dust to kind of go at this full force.
Yeah,
and
because if we play it subtle, we're playing into their hands.
correct. I got you.
We're playing their game on their terms.
Right.
Attack where your enemy is weak. They're weak at brute force. That's why all of their stuff is designed to work around brute force. The thing
Right.
is we know the shatter point. We know where to target them. We
Right.
know that there's a
You do
mask
know
at the
they
top
have.
that bends.
You do know they have a lot of martial might. Like their soldiers and thralls are very powerful.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Their thralls could fight any one of the Centauri that aren't cyber psychos. Their elites could easily handle 1-for-1 any of the cyber psychos.
Yeah. Well, then that's why we don't do that.
They just don't prefer a brute force approach because it's more satisfying.
Could they handle us if we drag like 75 Kurokos in there and Al Hazard and his avatar Hazard roll in there and we just do a violence on them? Do I
That is
believe they could beat us?
There is a uncertain element.
I want this mask to be the beacon to lead us, kind of deal. That's
Oh,
the
that's
uncertainty
easy.
I feel.
We just change this mask so that it leads us. Actually, yeah, we just change the mask so it leads us to the topmost mask. The chain that goes down, that binds from the top to the bottom, must go in reverse.
Yeah, that's kind of the idea I'm trying to bring with this for sure.
So here's what we're going to do. How good are you at countering?
Countering?
Countering, yes.
Freedom. I guess that's my my big one there. When someone tries to interfere with my power, I have bonuses that allow me to stop them from doing that.
Okay.
Because freedom.
Because what we're going to do is we're going to go in there one of two ways. We go in there and we press the attack. Attack, 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 attack.
Mhm.
Or I change the floor rule so that whoever attacks first loses. And we counter them.
I see.
How are you going to change the floor rule?
I did it once already.
How are you going to do it?
I hit it with my hammer. And I changed the nature of the floor.
Yeah, you did that with the 10th floor because you destroyed it.
No, I did that with the 6th floor when we were fighting that guy and I sent Kuzmo after him. I hit the floor and went whang. For a brief time while that fight was going on, whoever attacked first did not win. Because it altered all of his benefits that he brought to bear by doing all of his hospitality and his little stick thwappy bullshit. And I flipped all the bonuses around so that he didn't have them, and his victory against Kuzma wasn't assured anymore. I did that thing. It's in the recording.
Okay.
I was gonna say I wasn't there for that, but
No, that's right. I'll just go do that on a more thorough basis.
okay, Matt. I probably only have enough dust to make this one change. Otherwise, I'd have to go down to the floor -1 to get some more dust.
Also, one thing for you to mind: there is
Mhm.
no traveling to the 6th floor for you two. There's only up, if you remember.
How do we visit Kuzma?
In hell.
In hell. Okay. All right.
Cosmo's not in the lab. He's in hell.
And where are Chamonix and Constantine?
They weren't. They were. You guys met them specifically in the either hell or in the your little realm, your ice realm.
No,
Okay,
because we
okay.
used portals to sidestep that limitation. Because you handed that to us after we fought the
Void things.
critter, after we fought the voidlings and the veil creature.
No,
was
the
like,
veil
boom,
creature
this is
is
it.
preventing you from going down. You have to go up.
Or from
Others
anyone from
cannot go
going
up. They have to stay down.
Yeah.
Very big
It's-
delineation. This is me pushing the content forward so you don't stick in the fucking game forever.
Even though we love
Because-
that, Matt.
All right.
Um,
I would posit DM at this juncture that the only way we would go forward with the plot like you are so clearly desiring to finish the fucking game is with the understanding that we either want to deal with these major fucking insidious problems before we go, or that we hand wave the fact that we did it when we come back.
So
it'll
what
be
I'm getting
part
from
of your
this,
epilogue.
what I'm getting from this is that this mask needs to be done once. There's no going down to get more. If I make this play, it's one and done.
Yes. The thing
Okay.
with the labyrinth, if you guys are allowed to portal around the labyrinth, there's no stopping you from going back to the floor between and the floor
Mhm.
below, and we'll be at this for another year.
Okay.
You put too much content in front of us, man.
Okay. I'll worry about where other Kurokos went. So
You had to blow up the 10th floor, man. Gotta get playing.
perfect.
But yeah, essentially, we're climbing the tower at this juncture.
Mhm.
We could stop
and-
along the 6th floor and deal with it. Is that what I'm getting, DM?
No.
You guys can't not jump into the 6th floor personally.
But we
You
can
send
use
your
this
agents.
connection, or an agent to do this.
Mm-hmm. I do not have a bunch of agents suited for this. At least I do not believe so. Although I would like to update the kiosk exotic quest to bring me Ariana instead of killing Ariana.
Cool.
Capture that bitch in a transmat.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a
So
talk.
I will say you are allowed to use portals in your gates, but you cannot visit the rest of the labyrinth. You can go to your private places. You can go to hell. You can go to your home worlds. Anywhere but anytime you come back, it's always to the 10th floor, even if you desire
Right.
to
It's
go
in limbo
anywhere else.
currently.
Okay,
Even
that's
your
fair.
swap ability, where you swap two Kurokos,
It
doesn't
always brings you
particularly.
to the 10th floor.
It
Okay.
always brings you to the 10th floor, and actually brings
I was-
both to the 10th floor.
I was
Okay.
going to send beginning back to the 3rd floor lost sector, but if she can't do that, then
You'll have to literally have her just kind of wait until you've resolved the 10th floor or the
Yeah,
floor above
no.
thing.
Yeah.
Then
I think
let's-
I might as well just bring her with me. Beginning and orchestra will come.
Then let's go do the stuff with the armor and the blood. And let's take that step. And then we will finish the story as the DM requests.
Okay, so first let's deal with this mask, then with the armor and the blood, and then finish the quest.
All right.
Okay. So, Orchestra is going to do what she can, and she is going to remake this mask using the dust, using the nightmare charges, Matt, that she has stored in her little gossamer.
Using the black or the white ones?
The black ones.
All right.
Because Alhazra and I were going like, all right, if we want to be subtle about this, we'd use the the dream based white ones. But if we want to go full force,
Essentially, we're targeting the thing that they have designed to do things subtly, and we're going to overwhelm it. The most subtle link in the chain has to be, by definition, the weakest. So that's where we're targeting this effect. We're going to do a violence on the thing they have designed to do not violence.
and the only other thing I'd ask for, if this is possible, is to kind of see if that's a good idea. Can we use the nightmare charges to make this mask, or will this completely fuck up anything we want to do? And I'm not sure if that's a question I'm able to ask, but I'd still like to ask it.
I'm not sure the consequences of imbuing the cult of the Golden Mask with
Nightmare. That might trigger something worse than what we want to deal with.
Nightmare is a herald for change. Wild,
Yes.
uncontrolled, just change.
Mutation.
Yeah, it'll evolve it, mutate it. It'll not be what it was before.
Correct.
Is that a thing we want to pursue?
Do you want to change the nature of the Golden Mask?
I mean, objectively,
or
we
we
kind
want
of
to-
do, because they're stealing people's souls and putting them in here and binding them to a hive mind that's under the direct subservience of one overarching concept. It's not a good thing. Changing its nature fundamentally will change it. Maybe worse, maybe better, but the way it is now is unacceptable, right?
The way it is now is definitely unacceptable. That is true.
All right.
My only other option, Matt, is since I don't have any light charges, could I take them out of objects that I have made? For example, some of my instruments.
No, those are imbued.
Okay. So this
If
is my
you
only
start
option
to
I have.
If you're starting to strip items of their
Yeah.
light, you may just break them.
Right.
So
Which
here's
is not particularly good.
here's the thing. If need be, we can do to the 6th floor what we did to the 10th.
I thought
would
Matt was saying
prefer-
that we couldn't even. Oh, on the palace. I thought you said we couldn't use the Jericho hammer on it.
It's
He said
resistant.
it would be resistant.
Okay,
But you know
okay.
what? Her palace was resistant as well.
It was, yes.
And here's the thing. If I need to intersperse strikes of the Hammer of Jericho with the other hammer, so that any way you slice it, it's getting slammed with something it is not designed to handle,
Mhm.
I will. Because I can wield both hammers. Because this hammer was made by Briley. Both of them
Yep.
were, actually. And push comes to shove, I'll bet Briley versus the Cult of the Golden Mask any day.
A bit of a bias, but sure.
Am I wrong?
You don't know.
Exactly. So I'm going to go with my bias. Because if this were a thing that Briley was both worried about and was as bad as it seems to be, Briley would have dealt with it. She would have put something in someone's hands to deal with it. And when I came in here, she handed me the Hammer of Jericho.
Matt, I'm going to use freedom to change the est that I have available into the light charge I need.
It's not equivalent.
Not
Not equivalent
equivalent?
exchange.
Okay.
But you can with your freedom. You just need something of equivalent exchange.
Who
Right.
started to the party?
That
Hey,
would
what's
be
up?
Patriot.
No mic yet on you, Patriot. Okay. So I know the light charges are veil based and dream based. So I would need at least something veil based in order to make this work, right, Matt?
No, your freedom thing allows you to, as
Do
long as
this.
there's something of equal power.
Equal value. Yeah.
So it doesn't have to be of the same nature. It just needs to be of equal power or value.
Okay. Can I have an example then of something I can look for, or
You don't have any idea.
no idea?
You can.
Here you go. Try this.
What is this?
I hand him a spark of envy.
Spark of Envy. Will that work, Matt?
No, the light charges are super valuable.
Right.
Okay.
First question: Whisper, no, Comet Tail or no Comet Tail on the
Comet Tail.
Comet Tail?
Comet Tail.
Yeah,
It needs Comet Tail for this to make the mask. I need Comet Tail stuff.
Yeah.
What about Nightmare Fuel?
No.
What about Lizard?
Okay.
Hey, there
Okay.
you go. Audio's working.
Just to get you caught up there, Mr. Patriot, we are currently on the 10th floor, going up to the 11th floor.
Trying to solve a couple of problems before we go, so we don't leave them behind us in the worst event.
One problem we're trying to fix is the issue with the 6th floor Cult of the Golden Mask, which is slowly but surely corrupting your
Yes, I
your
was
pack.
meaning to work on that, but unfortunately, something has kept me from working on it.
Don't worry, we're working on it.
Yeah, your homie Mika's being all corrupted and shit.
What the fuck, Mika? Really? Damn. What did he do?
Just
He's
did
turning
good
into
things.
a face stealer.
Did a face stealer?
They're turning him into a face stealer.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
Matt, the nightmare things that I collected on the floor -1 are not equivalent for me to change these things. Okay.
I
And Spark of
lay
Envy doesn't.
I lay the cherub wing flintlock next to you. Does that do it?
Yeah, that'll transform into a rather hefty ball with Comet Tail.
Okay. We will use that, the dust, and the mask, and form it.
Give me a roll. Dust.
All right, orchestra.
I really want to learn that at some juncture. That shit's cool as fuck.
Get some insanity.
Homie, I'm already there. I'll hazard check there for spiders.
Huh.
So if I read my powers, I think I need to do why you do this to me, actually.
So, whenever you get the chance, pop me in because I'm ready to do some ass smacking.
So you can come with us to the floor above, homie. The one that turned war into a cut rate labyrinth runner into a legit god.
Oh, thank you
Yeah.
so much.
But you're also dealing with the golden mask. That's kind of my problem.
Fair. Also, We're in the middle of cutting a deal with you for the Grandmaster's memories.
Hey, buddy.
So, do you know what happened to the Grandmaster?
No. Honestly, I've been out of the loop for a bit because the initial plan was to get a voice off for that.
The initial plan was for me to start having some games during the day, but for some reason it doesn't seem like Blatt's on, which I don't know if I'm just really bad at catching him at the right time or what the hell's going on there.
You just gotta send me a message, especially the night before, because the couple times that we have shown up, you had to go do stuff.
Well, yeah, because by the time I realized you were there, I already had other things frowned upon me and shit. Yeah.
So it requires a performance test and an influence test, Matt.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay.
But that'll be
So-
from a orchestra's character sheet.
Yes, exactly. I know.
Okay.
Here is the roll for performance,
Mhm.
and here's the roll for influence.
I'm gonna try and riggedy wreck you here. Nope, you have it. Fuck.
Okay. We have a mask. Orchestra will put that mask on her mask belt.
Okay then. You have it. You have it on your belt.
What can I do with the mask?
Well, it sits there and kind of eyeballs you at first. This is the first Jade Mask of the party.
It's true.
It just kind of sits there quietly. It actually, it's kind of it's almost like a paperweight on your belt as it kind of eyeballs you.
I will. Orchestra will do her music to introduce herself.
Is it a famine mask?
It is dust, so it would be famine. Yes.
All right, takes a look at you, listens to the noise, looks at the surroundings, and then just fucking starts to Kirby the whole area. Just like as it starts to suck in power and energy and fuel.
Okay.
Completely uncaring of what gets pulled in.
What is doing this?
His new mask. That's the thing with famine masks. They have to be fed.
Yep.
And this one went, oh. Nothing? I'm just gonna eat. Fuck you. Yeah, it's just gonna start eating, man.
I'm going to shower yesterday. You smell like
Screw the rules. And it's gonna start devouring the ambient energy in the surroundings. It's gonna pull in material. I don't care. This is delicious.
Okie dokie.
What are you gonna do?
Well, I was gonna feed it. That's my thought.
Probably stop that. Yeah.
point is, Amy, passed it out running earlier today and started sweating. I really need to get my food.
Yeah, we should probably feed it. Do you have anything to feed it with?
I just have est. I'm thinking.
Rar.
No, not rar. Raw.
Rawr.
Raw.
Oh, so wait, GM, when you said Mika's not uncorrupted, did you actually mean Macalki, or is Mika started going sideways too?
Mikauki's fine. It's Mika who you sent to the 6th floor to explore it
Okay.
alone
Well, no,
without anyone.
That's not true.
Yes, it was. You
Although you
specifically sent
specifically
Nico
tell-
alone.
Well, I didn't specifically tell anyone to go with him, so I didn't intentionally send him alone, but I guess that kind of tracks.
Well, you had business dealings to make and people to meet.
Yes.
You're kind of the leader. You know. Also, your wife is starting to complain that you're not at home enough. So.
But well, no, actually, time works different in Demerara, so the hundreds of years he might have, or not the hundreds, but the 10 years he might have gone for a while, to her might seem like only, I don't know, maybe a day. Time fluctuates weird. But yeah.
I
no,
mean, it's
that's-
hell.
Well, no, I mean, like, just back when Demerara was Demerara, and not just a section of hell.
This is new Demerara, bro.
Yeah, so time works different there. Now she's starting to notice when he's gone. Well,
She's
that's what it
basically
sounds
saying your adventure and need to go out makes her feel unspecial and unwanted, especially after what happened.
Okay, for the record, before the labyrinth, he would have taken her on many adventures with him to see all these crazy new places. So it's specifically the labyrinth that's made that not be the case.
Yeah, Labyrinth does this to families, dude.
What?
It tears them apart. It puts divisions and wedges
Oh, yeah.
between family members. That's what the Labyrinth does. Because the
Yeah,
Labyrinth is your side chick, and the side chick doesn't share.
which is weird because this is a
Problematic
relationship
side chick.
Yeah, this is a relationship that had many side chicks and side guys, and for once, one of them is actually being a fucking problem.
I mean,
This is
it takes
so-
something the size of the Labyrinth, but it's happened.
I mean, this isn't like, say, a small, adorable mouse switch that can be easily like thrown into the ocean and made just disappear.
That's oddly specific.
Dude, I will again repeat, I had no clue what happened to Myrna, but you know that wife-stealing bitch kind of had it coming either way.
Right.
That's a lot to unpack.
And we're not going to do it here. This is not the unpacking trauma episode.
This is not the unpacking. Oh, hey! The only trauma that was caused was to her. That was mostly blunt trauma, hitting the ocean at several miles an hour.
I mean, it does act like, a solid at that speeds.
Also, yay, I am here.
Yeah. You are.
So, what the fuck going down?
We're going to go...
Sovereign of Hell, Matt. Can I use that as a resource acquisition to get some stuff for this mask? Call upon it. Call upon the might of hell.
If you'd like, you could feed it the Doom Guy ammo. You have a lot of that.
We have a lot of basic ammo.
Also, I will.
The flesh wastes basically feed themselves.
Also, if I'm expecting a fight, I will probably have brought a couple of the blood fires with me too.
Those dudes
just
will
as
get
a-
liquefied where we're going, homie.
I mean, if told this prior, then he probably won't. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll probably reach out to you about that and be like, those dudes will get liquefied where we're going, homie.
Okay, Matt. Yeah, let's use some of the ammo.
Myself.
Feed it karma.
Well, you.
If you need me to buy action economy, I can do that too for you.
That's up to you, man, if you want to.
More actions is more better.
I meant for like if I can't do this with my current action economy. That's what I meant.
And that's fine. You just literally walk over to the brush waste and go, "Ree." Eventually, after a very large portion of the ammunition has been consumed, it pauses and goes, "All right, what do you want?"
Okay. I'm going to tell it that we want the golden mask that runs the that runs the cult. That's what we want.
Yeah. And
We want to put it away. You can grab it, put it in my hands.
Didn't I eat that?
Nope. Turns out there are secret masters behind the cult of the Golden Mask. The guy you ate was their mouthpiece.
Yeah. I'm
There was
still
a hidden
digesting-
layer.
Speaking of which, I'm actually still digesting them, I think, or has it been enough days like finally just I'm getting those sweet, sweet magic nutrients.
I mean, we've been talking about it. You might not actually want to digest it, Holmes. Because those masks are corrupting as shit. I mean, if you just need some sweet, sweet magic nutrients, I can make you something easy on the stomach. That just, you can just eat.
I mean, that's a good point. And also, he's just gonna go ahead and like excommunicate the mask from his body. Then
yeah, you spit it out. It kind of hisses with an acrid smoke. You're not sure if that's from your digestive system or if it's a byproduct of the mask.
let's be honest.
Just mad.
It's either one or both.
We'll see.
It seems somewhat upset with you.
I did eat it.
Will.
Yes. Also, have you seen a small, adorable little rabbit? Oh no, hang on. A not so small, adorable elf person around here?
You
You're
make
not
a
talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
Hey, he's right there. You summoned him from the 6th floor.
Where he?
I believe he was previously carried away to do naughty things with, and then, he came back.
Oh, that's him.
So I'm going to go back to the 10th floor, Matt, and
Mhm.
then get the mask to use its connection to haul that mask back.
We're gonna scorpion that bitch. Get over here.
Oh, the main one, the one that he sped out.
No, not that one.
No. He told the mask that he finished making, hey, the big mask, the one in charge of the cult, bring it here.
Oh, he's like, it's not something that you can just yank. You have to go get it. It's a ritual. It's a rite. It's a performance.
Yeah, we're not doing that. Fuck the ritual.
Well,
Bring us.
then you
the-
If
then
it
you're not getting
requires
what
it,
you want.
I understand. All right.
Then you're not getting what you want.
Bring us the motherfucker over yonder.
Actually, you know what? This is all Kuroko's scene. Kuroko, what are you saying to the mask? Because I don't know if any of us speak mask.
Yeah, I'm going to say I understand. I cannot go to the 6th floor currently, but now that we have the pieces to do so, we will do it. In due time, though.
All right.
The fact that I knew there was a ritual is a big boon. So
And he's like, no, whatever the others are wanting. Because the mask is powerful enough that it can actually speak and everyone in the area can be heard. It's just kind of this echoey voice. And you've never heard a mask actually without a owner or a wearer like talk. It feels very dispassionate, very less than a normal person.
Right.
An echo of someone. It's kind of like its voice. If you don't undergo the ritual, the mask in the way you wish it to be, in the way you wish to want to use it,
cannot be
it
done.
will not be the mask that you find.
Right. It will be a red herring per se.
Indeed. It has the ability, almost like yourself, to change places with its lessers.
And that's completely understandable. I get that.
But if you undergo the rite, the ritual, and go through the motions of what is required, it cannot refuse you.
Right.
But it also gives it a different set of rules to play by. Doesn't mean it can't thwart you or bring harm to you or corrupt you. But it'll, instead of hiding, it'll confront you. That's the key. If you don't undergo the ritual, it will always flee from you. But if you undergo it, it has to confront you. That's what I know.
There's a resonance within those words. Just coming back from beginning.
Yeah, whatever that dour one is talking about.
I would like to use a magic sense.
Sure. What would you like to use? Was it Cynitions or okay,
Yeah,
Cynitions? What are
Cynitions.
you looking for? Just magic in the area?
I'm trying to use my magic sense to find a special MacGuffin type thing that will pull me into the action, that will move the story.
Okay.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, I would use this Odysseus to have a clue what the fuck is going on.
Sure. Wonderful. Go ahead and roll for it. I'll actually have you roll. If you want to know what's going on, go ahead and roll your Cynitions. But then also, if you could. Do-do-do. That'll be on that page. It's under Operate, near the bottom of the skill list.
Alright,
Cynitions.
I already rolled it.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is that
Oh.
what you were waiting on?
Yeah, and then I would like you to roll Logic, please.
Yes, I can affect logic. My willpower, no less. Ah. Wait, yes, that was under. Smart. Yes. Which means I have a plus 30 on top of my just having an insane fucking willpower.
Oh, yeah, no kidding. So, Action Devouring, part of the other mask, gives you a little bit of insight what's going on, in addition to what they're talking about. So, you've been conned, both of you. The individual you defeated to become the leader of the Cult of the Golden Mask on the 6th floor was actually a mouthpiece, a figurehead, a guy who served a specific role but was not actually in charge.
Well, that explains why it felt surprisingly unfulfilling.
Right. But it was enough of a victory for you not to question it at the time. And then reap the benefits.
I am used to slapping the shit out of people fairly easily.
Right. So, it's not that he's not important. He is very important. He is
delicious.
the voice, that's his role, the voice of the cult. And the voice is wielded like a weapon. He uses the power of the 6th floor, administrator's rights. He uses the power of the collective ego and channels it through his voice as a weapon. But he is not the body, nor the heart or mind and the soul of the cult. Those are higher positions than the voice, and you have never met them. They are the ones I hinted about that refuse to give you audience, and even refuse to even let them know let you know they exist. They opened their treasuries for you, but they gave you the ones with the least amount of value in them.
That made you think that they were valuable.
Right. They gave you penultimates, supremes, so much money. It's only a fraction of what they got.
Huh.
They gave you a armory and a vault worth of stuff. Probably not the cheapest. I suppose I should correct myself. It's not the cheapest because that would send red flags. But they made sure that the things you found in there were enough so that you didn't think you were missing out. It was a very showy experience.
That was someone else looking into that shit. So someone's getting their fucking cheeks. Was it the phrase I'm looking for? Their cheeks clapped for that bullshit.
Sure, if you could find the people. And that's why they're not listening to you. That's why if you can find the right person, you can talk at them. But if you actually find somebody of a higher rank, they can just deny your words because you replace the voice of the cult, but you're not
So
the
I
highest
have been
authorities. You have been tricked, yes.
And I have been most definitely bamboozled.
All those things, yes. This is what a shadow cult looks like. This is a complete antithesis to the way you run things. You are a very open creature. Your God is here. You don't need to look for him. I am this guy. Behold me.
Yes. Even the most subversive of the Kuzma cult is quite what's the word I'm looking for?
Transparent?
I wouldn't say transparent, but known. You see them, but you might not see exactly what they do.
Right. They're oh god, there is a word for that.
They're more obvious than the Shadow Cult.
Yeah. The Shadow Cult operates all through agents. Everything is
Yes.
an order from an order from an order down the chain. Everything's sent via word of authority, and it's all shadow manipulations. The individuals who are the front people that you can actually come in contact after an excruciating gauntlet to get there, still not the person you need to talk to. You just found yourself further up the chain, but you're not at the top.
Mm-hmm.
These guys have recovered through significant effort and design and manipulation one of the masks. If they can't find the right person through the network of people, they're going to go find the right people through the network of the masks, which is a connection via the cult, because all the masks are connected.
Let me guess. Mika found this out and attempted to seek knowledge around it.
That several times he was collecting trinkets, artifacts, masks. He was collecting artifacts of the cult to study. But they were also, when you collect them, corrupting him slowly.
So who's
Cumulative
asking Kit on behalf of my wizard bunny?
Hmm?
Who's less of a bunny now, but still definitely a wizard.
I mean, he's fine. You guys caught him in time, so that it wasn't anything like too dire. It's just, a couple of his stats got changed around a little bit.
Uh-huh.
So Kuroko has altered one of the masks, and the mask said, well, there is one undeniable truth. The cult of the gold mask is none other than controlled by whoever wears the mask of the golden cult. So you have to find the mask, but the mask is not attainable through brute force. You have to go through the ritual, the rites. You have to approach it in the way that is decreed. And if you do so, it cannot run, it must confront you.
Huh.
But if you try and pull it out of the cult, or teleport it, or you basically use any other method that's not the rite or the ritual required, it gets to run away. It'll swap itself endlessly with other masks. You will never get your hands on it.
Okay, well then...
it's the needle in the stack of needles that's not actually there.
Alright then. Legion, Alhazred, Azertin, who is also, I guess, Miss Alhazred at this point. Who the fuck do I start beating the shit out of to progress the plot? I mean, to get to the bottom of this.
This is an epilogue thing now. We can't go back to the 6th floor to do it.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just acting a character.
But the piece is completed, and that's all I really wanted to know and get out of the way. So, Alex, I think it's time for phase 2. Or do you want to get the thing with Kuzma out of the way first, so we have the memories for the old master?
Let's get the memory thing.
First,
Alright.
the question for Kuzma. I'm going to be transparent with you. I offered you freedom, independence in hell compared to the hierarchy.
So
Yes.
the hierarchy of hell is absolute. It's one of those systems that was built without much consideration for the well-being and the relationships between the people in hell. The higher up the hierarchy were, the more absolute authority, and I do mean absolute authority, over everyone further down. Lucy was at the top. She could tell these people whatever she wanted them to do, and they would do it. No questions. They couldn't stop it. Well, you're back in the hierarchy system. Kuroko's on top. She has absolute authority over you. She's offering your full freedom, her right over you, and allowing you to establish yourself and your people
I mean,
free.
does this affect the person who has no fate? Like, no.
This is beyond fate, my dude.
Yeah,
I
this
don't have
is-
fate
Okay,
either.
I was just checking that.
Yeah.
Right. I played your character specifically saying that, hey, you got to offer me a good deal because they want. So remember the 10 you drank from the alcohol flask
Yep.
that the Grandmaster gave you. You absorbed some memories. They want them back for a project.
Hang on. You played the part of Kuzma
For a while.
Yeah, I did.
Oh,
Couldn't get in touch with you.
Yeah, guys, how'd that go? Out of curiosity.
Good. Yeah. No, it definitely made us work for it.
Basically,
Pretty solid.
they
He
want
did
the
not want to
memories.
give that shit up because he was
Yeah.
like, nobody gets to fuck with Kuzma's brain but Kuzma.
Exactly.
Right.
Maybe
So
Coral, because she technically kind of sort of kickstarted my godly evolution by doing that.
yeah.
And
so,
I gave you the respect of not going through that route to get to know her and then ask you this question and ask you directly.
So to respect your character and the way you've told me endlessly about what Kuzma does and doesn't do, they want the memories back. But you're like, no, because they're my memories. No one messes with my brain. But me. Period. No one messes with my fate. No one can scry me if I don't wish it to be. I am a sacred entity, and no one may defile it. Except for myself.
I mean, that's a very good way to play it, but they're wanting back the Grandmaster's memories, right?
Yeah. And so you kind of held a staff meeting in your head, and everyone was pitching in like, hey, they're going to. Here's the thing. Macalki is like, Kuroko has absolute authority over you right now. She could demand it from you, and you have no choice but to give it up. But
I'm
she's
not doing
offering
that.
you something instead, so don't force them down that path. You're going to have to give it up, but let's get something out of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, because these are someone else's memories, and like, believe it or not, Kuzma does believe in the sanctity of other people's minds.
Well, this person's technically, this was from the flask that you got.
I mean,
You,
yeah,
you,
fair enough.
you drank it and you got powers, is what you got.
You rolled good. You rolled 100 or below 100 to get the killing art, and then you were like, "Fuck yeah!"
So
There's a reason why we want this memories, though, because the master, the Grandmaster, is quote unquote dead.
So, okay, so what was the offer?
complete sovereignty,
Autonomy in hell.
and autonomy
Yep,
in
that
hell.
works.
You get the rulership of the fourth floor. You also get the fourth floor from the labyrinth as your right. You're also given the sixth floor as your right, but it's going to be on the sixth floor. But you'll have a basically embassy status on it and a buffer area in which you must maintain, so that whoever becomes in charge of the sixth floor can't just take what's yours.
We're transplanting the whole labyrinth to hell. And essentially you're getting the parts of the labyrinth
That
like
you
you're
own
getting the
currently.
parts of hell that you own from the labyrinth.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not taking away from you in that
Right.
case.
Yes, and then we also get autonomy, which is really kind of what Kuzma is all about. So, yeah.
You accept the terms.
Yep.
And do note, because this wasn't already brought up, that when war happens, and Matt put this in, is if your wife doesn't agree, then you stay, and in turn, Alhazard's people will take the mantle.
But you have to pay them, essentially.
I mean, yeah,
Because
I'm
they're
okay with
going to
that.
war on your behalf.
All right,
Also,
so to
you have
clarify-
officially realized that Nios kind of dicked you out of a galaxy when he ran off with the Jones colony militia,
To
and you're not real pleased with
to
him.
clarify. So, in part of the terms for the agreement to your sovereignty and your autonomy in hell, Kuroko has asked in a clause that if hell as an entire entity or as a floor entity needs to go to war with a faction, whether it's a god or basically they need military might, you must answer the call, unless your wife disagrees. Because I had it worked in there that if your wife goes, no, you're staying home with me, you're not going to go fight some silly war. So basically, your wife has the right to refuse Kuroko's call to war, but you can't. If she does that, then the Centauri will go to war in your stead, but you must pay reparations to the Centauri for, going to war in your stead.
I mean, yeah, no, that
I mean, yeah, no, that makes sense with the added knowledge that's not incredibly likely, but
Right.
you know,
So
if they did call, it would probably be for damn good reasons. So yeah,
So it also has taken a little
Essentially-
bit to clarify the thing with the Jones Colonial Militia. When Nios and Edie came in to fight the Mechanical Scourge, Edie took over the machines.
yes,
Nios, unfortunately, scammed you out of pretty much everything, and the Jones Colonial Militia are leaving the cult. Which almost caused your people to go to war with the Centauri because Nios was a bastard.
Wait. Are you talking? Oh, so you're talking about the ones who weren't already in the blood pact, right?
Yes, the normal people, the ones that aren't in the
okay,
pact.
the normal ones, right? Like
The normal ones. But anyone in the pact, that's it. They've chosen. There's no take backsies.
there's really not. They can't just quit with no good reason.
Right. And they don't want to quit. But we're talking the normal people.
Yeah.
And there's not many of them left. You're talking maybe 1 million people left. But they have agreed to become a vassal state of the Centauri and worship their pantheon instead for additional incentives. Now that really pissed your people off, especially Kuzmo, because that was wrong. That was a wrong thing to do. But Alhazred has offered recompense by saying anytime he travels to a new tapestry square, you may bring your heralds of Kuzmo so that you may spread your influence wherever the Shatterstar goes.
I mean, well, fuck, Alhazard, you have to realize that not reacting to this is going to put me in a precarious situation, but that is a pretty good offer and recompense.
Yeah, well, that's why he made it, is because, like, he doesn't want there to be bad blood between your people and his.
Yeah.
Mostly because Nios was still being kind of a dick at that stage. He's grown and matured since then, but Nios is always going to be looking for the best deal for the Centauri. And
Also,
that's
just realized, out of character, we're all out of that ocean chapter, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. So I can start just attending these sessions as normal again. Yay.
Yeah, this is it.
This is it, homie.
Oh, yeah,
We're on the
this is
precipice of the
last
end.
yes.
Yeah, this is the last arc.
Yep. But
I invited you to join the last arc because this will lead to the epilogue. And then we all may backtrack and do all the stupid side projects. But we can also do those not on session time because
Yeah.
a lot of them will be individual projects.
That they will. But okay, cool. Also, I'm sorry, but Lamau, that just feels appropriate.
Yeah. Yeah, Nios was a bastard. He almost literally put your people to war with his over the Jones
Yeah.
Colonial Militia. And it was only I basically played it that if you weren't friends with Alhazred, you'd have been at war. But only
Yeah.
because we're friends did I hold back. But I need something out of this. You
Yeah,
fucked me.
Alhazred, put
Mhm.
it this way: I have much respect for you as a friend. I trust you greatly, but this shit is something I almost can't let pass.
Mhm.
Because my entire existence, both as a mortal and as a god, I've never let anyone fuck me that hard.
I mean, that's kind of what Nyos does. And Alhazred will look at you straight up and be like, I put Nyos in charge of my people, elevated him to the clan head of all clans, to the ruler of the Centauri, specifically because he will do what is best for our people, no matter what, no matter who else it hurts. My job, as the Shatterstar, is to temper that so he doesn't utterly ruining us, dicking over everyone else for our benefit.
Like, for instance, pissing off an entire population dedicated to a god.
Exactly so. So I'm here to make things as right between us as I can.
So before we do this handshake, understand that there are tithes that need to be done in hell. One
Lives.
is the souls and their rehabilitation. Understand that that is now your job on the 4th floor / layer of hell.
Okay, I'm not. I don't think I'm against the idea of that principally. I just need to understand what the hell that means.
You're
The demons
Go
of
ahead.
hell, their responsibility is when somebody dies and they're part of this cycle, the souls come into hell. You rehabilitate them from their sin and basically cleanse them of the negative and chaotic energies that reside in the
make
ego.
them a cocoon.
Yeah, you're
Ego
basically
The shit
removing.
I am literally powered by.
Yes.
You're making
You resolve the souls that come in, and then you send them to the reincarnation cycle. That's all that Kuroko is asking. He's not asking you to pay him money every month. He's not asking you to like offer sacrifices. He just the original job you were asked to do when you were here, as tithe to the owner of hell, the sovereign of hell. Just continue to do that job.
Is to basically take perfectly good souls, cleanse them of some of chaotic and powerful influence, and just throw them back into the river.
Yeah, pretty much.
Mhm. Essentially, you're catching and releasing souls that end up in your lair. Because that's the job of hell in this universe. It isn't to punish the wicked, it's to redeem people.
Yes.
It's to make it so that they can enter reincarnation in perfect, utter balance so that they can make their own mistakes, having gained some of the wisdom from their last lives. Having
Wow, Kuzma is really the wrong guy to put to this task.
Well, you don't have to do it yourself. You can
No.
have your people do it.
Right.
They're demons as well, because
Right. You're not going to be able to do it alone. There's too many souls.
Yeah, I was about to say, but like that's the thing. Like, how do you accommodate the concept of redeeming souls in religions where power and freedom are the things that matter, not a loosish moral code that kind of keeps shattering against reality.
Find a race of people, contract out, have them join your cult, or have them just be a vassal state of Kuzmo, and they do it.
yeah, pretty much.
Doesn't matter how it's done.
Yeah,
As
it
long
doesn't matter how it's done, just as long as it is done.
As long as it's done and done well and correctly. Because if you half-ass it, a hazard will come in and set something up.
I mean,
do you understand,
it's
Kuzma?
definitely not going to be half-assed, but correctly. That's the part I'm concerned about. It's good. Like I feel like Kuroko, he's gonna come down. It's like Kuzma, what the fuck? Like what?
What? I'm doing what you told me. I'm taking the souls, I'm stripping them of the souly bits, and putting them back in the void.
And
Do you
you're just like,
understand?
yeah, but you're making them fucking evil. No,
No, I'm teaching them how to be powerful, worthwhile beings.
Yeah, that's still evil, dog.
Do you
Well, it's not my
understand Now I've lost my train of thought.
I do understand that.
Oh yeah, right. There can be and should be open communication between us, and the ability to change the deal if you so wish. If you wish to expand or do other things, change the contract that we're currently making, then by all means.
Yeah, because this redeeming of souls thing sounds. I mean, I'm gonna go with it, but I'm gonna tell you now. Down the road, there's a high likelihood we're gonna have to find a new option for Demarest to supply the rest of Hell, whether that be like resources or I don't know. I'm assuming we have some sort of like low-level demonic army or some shit.
No, not really. Hell's basically empty right now.
Just
Everybody
full of
else got
empty
them murdered.
souls. Yeah.
It's just a whole bunch of
Well, see,
souls that
that's
ended
what
up
we do.
here
We
that
can
need
take
something.
powerful souls and trade them into soldiers.
Homie, these people need to go back on the cycle of reincarnation.
There's a
still
reason
taking
why it does it in the first place.
We're still taking percentages of their karma in order to make the more powerful
Yeah.
ammunition that we need for Doom Guy.
Oh yeah, no, that's not the part. Yeah, that's not the part he fails at. Like the idea of reincarnation very much goes to the whole with Kuzmo's whole idea of like everything like the natural cycle of life and death and decay and reincarnation, etc., etc., etc. It's the not making them evil part that might be the fuck up.
Right.
And,
Don't
and
make
the
them
last
evil.
thing Kroko will ask is say, protect Hell. Even if we aren't at a war, if someone comes in, you deal with them. Otherwise, I'll have to. Is that fair?
I mean, yeah,
All right.
I live.
Live here.
I mean, we
It's my
live in
neighborhood.
Hell now. Yeah, like this is our fucking place.
Can't have some
Kroko.
undesirables coming in on my neighborhood.
Look,
Shit's
Hope.
gentrified. Jesus.
Well,
I'm
put
not
out our
gonna
hands.
lie. I'm gonna tell you straight up, like, if the friend is anywhere else in Hell and Demarest is gonna get my priority because, well, I live there specifically. But other than that, like, yeah. Of course I'm gonna prioritize my own, like, a second before the rest of Hell. That's just common sense.
And that's fair. But if you can't address a problem, the Centauri will. And you just have to pay them for it.
You're very wealthy.
I am very wealthy.
Hand is out. Do you accept the bargain?
Oh yes. Oh yeah. I mean, I'm telling me for the price of. Well, I mean, they get to keep the territories we fought for. We gotta take some souls, do catch and release, and take the yummy soul bits, and well, all the other shit. Yeah, no, this seems like a good deal. My main problem, this is not with you, but Alhazred, or more specifically, Nios.
Mm-hmm.
Because this motherfucker just straight up did a deal with me and stole an entire goddamn galaxy and a population.
I understand, Kuzmo, but that is something else.
And my
Let's focus
recompense
on
is to let you gather more.
this.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Me and you, sorry, Kuroku. Me and you are good. Like, yes, I accept.
Shake hands. I need the confirmation from you. The same way
yes.
we
Shaky.
you took my hand when you turned into a
Shaky.
demon.
We've heard the shaky
All right.
shaky.
Excellent. All right, that phase is done.
Yes, like I said, especially because you pretty much left open the potential for future negotiation. Then yeah, we're good.
So the memories will be relinquished from your character, Kuzmo. That particular ability, the killing blow, which you needed to, it's not on your character sheet. It was basically something you would have to pursue as an art form for it to be unlocked. Those memories, the Grandmaster's memories that weren't yours, they will be.
The art of killing, that's apparently.
Yeah, that's going to be taken away.
Did you spend merit to improve it on your own at all?
Nope. I don't think so.
Okay. Yeah. Unfortunately, that goes.
Yeah, the art of killing.
I can make you shadow memories of it. That would allow you to eventually pursue it on your own.
Well, it doesn't seem like we're gonna have the time to do it anyways. Kind of a mute point.
Epilogue.
I
yeah.
mean, time of all things is something we have in abundance.
I'm sure I'll find my way back to it. Either for your shadow memories or something else.
Yep.
Good enough.
All right, so you will get your memories you were looking for, and any other stuff before we pursue the ending.
Yes.
Phase 2.
Phase 2.
Fuck is phase 2.
Oh, and also to you, Hazard, like,
Mhm.
to prevent a war, like, frankly, like, I would have already gone to war if not the fact that me and you are good friends. I mean,
Mhm.
hell, I was there at your wedding.
You were,
We had-
and you brought a gimp.
Yeah, see, why do you keep bringing that up? Other people had gifts.
No, they did not.
They did.
You're the only one who brought a gimp.
Okay, no, like, actually, you specifically recall there being.
They had
But-
there were people on like that had collars and whatnot, but they didn't have someone walk around on all fours.
Yeah. The
Oh,
Centauri
yeah.
don't do subservience. They do like personal submission kind of a thing. They're still figuring out their sexualities because previously it doesn't matter what your sexuality is. It doesn't matter if you're attracted to that person. Take a Viagra and breed already.
Yeah, nope, that's true. I was the only one that brought a gimp
Mm.
to the wedding.
You're the only one that brought a gimp to the wedding.
A cross-dressing gimp. Oh,
Yes.
I'm sorry, was this supposed to be a point against me?
Yes. No. No. The cross-dressing part, totally okay. Don't give a shit. The gimp? You were that guy at the wedding, buddy.
But you were also that guy that proved that if your wedding can survive me, you deserve to get married.
Right?
Thanks.
And I thank you for that.
Chicks, high five it.
All right. So the materials we have: the blood,
Yeah, I forgot
the ruby, and the index. Right? Are you using those 3 things, or what else do we need? Do we need to study the armor first? Right? We need to take that time.
Yeah. You're gonna You're gonna
swap.
take the
Yep.
armor and the blood to my lab.
Yep.
And I'm going to do science.
Science, and that Kuroko is more than willing to accept the science.
Wonderful. DM, I do science on this blood and on this Kuroko.
You
Yeah.
monster.
There's a hefty
Ferocious
weight.
Ferocious science.
Okay. So on the armor, it gives you a
Yep.
fucking headache trying to figure this thing out.
That's fair.
Hester, is there anything that my skills can add to attempting this?
Do you have any knowledge of the Seraphim?
I don't think so.
That's enough for that bowl, bud.
Okay.
Do you have knowledge on pinnacle arts? Any kind of pinnacle art, really.
Pinnacle art?
That answers that question.
No, I mean, like, I was character, I might.
Yeah.
Anything on the level of Alhazred's crafting ability.
There's
Probably
multiple
not.
crafts. Like he has the pinnacle art of blacksmithing, which has intent crafting. There are
Yeah,
one
the
for
closest-
almost the closest one.
Yeah, I think the closest one I had was painting, and I don't think I hit that yet.
Unfortunately, no.
So he's gonna be like,
Also no.
I
I know demon shit.
This is kind of the opposite of that.
Oh.
Do you have any do you have any sort of tapestry grade materials?
Let me look. He's going to go into his leg bag and start looking. I got a bunch of that shit from the ocean.
I'll take that if you don't want it.
mean,
I don't know
just
if it would be
thought-
useful here, but I would pay you for it.
I mean, I was still going to hold on to the armor, but I got the map of freshers and I've got some crab molt. Or hang on, this is the map of the crab moltings. I've got those glowy basketball fruit things. I've got 2 sets of armor, those armor repair bits. I've got one of the 2 rings you told me that you gave, so that should I die, Coral gets my powers. I mean,
Yes,
she obviously has the
presumably
other
she
one.
has the other one. Yeah.
I've got that shoulder plate from that angry green guy.
Actually, yes.
Oh wait, this is actually helpful.
Yes, that shoulder plate and the armor bits, the armor bits from the 3rd floor.
Oh, by the way, the Eternal Flask of Grandmaster, that's gone, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and I
Even
thank
though
you
that
very
shit
much
was
for that.
soulbound. Yeah, even though that shit
Right,
was
but I'm the one that
soulbound.
put it in your soul.
Okay, no, that's what I was asking. Is that gonna make complicate shit?
No,
No,
not
I
if-
did that. It's easy for me to undo it.
Okay, fair
Yeah.
enough. So yes, he's gonna give you the shoulder plate of the Doomslayer, which, as you can tell, he's been using for more or less shoulder decoration.
Alright. So this armor, this ancient armor, is with your ability to hit over 150, you'll know that this armor actually predates the tapestry, which makes
Right.
no sense.
Like at all.
Like,
It's ridiculous.
this armor predates the creation of this tapestry by a significant margin. And through this armor, you know when this tapestry came into being. It's actually
neat.
marked in the art on it.
Oh, hell, I never noticed that before.
No, this is the Seraphim armor that was the armor, the rendered, the damaged armor set that Kuroko ended up getting. So
There's beautiful artwork on it.
yeah, so this armor actually, on the upper bits, especially on the helmet, symbolize there's a place where the Seraphim come from that is not attached to the tapestry. They are given to newborn tapestries.
Oh, holy shit.
What?
They are the protectors, and they can do whatever is necessary to protect it. And if they deem protection they need to implement a grand plan, that's part of their prerogative. And since it's such an ambiguous or
Ambiguous?
Sorry, thank you. Directive, they can take anything they want as protecting the tapestry. Any action is
They have such a huge
justified.
mandate.
If they want to create the Voidlings, they can do it. No big deal.
No Voidlings. Voidlings is the great enemy.
Matt, I thought one of the angels made the Voidlings.
No.
Oh,
Voidlings
never
has
mind.
always been there to eat. No, they made the nightmares.
Yeah.
Right.
Wait,
Okay.
hang on.
Lucy did.
If the entire universe is a tapestry, and the Voidlings are there to eat the entirety of the tapestry, does that mean that they're moths?
Yes.
Holy shit, this makes sense. We're going to need a giant ass lamp.
Kuroko has one of those. I have another.
Yeah.
So that implies that there have been tapestries before this one.
Mhm.
Did these assholes literally try the same thing over and over again?
No. It's not the same Seraphim. Once they're donated to a tapestry, that's their life. They live or die with it.
Mmm.
And on the art, there's a rendered section of critical information for the whole story. Just gone. Unrecoverable.
Heck.
And it covers a vital place, like a vital protection of vitals on the armor.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the chest. Chest right over the heart, right over the shoulder through the neck. Like this whole just cleave. A huge rending of the story is gone.
All right.
So there's also other bits of information that are missing. There's the side of the left ribs is
Mhm.
torn open as well. So there's a big story about specific purpose of the seraphim that are missing.
Matt, there's 3 pieces that are you gave me.
Mhm.
One is the right shoulder, which you said.
Yep.
The left tip and the right thigh are the 3 holes.
Yeah. So you're missing a big story about the seraphim, where they come from. Missing the purpose of the seraphim here is missing, and then part of Lucy's role is missing. Because the armor tells a story from top down. The helmet is the most important.
Mhm.
It's got a lot of nicks
Mhm,
and
mhm.
claws, but at least it tells you there's an origin point. Now, more embellishments about that are specific from the neck down, the shoulders, the pauldrons, and that's a huge chunk of that's missing. And then the purpose and the design that the seraphim have chosen for themselves here on this tapestry is missing, and then part of Lucy's role
These
is missing.
fuckers.
Yeah. These were
These
targeted strikes.
Yeah, not only did they
Why?
damage this because they cast Lucy down into the tapestry and they destroyed the parts of this armor that could lead us back to where she came from. More importantly, they're not in danger. The origin point, and he's pointing to the helmet, is independent of the tapestry. They made a deal to let one of the voidlings into the tapestry after Lucy was cast into it. They intend for this voidling that they made a deal to let it have the whole fucking tapestry, to eat her and kill her off and destroy the tapestry because they think it's flawed. They're going
Well-
to let the whole tapestry be destroyed because she changed it to allow us free will.
Yeah, but they
have
the
doomed us
seraphim
all.
are in danger. The seraphim are in danger.
The seraphim attached to this tapestry will go with her. They have
Yep.
entered essentially a suicide pact,
Yep.
but they ensure that she dies first. Afterwards, a new tapestry will be formed, and new seraphim deployed. And unless another one makes the same choice that Lucy did, they're going to have a tapestry which is inflexible. It's going to be impossible for it to survive.
Uh,
I'm sorry that you
Unless they learn from their lesson now and create one with the things she put in place.
so
out of character, like kind of important point. Did you just imply that they have doomed the universe because of the very concept of free will, and that we have to now fight to unfuck the mistake that was made? So that the
We
next
can't
episode-
unfuck it. The
Well-
deal that's made for this void creature is open-ended. It's gonna win eventually. That's why Alhazard's been so focused on the void and making weapons to fight it and trying to create a place the void won't be able to eat if it gains dominion over the entire tapestry by winning this bet.
Yeah,
That's Alhazard's end goal. That's his epilogue goal, is to create a stellar survival directory to prevent all of the things in the tapestry from being annihilated when this one dude with an ambiguous open-ended bet finally wins. That's Alhazard's end goal, is to
Are you talking
prevent...
about Twilight?
No.
I was
Yes,
Yeah,
Twilight.
that's Twilight.
Talk about
Yeah,
Twilight.
Because I was hearing the part where it's like this universe is doomed because of the fact that Lucy introduced free will into it. That's the part that stuck out to me.
yeah,
I mean,
she did.
especially this character.
Yeah, like Lucy was part of the seraphim who specifically they came together. They decided what was going to happen for the tapestry. It was everything is destiny. Everything is scripted. Every life, every minute part of your life is already decided. It was supposed to be perfect. Lucy saw that was death. Sure, it'd be nice for a time, but we're stagnant. Everything's perfect.
There's no growth.
There's no growth. There's no struggle. So she killed another seraphim, and they cast her out
First, they crippled her by destroying her hands.
and her wings.
And her wings, and then they cast her out. There's for
Yeah, no, I like. This is on the point where Kuzmo converges of being like mad to like actually properly paying attention because the concept that Lucy was born is forgiving free will, which is like one of the biggest philosophical
one of the core
tenets
tenets of your ideology. Yeah,
just
it's
of
also one
everything
of the
Kuzmo
core.
has.
It's also one of the core identities of the Centauri people. Is they're real big on free will. That's why
Exactly.
Alhazred didn't come to you over this memory shit and be like, "Give it to me now," and rip it out of you. That's why
Right.
It's respect.
Kuroko didn't, because she's also big on free will.
So this has now become just a concept of I want to save the universe gets eaten, but now a philosophical concept of fuck you, free will has
Yeah.
to survive.
So
Yes.
the
Even if we
Seraphim,
don't.
from what Hazard is saying, have made a pact with an up and coming new conqueror of the void that says, hey, you need to protect our tapestry from the other voidlings, but if you get first dibs if you win, but you have to keep them out and we have to keep you out. But there's no end to the deal. It's permanent. He's permanently attached to this tapestry now. But on the back is the key thing that gives you all hope. This is not the only tapestry.
Yeah. Which
There-
means that there exists the possibility to create independent tapestries, which means that if he gets in, we could, if we can build a whole brand new tapestry from scratch, he won't have any claim on it. Which means we could evacuate this tapestry
Now,
into a new one.
right. Difference is the tapestries are separated, just like planets,
Mm-hmm.
by space.
Yep.
By the void. The void are, even in the concepts of infinites, they are multitudes more powerful and larger than all of the tapestries put together.
They're
They are
planetivores.
they are all of the dead space between all the different planets in a solar system. And each planet is a tapestry that's part of a large universe, but all the blank space, it's all void. They are infinite and insurmountable. But for some reason they just can't crack you open like a nut and eat the insides. They have to be
That's where
let
Veil
in.
comes in. Yeah. That's where the we dream comes in.
Right.
That's why Alhazred's been doing things like making the tapestry blades, working with Vapor Dharma Sign.
Oh shit.
Because he has absolutely recognized, like dozens of sessions ago, a couple dozen sessions ago, he absolutely recognized that the real enemy, the only true enemy, is the void. Doesn't
Okay.
matter the petty shit that happens in the dream, because ultimately, all of us should be fighting the void. We should all be making sure that shit doesn't get in.
I mean, yeah,
And he
this
would be
was-
telling everybody if it
Nope.
wasn't for the fact that he knows some morons are going to try and let it in for one reason or another.
Kuzma, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, yeah, and Kuzma's been like going about his usual business, but like, intent you did get Kuzma focused on the void, but then he's gone from like, this is a very active threat, like, this is the threat.
Exactly. And
Like,
this is
no,
the
no.
threat that he's training the Centauri people to fight. He wants to cut their teeth on the Solicon, which are the boogeymen of multiple tapestry squares.
I mean, between the combination of preserving free will and his constant quest to never let his love die. Yeah, let's fucking go.
This,
Now laser
Kuzmo,
focused.
this is the reason that your conflict with Nios needs to take a back seat. I will not say he did right. What he did was wrong, and he wronged you, and I will make up for it as best I can.
We'll get that settled and I'll clock him later. For now, we have to save the fucking tapestry.
All
Or
of reality.
something.
We
Yes.
stopped one incursion. Granted, that incursion was my fault, and I will accept that. But we stopped one incursion already. Look at the 10th floor. Look around you.
Yeah.
This place
Yeah.
used to be an endless palace. I destroyed it because Ayana was enslaving my people. We killed a total of 7 of the 10 gods here now.
Oh.
There are only 3 left, and the way to the floor above that they guarded is no longer extant. We can simply go there. But
Well,
this gives me a lot more to work with. The fucking Seraphim fucked us.
I'm not surprised by astronomically dividing beings fucking you over.
I know, right?
It's almost like it's their fucking job or something.
But this is why healing Lucy is so important. She's the only one who made the decision, who had the foresight and the vision to realize that what they would have made would have doomed us and them. And they hate her for it. If creation has a champion, has an advocate, it's Lucy. And we have all been raised to hate and fear her as the proponent of the deepest, blackest pits, as the greatest monster and betrayer.
Well, I don't know about you.
She did bring about sin, which came through Madaris and created Cain, and they thus came the Sinners faction. They are a blight upon the tapestry.
I don't think I was taught to hate Lucy. Then again, I guess we had a subset or something.
You had something comparable.
Asmodeus. But
Yes.
then again, Asmodeus is like the antithesis of free will, so not even that.
There you are.
Well, on most pantheons, things like Asmodeus or any other demons, they serve Lucifer, which is Lucy.
Yes.
And all tales usually tell of Lucifer being this betrayer, the worst of the sinners, the pinnacle sin.
Oh yeah, no, I get what you're saying. Like, I understand the mythological comparison. I'm just saying that Kuzma is like, actually, wait, no, I don't think I've ever heard of this Lucifer before.
Well, he would be
So,
Asmodeus' boss.
yeah, would have been, but Asmodeus was in fact himself a god. So
Doesn't
they
matter.
they missed
Lucy
Kuzma-
is
missed
over
Kuzma
supersedes
with that one.
gods. Yeah, well, I mean, if you were told, "Hey, Asmodeus' boss is in town," you'd be like, "Oh shit, time to roll out, time to kick some ass."
Well, yes, but from what you told me, like, Lucy sounds like the antithesis to Asmodeus. So, I don't know. I guess they missed us with that one.
Not everyone has. Not everyone's employees directly represent them well. Regardless,
That is a fair point.
this is an issue. By understanding this armor and the seraphim blood that was spilt by it, I can hopefully heal her. Elevate her back to the ranks of a whole and true seraphim.
Now,
And
tanking
clad
this
her
armor
appropriately.
gives you incredible headaches because there's more to this armor than just being an inert object. This is an essence bound item to Lucy.
Yep.
Problem is, the marring of the armor also dictates the ability to restore Lucy. The
We gotta
damage,
fix the armor first.
but the problem is the story will never be fixed. They purposely marred Lucy's purpose and story on the leg. The art is gone. This was more than just. This is a permanent infliction of harm to a seraphim.
Right. Well, again, it's just like with the Grand Master. It's the same concept.
Right.
We cannot restore Lucy to whatever her previous position was. We can establish a new purpose.
Right.
We can write a new story.
This is also one of the things your master warned you about at the very end. Getting absorbed with an obsession so powerful it consumes every facet of your life.
Mhm.
This is your crucible. This is what she warned you about. You will focus on your war against the void, but you're also trying to restore the unrestorable. Because these individuals, they're technically unassailable. They're indomitable, invincible. But yet they lie broken, irrevocably. And you have, I can kind of see it in your mind, Frog. I have to put these guys back together.
Not guys. The rest of the Seraphim can go fucking hang.
Well, no, I'm talking about the ones your two projects, Lucy and the Grand Master. This is the thing Brightly warned you about. This is where you're going to end up accidentally essence bonding yourself to stuff.
Any
And if you,
warning for me?
oh, you're safe. You're absolutely
You're
safe.
totally fine, man. Intent crafting, one of the hazards of it One of the hazards of it.
Ah,
One of the hazards of it is you put too much of yourself in your work, and it literally leaves you diminished.
wow, that is philosophically accurate.
Right? The thing is, and correct me if I'm wrong, guys, but if there is a thing to put too much of yourself into, it's kind of this.
Yeah. I'm kind of just trying to figure out what we start proactively doing because, and I don't mean this in disrespect, standing around here doesn't seem to be doing us a lot of good.
Oh, it's doing us a lot of good. Just studying this armor has opened up just literally just looking at this armor has given us new insights.
All right, Alex, give me something to do then. What should I do to start moving us forward?
All right. We need supplies, materials, things that can be forced together or alloyed together to form a simulacrum of Seraphim level craft.
Yes, I think I can start working on that.
How dare you?
Great. We need tapestry level materials. And we'll have to fuse tapestry level materials together to create something of Seraphim quality. Something of that potence. Kuroko's Nullice.
The only
He's
guy you
a-
know that makes this level of material is Paradox.
Yeah.
And even then, he doesn't hand it over easily.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you give him a noble cause, like, we're going to put Lucy back together, it's like, dude, you don't just get tapestry grade materials. There's other noble causes. You're not the only one who's come to me with an idea, and I've donated before, but the problem is success. Success is the problem. And that's the kind of kicker. You also need a next level. Hazard, you know you're missing something critical, whether it's an evolution to your craft, or a piece, or something. You guys are missing something.
We have the Nebulous, right?
You have a lot of
Material.
things. You guys have a lot of things.
We have the blood, right?
Yeah.
But we haven't even thought of the blood yet.
We haven't even gotten to work on the blood.
Right.
So
DM, I'd
I'm
like
gonna
to
start-
put the blood in a... Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm gonna start looking for resources, the things we need.
Where? How? All the W's and the H.
I'm gonna go find stuff, like the most valuable shit we can find and have in our possession, and start bringing it over to Alhazard because this is worth draining the entire coffers of Demarez so that, you know, we can save fucking reality.
Well, that's like
'Cause
breaking the
where all our
bank.
shit is.
That's
Mhm.
like breaking the
We
bank
need-
early and destroying the economy just so you can have gains now instead of prolonged gains. This is not going to be a
Motherfucker,
sprint.
if we don't have gains now, there's not gonna be anything for the economy later. There's gonna be
Take it.
nothing.
Reality
Get
isn't
the
ending
economy in the way.
today.
Yeah, reality's not ending today.
Reality is not ending today. But this is the point where I have the materials I can put together.
Yeah, so it's going to be a marathon. This is going to be a
Yeah.
constant vigilance game. You're basically the Night's Watch against far worse than the White Walkers.
Well, my point was still valid.
No, you're right. It was 100%. It was. This is the fight, and I'm super glad that you are so hot-blooded for it, because every time we've gotten into a fight, somebody has gotten fucked against the Void. Arsteen in the last fight was really badly hurt, and Alhazard picked up 7 check marks in 2 Forbidden Lures that he needed to heal her. And essentially had to take all that knowledge, pull it out of his head, and then cure himself of a brain spider infestation, because just knowing the things he knew was drawing nightmare parasites into his existence.
Uh-huh.
He put all of it in a book, and occasionally a spider crawls out of the book and disappears into a puff of dust.
Right. So essentially, Kuzma was going to look Alhazra in the eye and go, listen, this is like the big brain shit you guys are doing. I'm not that kind of big brain. Give me something to do so that we can move forward.
We need 3 things. We need materials, knowledge, and warriors. Train your people, raise up Demaraz. We will equip them with weapons of vapor and veil so they can fight the void. Spread. Find as many tapestries as you can. I will lead you to as many as I can find. We will plant legends and myths so that people who search can find tools we leave behind to fight the void and arm themselves. This
You
is
will
bigger
hear
than creation.
a rap on the door, but your room doesn't have a door.
Oh, we're in my lab.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. I open the door.
You see a wall of white, and a white armored clad individual just stands there. You can definitely tell it is as menacing as possible, but your dream. That's Vale. There's no menace in the world that could make Vale threatening to dream.
Mm-hmm. I look up at them and I'm like, good day.
A big hand, as big as your chest, reaches in and drops something out of it.
Okay, I'll check it.
It is the whitest rough ore that you have ever seen.
Oh, is this straight Vale?
This is Veilstar.
I'll, bow just a little bit. Thank you very much.
This is because the veiled ones, they actually have their own titles.
Yep.
Virtues, as we call them.
Names, even. This is the Veilstar of Freedom, or the Veiled One of Freedom. It's free to act wildly. It's free to do shit the other Veiled Ones can't do, like give away Veilstar to people. It's the only one of the few Veiled Ones that can harm the tapestry for the greater good of it later.
Mm-hmm.
Which it just did, because it took away that.
This is a dead Veiled One. This is what your other hammer's made of.
Innocence.
It either killed another Veiled One, or it robbed a grave, which weakens the veil overall.
Yeah.
Alhazard will actually give it another nod, like a deeper one this time. I appreciate this. We will put it to the best use we can.
It's not a small one either. This is a grapefruit sized. Like, this is a big hunk of it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a lot. And the door just. Now you kind of know where the forges are. They're in the dead of the veil. They're not on the tapestry.
Clearly.
So, Matt, Doc Rocco has given information about the master. Can she assist here or no?
Well, Doc Rocco is no stranger around Seraphim Forges.
Right.
Not her yard house, but this one's a lot more malleable to what is needed. It's smaller than your lab. Like the Doom lab, at least twice as big. A lot more sophisticated machines, but they're all specified for purpose. They have a design to them that makes them unmalleable. This is a lot of open workbenches. Yep. This is open crafting, but it's so small.
Alhazard has been slowly piecing things in here as he needs them. Like he's got a workbench for tooling weapons and firearms. And you see a partially completed flintlock, completely unassuming looking.
Yeah. His inscription workbench is a lap bench.
Yep.
Because it just doesn't have enough space.
Yeah, it's tiny. It's a tiny little place. It's got one empty tank next to the Grandmasters, and they're squeezed into corners.
I'm just curious as to can I offer assistance with Doc Rocco here or not?
Yeah, absolutely. Dark Rocco has a pretty significant amount of knowledge. You also have one of the few tapestry grade materials, the strings.
It's true. We were going to use this for connecting the labyrinth to hell.
True, absolutely, and that's going to be the trade off. The tapestry grade materials, I may give you at most 2 more for the rest of the epilogues of everyone. How you use them and where they go will determine what the epilogue looks like.
Yeah.
Kuroko, a thought.
Yeah.
And Avatar Hazard steps out of Al Hazard and picks up his normal hammer.
Mhm.
We can offer to Paradox to cure his fears in exchange for things that we need. Kuzmo has a great deal of wealth and unusual things to bring to bear. If you could take him and my avatar to Paradox, we could acquire more of what we need.
Okay, that's easy enough. Door will open, and then we'll go to Paradox's hideaway.
All right. In the meantime, I'm going to bring out essentially a mass spectrometer, but like Centauri style, so it's about the size of an arm instead of the size of a table.
Yeah.
And he's going to start analyzing the Seraphim blood.
All right. First glance, it's nothing special. Looks like human blood. All the way through and through, all the way down.
Mm-hmm. Then we get a little more intricate with it. And essentially, Al Hazard, as needed, is going to start Seraphim crafting devices to study these things more deeply.
Yeah, meanwhile, Kuzmo is going to relay to Temaras that there needs to be a massive uptick in the training of the warriors, both people ascribed into the Blood and the Icefire Pact and just, militia forces.
Kuroko, you will receive a message in the middle of talking, right before you talk to Paradox. Labyrinth is starting to shift, and not in the way that's been recorded before. It's starting to tilt.
It's doing a Weasley house. It's sliding off the foundation.
Yep.
If you need to take care of that first, by all means.
This is last call.
Right. This is do we attach it or not, or use the material for Lucy instead?
No, this is last call for Labyrinth stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to focus on getting all of my shit out of there.
No, yeah. You can get all your shit out of there. You can direct all your people to leave. Or you can have them prepare for the transition, but last call for players for Labyrinth. Because if you guys are going to go off to these big projects, Labyrinth is not going to be around.
If we're going to move it to hell, we need to do it now. It's going to create problems in hell for later. Big problems. But we can preserve the first mutation of the tapestry, or we can take what we want and let it all collapse.
So, Matt, are you saying that we won't be able to do the 11th floor stuff if we don't?
Yeah, last call for it. You guys are off to your big projects. You're about to enter basically epilogue of your own volition.
Yeah.
You guys are off to do the big stuff. Collect resources, build empires, arm the tapestry. The destruction of the 10th floor, this thing it's on a timer. You don't have this thing for much longer. It was fragile enough as it is, and you destroyed the foundations. The tower's inverted.
Yeah. And weren't we supposed to use this inversion to attach it to hell?
Right. I'm saying you can do that. I'm asking, do you want to do the floor above content, or can I retire those maps?
I see.
I mean, we really do want to do those.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be bringing the floor above into hell, would we?
It's attached to the labyrinth, just like all the lost sectors are.
Okay.
In fact,
so
the lost sectors are reliant on the labyrinth to survive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we know that the third floor lost sector holds together the tapestry, or not
Let's
the
let's
tapestry.
go to the
the
11th floor.
mountains.
Let's go to the 11th floor now and
Well-
use that power for our next stuff.
If we do the 11th floor, we're not going to be able to save the tapestry.
What do you
we're
mean?
Wasn't that what you were just saying?
No.
No.
So the mutation
Okay.
is a boil on the outside of the tapestry. If it goes,
Uh-huh.
that's fine. The veil is going to cover it up with scar tissue.
Mhm.
It's if this is your last time to play in the labyrinth. But it doesn't mean you can't grab the labyrinth after and throw it in. You still have
Okay.
that
So
opportunity.
we have to finish up the 11th floor, and then we can secure the labyrinth to hell,
And then work on
come
these
back
things.
and start doing
Yeah.
this.
So
Here's what's going
if
to
you
look at-
complete the 11th floor, you can take the 11th floor with you or with the labyrinth. If you don't, the 11th floor
We
gets
lose it.
eaten. You can take the
And
rest of the
then-
labyrinth with you. The
Okay.
10th
Still
floor
not-
will be the top.
Yeah, still not good enough though. So let's go now. Let's do it.
All right.
So, am I evacuating all of my shit from the labyrinth or nah? What's going on?
No, it's fine. We're going to go to the 11th floor.
Okay, but like, if the labyrinth gets eaten, doesn't that mean a lot of 5 people are going to get fucking devoured?
Yes, but we won't let that happen. Essentially, we have to plot the floor above. We have to plant our flag on it, as it were, in order to have claim over it, in order to be able to bring it with us into hell. Once we are done there, one way or another, we can bring all of the floors that we have secured by visiting them with us into hell. If we don't, we lose out on them.
I'm going to go ahead and tell everyone to start moving to the 4th and 6th floors just in case.
Well, you can make that message, but I have Orchestra, the Armored Kuroko, and actually only need one to go. So it's going to be Orchestra that goes, and any other ones. No, let's keep it 3. Let's keep Orchestra, Beginning, and Armored Kuroko.
Okay.
Doom Kuroko.
You wanting
Yeah.
to bring Doomroko, or do you want to spend the eon it takes to don the armor?
Seraph Roku.
I already put on the armor mat.
So.
That's kind of like I didn't bring the armor with me. I brought it with me as in it was on my person.
Yeah, I was studying the armor while there was a Kuroko in it.
Okay.
Okay.
Groko, could you. I want to do a thing real quick, and I think I'm going to need your portally powers to do it.
We don't have time for other things. Just let me know what you want to do now.
That's what I was going to do. I was going to find McCulkey, hand him the fucking shuttle pass, explain, get all of the shit to the 4th floor. We are banning the 3rd floor. We're planning all the floors that we don't have direct control over. And then, yeah, have him do all
So
the shit.
as an FYI, I can't make those. I can't move around the labyrinth right now. The only place I'm allowed at is the 10th floor and up.
Oh.
If you end up
can-
with your feet on the 10th floor, you cannot go down either. You are stuck on the
Mhm.
10th and can only go higher.
I believe I could send him through his Hearthstone to Demaraz and have
Yep.
him give orders there.
You can leave the labyrinth, but you just can't go down
Yeah.
the labyrinth.
Go
Okay,
to
well,
your
that's what I'm
wife,
going to do.
get her to
Instead-
give the order.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give her the shuttle pass thing. Tell her to give the Macalki. Give Macalki the order. And that way, having the shuttle pass should make it easier for them to move shit from point A to point B, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, because that's just trying to utilize good resources.
Kuroko, if you want to
Yes.
send a couple of yours with my avatar and keep the plan on track to talk to Paradox, we can do that while we're doing
It only
this,
takes
yes?
one. Yes.
As many as you feel comfortable.
All right, so we got Orchestra, Armored Kuroko, and there was one other Beginning.
Beginning. Yes.
Okay.
I would have brought some of the
Um,
boys, but they would explode.
I'm going to collect ours team.
All right.
We're going to the floor above.
Are we
Oh.
sure? We sure bringing some of the ice fire would not be helpful.
They won't survive. We talked about this.
Still, greater numbers would probably be beneficial.
Could be. You never know.
Bring a few that you can afford to lose.
Hmm. Yeah, because when you say they will not survive, you mean that they will not survive to return to Demer.
That's the assumption, yeah.
That's the game they're
For the
playing.
fight against the Void, we'll need everyone we can, so yeah, we will hold them back.
All right. But yeah. Alhazard's going to hold his hand out to Arstine. Would you like to see what lies above?
Date night. I see.
Date night. Although it's something of a mixed outing.
It's always mixed outings.
Not
You create a
always.
perfect moment, and then I see you pissing off the side of the boat. It's like, I didn't need that.
I am ultimately a flawed man. It is only your love that gives me hope that I will become as flawless as you are.
Your flattery will get you in a dangerous position.
Isn't that
All right.
awfully fun?
All right. You guys are at the door. Are you ready?
I mean, it goes without saying, you know, I make sure to spend a good enough time with Coral that she realizes that this is possibly going to be the most dangerous shit I've been on, and if I don't come back, I love her and all that good shit.
Nice. Very kind of you.
Aw.
It's what he would do, but I didn't want to tie up like a whole bunch of time with it.
Step through.
Here we go.
Hit refresh so that it doesn't lag as much. This is my most intensive map I've
Oh, no.
ever made.
This is where I'm sending Avatar Hazard. You get back in there with the rest of us.
He's coming with you?
No, Avatar Hazard is not. He's going to Paradox.
Okay. Good to know.
All right.
Where the fuck am I going?
You're coming with us. The floor above.
Okay, cool.
Everybody gets one of these. So everybody can write down a vapor shield of 6,320.
The most intensive map ever made.
Whiteness.
Darkness and redness and whiteness. And boop.
There is nothing here. As far as the eye can see, there is an endless scape. No color. No atmosphere. Blankness. An empty canvas. Just by existing in this space, you feel like you're committing some unforgivable sin. Although your footprints or your footfalls leave no prints beneath your feet, you feel that space in which you've tread is dirty. But you're not the first. Even though your eyes cannot see it, the footfalls of those who came before you have left their stain across this precious canvas. And there is no sound here either. Even the thoughts in your head feel too loud in this empty space. Breathing is an unforgivable sin. There is no air, though, so I hope you brought spares. There's no atmosphere or the concept of law. There is nothing, and no entity to control it. No force to tell it how to bend and twist into a shape that is comfortable to you, or something you recognize. It is all untouched. Maybe this is the way the tapestry was, but that feels wrong in your mind. This place is a wrongness. There should be something. There should always be something. Because if there isn't, it's not dream. Even the veil is more than this.
So
Maybe
when I
the-
look at this, sorry, Matt,
I
continue.
stream. This is some esoteric shit.
Yeah, you scream, the scream dies almost immediately, but you know it travels in eternity. There's nothing to stop it.
I have
So-
literally screamed into the void.
You're not sure if the void actually has eaten this place, and this is what a void shorn territory looks like. This is the
So-
first of firsts.
When I look at this with the tapestry vision, I don't get dream, I don't get veil, I don't get void,
Nothing.
nothing. So
It's just nothing.
is it null though? We wouldn't exist here if it was null, right?
No. Null is. It's not no.
I'm gonna take a bunch of the wedding gifts that Arsteen and I got, the sort of like 3D models and uploads of happy memories and the crystal and laser art, and I'm gonna start pulling it out and sort of arranging them.
Are they on you now?
Yes, they're keep them in a storage space.
Portals
Except
do not
ones that
work
I have
here.
used to decorate. Okay.
Hearthstones will not work. There is no outside place. Through that
It's
door is
contained.
your hope to salvation and an exit. And there is no other way out except through that door. You know
So I
this is a
can't even-
finality.
I can't even portal swap or Kuroko swap?
If they are here, yes. If they are here
Okay.
in this realm with you and you can see them, you can.
What about Soulbound?
But you cannot even connect to your realm here.
Okay.
There is no connection to the tapestry here. It's nothing.
Yeah. I'm going to lay out a bunch of the small figurines and stuff. I kept like hundreds of them in an extra dimensional space because we got like huge piles of them from the Centauri.
Okay.
And I'm going to. There you go. Alhazard is going to start essentially filling the space with them.
All right.
He's going to take the sort of the laser etchings and he's going to pull out some small like sort of glowing materials.
Sure.
And he's just going to set like some of the crystalline art and stuff on glowing materials and shadowed materials and just fill the space with color as
does
far
not
as it can
take.
reach.
You have differentiated the door. The door will stand out among its peers, even as it already has. But you've given it more substance. But the colors will not. This place does not take. It's a pure white surface, but you can feel the stain, the infection that these items thrust into this place. Grasping, reaching, clawing, attempt to grabbing, purchase, to throw the colors into the realm like you want. But it doesn't show.
That's some weird shit.
Let it be known we were here.
Kuzma is going to attempt to stick a painting to the door.
Oh, just so it doesn't close?
Well, no, just like, I don't know, take a tack or a piece of tape or something, just put one of his paintings up on the door.
I'll
Okay.
make sure it doesn't close.
Essentially, yes.
I'll take a piece of like vapor dermicine and use it as a doorstop.
All right.
Actually, I take it back. I have null steel bars. Put one of those down.
It won't break, but you do know if the door is left open, there is a potential for infection. The power of the labyrinth and the power of Fluidium will flow into this place.
I'm gonna try hefting my hammer and I'm going to try and intent shape essentially a screen to prevent that. Essentially, I want to put a screen door on this.
He's got a screen. He needs to close.
Needs to close.
Close the door.
All right. He'll take his doorstop out and just put one finger on the door.
Yeah, I was.
Are
It
we
does
all
it.
agreed?
Good.
Are we all agreed? The door closes.
Yes.
Yes.
He looks to Arstine.
I trust you, dear.
Thank you. And he closes the door.
All right. Mind me, this is a little bit of a jarring change, but the only way I can get this thing to do what it's supposed to.
We're going into the deep dream, aren't we? Or no? Are we going into the subconscious?
And it's not something I can tell you.
I guess
I will
we'll find
see
out.
when things might change or not.
For the record, painting on the door. It's just on the door frame because I don't know. Balazar was doing shit with like art stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, 100%.
Yes,
Absolutely.
no,
Go ahead and do
100%.
those things.
was here.
What would you like to do? The door is closed, but you feel it's not with a finality. You've closed the security door. Feel a breath of ease, but your transgressions are far worse now. Or at least that's what it feels like to you.
I'm going to hold my hand out, take Arstine's hand, and I'm going to pick a direction.
Okay.
We can kind of feel the footsteps of those who came before us, right?
Yes, they're like ink splotches or footprints on a road or in the snow.
I'm going
Can't
to
see
take the
them,
path.
but you can feel them.
I'm going to take the path less traveled. And I'm going to go in a different direction.
She's like, "Are you sure?"
What did we ever gain by following other people?
Knowledge, legacy, history.
Do any of those things matter to you?
She gives you a look like, "Are you just
Is it-
being
Of course.
stupid on purpose?"
Is it knowledge that matters to you, or is it learning?
What's,
Can't have
When
one
you-
without the other, I suppose. At least in my eyes. You do realize you don't have to learn, you can just know in this day and age. People can just imbue the knowledge and do the learning for you.
Mhm.
But I digress. That's just being technically cheap.
But I like learning.
I know.
I like doing.
But this is a date, so let's go. Take me on a wild adventure. But don't
Through the
stray
empty
too far from those three. I do feel rather comfortable with their abilities. Or at least what they're capable of in case of danger.
A
I don't think they were directed at you, unfortunately, Kuzmo.
You're hanging up probably a nudie mag on the.
no, that is a tasteful painting.
Yes, tasteful nudes. All right.
No, it's not. It's an actual tasteful painting.
Well, what
that's
is
fair.
it?
It's I put it. It's a painting of him and Coral sitting under a tree on a riverbank.
Oh, that's pretty tasteful. Yeah, that's
Right?
that's
Very lovely.
platonic.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like their favorite spot back when Gurnberry was like a
Not
new place.
ice.
Yes, that was more like saying not yet a city state, but that too.
You guys travel into the white.
Travel into the
Oh,
white.
orchestra. This is so different. floor below,
Gray.
black, and enough
And white.
sound to fill the space into eternity.
Yes, no, definitely with the gray, the vibrations of static.
This,
Yeah,
this whoa. What happened to Kuzmo?
He's right here.
She's still there.
Oh, there he is. Disappeared on my screen.
Weird.
All right.
All I
You
see
guys
is
wander. Any further and you will lose sight of the door.
That's okay.
All agreed?
I can always
Sometimes
find
you
my way
just need
back.
to go into it.
Let's go.
So much effort!
My eyes don't reveal anything here, do they? Or my
There's
survival
nothing to
instinct.
reveal. You're running around, your eyes are like, where's the good shit?
Does my tremor sense to detect the people walking next to me?
No.
Right, because there's like nothing for it to vibrate against. Or rather, nothing to pick up vibration.
There is no ground in which you walk across.
Yes. This is actually very disorienting for him.
But at least your feet find purchase.
It's like walking on a fucking fluffy ass cloud. He can't even feel the vibration of his own steps.
This ain't fluffy. It's solid. Well now, team.
The girls are thinking about what could the 11th floor be. We know that there's gray on the -1. There's pretty much black. I wouldn't call it black. There's dust from Fluidium. There's all the garbage
The garbage.
on floor 3's lost sector. And this one here, it's all white. Seems like there's nothing.
Well, Hazard's just oddly taking this time to de-stress. He's going on a walk with his wife. He's got his friends. He's okay. The only thing that he might wish different was if Cerebra and Helephany were here. They always bring something to the table, you know?
A head pops out of your bag. You called Chocolate Hottie?
Girls!
What? We weren't hiding in your bag or anything.
I'm sure. Would you
Your
care
wife
for a
gives
walk
a
with
very
us?
peeved look.
Would you care for a walk with us?
Of course. Just totally gonna walk with the hotties.
Hello,
They literally crawl out of a bag that a spider would fit into.
Hello, spider ladies.
You're chocolate and slightly hot. Kind of shut up, and they slap their own face. Shut up, Haley. Stop being a slut. God. Keep it together for one moment, can you? No?
Kuzma was very confused. On the one hand, he was called handsome. On the other hand, he's not sure he was called handsome by them. They feel like they have a very untraditional standard for beauty.
Several eyes turn your way. They're like, hi.
Hi. Kuzmo, the girls.
Yes.
You've met.
Yes. Yes, we have. We met
This
very
place
early-
is like
I
Stephanie's
first met-
brain. Nothing.
I still remember. I met them before I met Nios. I think. Yes.
Yeah, we're familiar. I like your new do though. Very hot.
Right. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I do kind of miss being the lizard, but I did kind of want
Yeah,
to return to the roots
I
I was
mean-
supposed to be.
I don't really get it why people are into that furry shit. It's kind of weird. It's like,
I mean,
yeah,
the lizard
it's like
thing was kind of
yikes.
forced on me at birth.
It's kind of a yikes. It's kind of like, ooh, are you into that type of thing? Sarah would
I'm
totally be in
married
that
to a
type of
ferret
thing.
woman. What do you think?
No, you're not. You're married to a demon woman.
No. What? What do you
Oh my
mean?
god, you guys are like so weeaboo. I can't even tell you right now.
Well, yes, I am. But originally, back when I first fell in love with her, she was merely just a ferret woman. So I guess now she's a demon ferret woman.
I don't think she's still a ferret, man. Everybody got the makeover.
Yep. Bacalki was one of the few that lived instead of getting frozen. If they didn't die from being frozen, they got to keep their feral nature.
Oh.
Those who froze to death got to be remade as a demon, which have a human-like form, but their skin is bluish.
Yep.
Ooh, she got that mystique look.
And in an open display of shipping, he's going to suggest to the girls that maybe they. Actually, he's gonna ask the girls, why don't they regale? Oh, sorry, hold on. He's gonna ask the girls, why don't they regale Kuzma with some of their exploits and see if anything he's done recently.
Oh my god, Haley's
makes
got
them
all
smile.
of them exploits, especially down there.
Nice.
Shut up, Stephanie. You're just being a little bitch because you're jealous I get actually action, and you're just a prude. And then they start fighting amongst themselves, like literally, like
Girls,
hands are
girls,
like, whoa, whoa,
girls,
whoa, whoa, whoa,
girls.
stop fighting! And some of them are trying to attack the one shared head, and
Girls,
others are
you're
like,
both untraditionally pretty.
which ones, huh? Both? That means only two of us are pretty?
There are
I
4 of
said
them.
girls, girls. I didn't specify a number.
I'm just
See,
gonna give them a little nudge and like
backtracking.
give them
He's
a wink.
backtracking. Oh
Wait,
yeah, no,
I
it's
did
fine.
say all.
No, you said both. You said both.
Oh,
But it's
well, that
okay.
was a slip of the tongue.
You can give me a slip of the tongue. Shut up, Haley! Stop it!
I mean, we were kind of on a schedule, but I can make time.
One set of hand is doing the
Beautiful.
finger through the whole thing off to the side so the others can't see it. Just in and out, just the sex. And eventually one of the hands slaps it. Just like, nope, stop that.
Like, here's the thing. Usmu isn't even that particularly interested, but this is still amusing.
Hey man, it's 4 girls in one.
That
Also,
is
if they're
true.
flirting with you, they'll stop flirting with me in front of my wife. So, Hazard's plan
see,
here is
that's
to
part
see
of why
if
I'm
you can
doing
get you
this.
guys.
That's
Yeah.
actually part of why he's doing this.
I appreciate you being a total bro.
Like, I'd be your fucking, like, end of the world wingman here.
So the trek forward leads
It
you
is-
to a crossing of. You can't see it, but there's a demarcation. A group
Oh.
of 3 have walked across horizontally. Oddly, you're about to perpendicular their path.
Do you want to follow the path?
They had found something, they said.
True. But is that all
And
it
2 of
is?
them decided to come back, right?
True, but they also would not speak of their time there, and I never went.
Yes.
What are the odds we come across their path like this? When they went one way and we went another.
This place doesn't really have any concept of space, time, any of the important laws of ever.
Then I believe it is intention.
As in, something's manipulating this to have us follow that path?
Mm-hmm.
Well then, let's go. Unless you feel rebellious today, dear husband.
I am always rebellious.
In this matter,
In this matter, I feel like we should know what we're rebelling against.
All right, fair.
I rebel against pants, just on principle.
My people wore kilts. I understand.
Oh yeah, why am I not wearing my kilt? Actually, that would like really, that would be really fucking good character.
Okay, boys, down we go.
It's just like, when are we rebelling against pants? I rebel against pants on principle. Come on, Sarah, bring the Heffany.
Oh my god, he can't even say our name right. He didn't say your name right. That doesn't mean Sarah Brent Halefny.
Sarah Bryn Halifany.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's a very
See,
complex
Haley,
name.
you just don't matter. He can't even get your name right. Shut up, bitch.
It
Shut up,
took me
bitch.
a month to pronounce my own woman's name right. It's not as difficult as you'd think.
Well then.
By the way, out of
Other character, that is canonically accurate. In character, he actually took like a month to pronounce her name properly. He's actually like, it is actually a character trait. He's just really bad at pronouncing names. And I don't know if I ever actually specified that.
I can't control her token, nor.
I'll make it so you can.
Okay.
Look, it's things.
I see.
It's a feast for the eyes, almost literally.
Oh my god, I
Just-
just realized there's triple question marks under the units of measurement.
Ah,
That is such a good. Yo! Fucking damn.
Oh yeah, I
12
went out of
of
my way.
10.
Yeah, you may not be able to see it, but yeah, I did a little effort on the back end of this.
Yes,
That's
that is
cool.
such a cool detail.
that's
It's the little
cool,
things like
man.
that.
The bricks, Matt, do they ring familiar to Orchestra?
They do, but not to all of you. These were imported.
Okay.
Oh,
So
Somebody
they're not-
tried to build something here, a way station, a forward operating base, a home, something to add permanence to a space that has nothing.
I would like to attempt to nudge the skeleton with a stick to make sure it's like properly dead.
It's dead. Just kind of jostles, almost falls over.
I want to pick up one of the bricks.
Yeah.
Also, Jesse brought a stick with him.
Of course he did.
Specifically for poking.
Can I thump the brick and feel what it's made of? Like, where did it come from?
Came from the. It did not come from the labyrinth, nor is it from here. It's an importer from an outer world with no fluidium. It's a very
Oh, I
sturdy
see.
material.
Of course, there's a fucking anvil. Alhazard's gonna take a look.
Looks
Well,
like
you
there's a
remember-
sword there too.
There does.
You also do remember the story of those who went. Remember?
Hmm.
Do you remember the 3 people who went?
Let me check. I have.
I remember
that written
3
down, I
people
believe.
went, 2 people came back, 1
Yup.
stayed. And that's all I know of the story.
3 ever entered, only 2 returned, both more powerful than the rest of the 10 floor gods combined. Who never spoken, the rest were made afraid. Made it down. No, it was war. It was, I think it was, didn't Arstine say it was like her predecessor?
No, Ariana went. That's why she stood above the
I
rest.
thought Ariana didn't go specifically.
sorry. Yeah, sorry, you're right. It was her predecessor who disappeared. She's not even in the Pantheon anymore.
Yeah. Wasn't
And
she the one who
then-
didn't come back?
No, that one did come back. It was the 3rd one that didn't come back, which was, and a bare mentioned hint from War, it was their god of craft. They're forgemen. They're blacksmith. The guy who made all their weapons on the original, like, march up
Makes sense.
the labyrinth.
Yeah.
Their crafter. The
Their
guy that
version of
repaired
me.
all of their stuff. Yeah.
I would like to investigate this box.
Yeah, it's a big box, big crate, filled with wisps of fabric, snippets of some sort of cloth,
What do they smell like?
dust.
Ugh. Smells like old people.
But not as into dust as if it was accumulated here. It's the things inside the box. There was dust in it to begin with. There's no accumulation of dust here.
Well, yes, that would be the strange part. Is like, how do they collect dust if there's no dust
Right.
that is native to this floor?
There's the box had it inside, the dust inside to begin with.
Alhazred, somebody specifically packed dust into this box of cloth for some
Or it
reason.
was really, really old.
Oh, well, that.
The dust could be
Well, I
the
guess
things
just because there's
disintegrating
no
over
space
time.
doesn't mean there's no time.
Time's here. Time, there's not a thing here. That,
Well, then see, there you go.
yeah, that's right. That molten piece of metal in the middle, not getting any colder.
Yeah.
There's also no forge.
He would have had to have heated it with some other means.
Yep.
I cool it down though.
I would like to touch
Yeah,
the
you
metal
absolutely
to
could.
determine how warm it was left in the state in.
Perfectly within forging temps to be struck.
Hmm.
It's a
So
basic
that's a-
weapon, from what you can tell, Kuzmo. Something you've seen thousands of times.
Yes, I have probably broken many of these kind of weapons before.
I'm gonna
This is cool.
take out my hammer and tink the anvil.
That is a null steel anvil.
Okay then. And the hammer?
Wow.
The hammer is just Durmacite.
I punched it.
Okay.
I punched the metal.
Which metal? There's a hammer. There's a
Glowing red one.
smack it with your fist, and it scatters across off the anvil onto the
I'll
floor.
reach out and catch it.
Yeah.
Before it hits,
Well, I
hits
meant
the
like I'm
floor.
trying to punch down and turns my hands and the hammer almost.
Oh, you snap it in half. The thing goes ping, and both sides just break.
It's
I-
just as
I
so.
would, in my defense, I was trying to forge it with my hand.
Do you know how to do that?
I actually have some knowledge from the past, but not quite.
When you're
Yeah.
going to forge something, Kuzmo, there is a time for strength and a time for precision. And I'm going to take the two pieces of the sword and lay them on top of each other. And I'm going to take my hand and just BAM! And start shaping it back into the original shape it was
Are you
in.
using it for brute strength and precision, or are you using intent shaping?
Just me at the moment.
Okay. Yeah, you just kind of mold it back with your raw strength and the power of your fingers, and literally you're massaging the blade back together, re-knitting the. Just like, this isn't even hot. It's kind of like clay.
This is such a big dick move. Just
Yeah.
forging with your hands. Which, I mean, technically I was able to do, but like you're like the actual master.
You punched it, dude.
smith.
You punched the shit out of it as a normal sword.
Right.
You flexed on it by breaking it with your fist.
Kuzma, bring me a scrap of that cloth, if you please.
No problemo, he says as he picks up a bunch of cloths.
You cannot pick it up. It is too heavy.
What?
The cloth is too heavy?
Yeah, the scraps.
Bullshit.
Can you lift 15 tons?
I'm pretty sure I can. Yeah, I've got like 137 strength.
You grab with both hands, just step. It's your like the whole body's straining to lift this.
This is heavy old people rags.
Your wife, Artsy's like, there's no concept of gravity here. There's no concept of the weight. Why is that heavy? I don't understand that. It's
It's
cloth.
not heavy. I'm fucking Guzmo.
I'm going
strong enough to lift
to
cloth.
take a step around, and I'm going to reach out and tink one of the scraps of cloth.
Your camera goes. I don't know. I don't know what that is.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know what that is. That's not a thing that is. It's not a thing that can be known.
I assert my dominance by lifting this cloth over my head.
It's, ah!
Yeah, Hazard's gonna. Well, if you manage to lift a piece of cloth over your head, I'm going to say, all right, put it on the forge.
And he is going to do that.
I'm just gonna drop it, or are you just gonna set it down gently? Like,
I'm gonna be gentle about it.
right. Go ahead and increase your strength by 1.
Yeah, because if I dropped it, like that would imply
Kuzma.
it's a hurry to put it
Kuzma.
down.
Go ahead and increase your strength score by 1.
Yes,
Messing with this thing. Ugh.
Yeah, I'm not gonna drop it because that would imply that it was heavy, but it's not. Because I'm fucking.
You could
Kuzma,
dunked it.
I'm strong as fuck.
Oh, he's posturing at the moment.
Yeah. Okay.
Kirko's going to say,
Manly fucking flexing.
once you're done with this, I'd like to cool it down. And then, could you try your craft on the Seraphim armor next?
Sure.
See what you can learn. Maybe this place is like a training ground. Somewhere as you can gain strength, gain knowledge, gain things that are not bound by the tapestry's rules.
A place to become more.
Go ahead and make me an awareness.
Whom?
All of you.
Can I use with all my characters then?
Yeah, everyone. A roll for art scene. The girls don't get a roll. They're kind of their own entity. Yeah. Art scene just kind of rubs her forearms. It's kind of like this place is very trafficked. I can feel it in the echoes of this place, the best to be described.
Oh shit! I also have awareness mastery.
A lot of stuff has happened here. Experimentation, from what I can tell. Testing the limits of this place, but it is, unfortunately, Kuroko, it is no training ground and no place to break the limits of things. They marred this place by bringing this stuff here. Just, I don't suffer from this feeling often, but I have a rolling disgust in my chest and my stomach just being here. Something's wrong. Wrong about this place. Wrong of what they did to this place with the bringing these things here. Wrong and pursue. Is that childish?
No.
Maybe.
Superstitious? I don't find
Perhaps.
myself superstitious.
Well,
If you are not prone to flights of fancy, and you feel something here, that is your instincts telling you something is here.
Why not
Sometimes the
just
instincts
remove
are
it, then?
wrong.
Take these things that were once here and take them away.
Doesn't undo what their
What's been done?
Yeah, doesn't undo it. It'll forever mar this place, even if every atom is taken away.
Is that a good or bad thing? I wonder. Every step feels a transgression, but a transgression against what? Is this what the tapestry could have been? Is this a place where the Seraphim feel perfection lied? This is a special kind of hell.
But remember, Hazard, this place has a purpose.
Does it?
Just like every lost sector within the labyrinth. Something of waste comes here. But what is it?
Is it waste?
It is something that we deem wasteful, I suppose. There's a key function to the labyrinth, and why would it be a key function?
I'm gonna just start stacking bricks.
I want to pick up the hammer.
Okay. Beautiful craftsmanship.
It's very lovely. I'm
It's not a Briley make, but you can definitely feel an intent craft. Somebody made this, shaped it with a single strike, just like you. It's not
Mhm.
Briley. Feels newer though. Definitely newer than that anvil. That is ancient. Oh
Does the anvil belong here, maybe?
no, none of this stuff does.
Fair enough.
That anvil is a relic. That's so much null steel.
It is a fuck ton of it, yeah.
You could take it if you'd like.
I'm thinking about it. I'm going to take this sword, and I'm going to take this hammer. This is just plain steel, right? There's nothing
Yeah.
special about it.
Yep.
I'm
Plain
going
steel.
to take some of this
That's got a
cloth
spot.
that he put on it. And what happens when the cloth comes in contact with the metal?
Doesn't even burn.
Okay.
Doesn't hiss. Doesn't protest. There's nothing. It's non-reactionary. Doesn't even stick to it.
Almost like a cloth version of null steel, null cloth.
Not by the way you're feeling with it, but even your hammer's like, I don't know what that is.
What is
Your
my
hammer can at least
survival instinct? Oh,
your hammer can tell what null steel is, which means it knows the concept of like a super neutral quality, and it would be able to
Mhm.
pick that up in the fabric. But even there, it's scratching its head, going, there really aren't words that I can put in. I can't describe it because there's not words for it or like words for it. Because your hammer, technically, it does know what it is because that's its right, but it is unable to communicate it to you.
Okay.
Or
Can it tell me what it's not?
no, neither, because it doesn't have the ability to give you similarities or synonyms or antonyms. It doesn't have a spectrum in which it can put it on because it doesn't even have the description of words to tell you about it.
The heat that's coming from the sword.
Yeah.
Still hot, right? What's the energy look like with my energy vision?
It's just thermal heat.
How much thermal heat?
Fuck.
As much as it takes to forge a sword.
Right.
So,
Unfortunately,
it's
I'll
just-
have to look it up.
No worries. I just wanted to know if I took the energy out of the sword.
Yeah,
What
you
would
can seal it.
happen?
It just cools it
Fair.
down. You're pulling it away.
Fair. And there's nothing special. It's normal
It's not
energy.
even radiating heat. It's not
Right.
pushing that down into the environment. There's no exothermic reaction.
Yeah.
2400 to 2600 degrees Fahrenheit.
Just sitting there, demurring. You can't even feel it until you literally put your finger in contact with it because it doesn't exude heat.
Fair. And what about the leather strips? So is there any energy?
Cloth strips.
Cloth strips, yes.
No, there's no energy.
Okay.
Which is interesting because the box has energy. Because
Box
all
energy.
the rocks have energy. Because in
Right.
this place, anything here that is not, or anything here at all, has energy. Because this place
Right.
is filled with nothing.
Right.
So even the bricks are filled with just energy from their ionic bonds. Same with the box. Strips are dead. Dead is this space. Dead is this place. There is no energy. Not even on
It
an
seems
atomic level.
Like that those strips actually belong here?
It's almost like they were collected and put in this box. They didn't come from wherever the box was originally.
Is that right? Because the box seems to be as inert as they are.
No, the box has ionic bonds.
Oh, okay.
There is no energy even on the atomic level.
So
There's no energy. There's no bonds keeping even the molecules, or not even the atoms together. There's nothing there.
So Guzma's about to try to do a science.
You gonna lick it, snort it,
No,
eat it?
what he's going to do is he built a pyramid on some of those bricks. Now he's going to take this cloth and carry it over there. Because he wants to figure out whether these things are in fact heavy and therefore will generate enough force to crash the bricks.
Oh, you're gonna drop it. Okay.
Yes.
When you let go, it stays there in the air. Doesn't move. It's just there in the air, floating,
He
unperturbed.
He nods and sits there thinking about the implications of this. And yes, I'll answer, you are actually seeing Guzman perform a motherfucking science.
It's a
No.
good science.
You have fucked around, and then you found out.
Yes. In fact, he's going to test it. He's going to take one of the bricks and put it on top of the cloth to see what happens.
Doesn't move it. The brick just lays there on top of the cloth.
I just want to give you guys all a heads up. I got 30 minutes left in me before it's
No!
before we have to try again for another time.
No!
These cloths act like immovable rods.
What about that way, Alhazard?
What
There's
do you see?
footsteps. 2 sets only.
One remained, the others fled.
Do you think there's the body over there?
That would be my guess. I'm gonna take the hammer, and I'm going to intent shape this sword into 5 knives.
As you start to form intent, you can kind of almost feel this place start to, like, if you were to bunch a piece of fabric and it creates ridges. The idea that you're about to intent shape feels wrong.
I see.
He was doing this the old-fashioned way. This guy.
Pull-ups?
Smash, smash, smash.
Mm-hmm.
Blacksmith.
The greatest
Okay.
smith of the labyrinth before you, your predecessor, before you came, went back to basics.
Okay. I'm gonna take a minute, and I'm gonna forge 5 knives out of this metal.
Okay.
The old-fashioned way.
Doesn't take long. It takes far too many swings for your preference, but
I mean,
your power does it.
it's all right. I learned in the 3rd floor sometimes you just go back to doing.
The old way.
Yeah, you do it. Sometimes you just got to do it by hand.
So many pull-ups do I pull off on cloth?
You go the entire time he's forging. You're just like, like, you do so many pull-ups.
Like, this is actually for science. He's trying to figure out, like, okay.
It doesn't move. It
it's
takes
not a
literally
matter of
you.
weight.
It's when you plant your feet don't move, and you can pull it to you with all your combined strength. But if you wish to pull yourself off of it, then and not plant your feet, it doesn't budge, no matter how much strength you apply to it. It's a weird concept.
Yes. That is what he is testing.
Alhazard, you'll probably take the anvil with you and the hammer.
Yep.
I'm
Honestly, I'll take all of this. I'll take all of the bricks and stuff as well, except for where he's laying up against the wall.
We should probably take him. No?
Do you wish to?
I mean, well, I don't know if we've ever got a chance to give him, like, a proper burial or something, but that would be nice.
There's also no rot.
So how did he lose his skin?
Maybe he ascended.
And lost
Okay,
his
yes.
skin?
I take Captain Calcium.
Before you do, I'd like to attempt to commune.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna sit down and do a small ritual with the newly dubbed Captain Calcium and attempt to essentially speak with his spirit.
It's not there. There is no soul.
Okay. That being the case, I want to lightly tink him with the hammer.
Yep. Your hammer goes, oh, thank the Lord, I know what this is, and like slams you with extra information. It's everything about the human skeleton. There is
Okay.
no fluidium, surprisingly.
Fluidium vegan.
No, the bones are porous, or crystallized fluidium accumulates in the bones and the marrow. It's gone.
Did they take it from him? Are there
No.
holes in the bones where
Yeah.
where these crystallized pieces are removed?
Yep. Even in the teeth, inside the skull. This is what a high user of fluidium looks like at the end of the day. This is what happens to your insides. Fluidium crystallization.
And yet Captain Calcium has no fluidium.
Right. It's almost like they've been plucked out.
Huh.
So
This is going to sound odd, but Kuzmo's going to attempt a survival check to determine if there's an obvious cause of death.
There is no obvious cause of death. There are no organs. There is no like cuts of knives or claws, or there's no tangible reason that you can see that's obvious on why he's missing everything but his skeleton. Even
Is
the fluidium.
Sorry, go ahead.
There's no marrow either.
There's no blood stain, no.
Nope. But this is not the strangest death you've seen. Gods have done far more miraculous.
Yes, but at least there's.
Is there scarring on his bones to indicate breaks that have healed?
Yeah. From way, way in the past. Old broken bone heals. Recoveries from injuries.
Matt, I'd like to do an ice echo.
I lick.
There is no ice, no water here
That's
to do
fine.
that.
I make my own.
Does it taste weird?
Roll me an influence. I need a single digit to even get a hint. And no, he tastes like old bone. No.
Okay.
It tries to manifest. You get a reaction. It just gets away from you. There's nothing. The nothingness of this place interferes with the bounds of how the power works. In fact, using the power, it's just like I told you to. Aren't you supposed to? Oh, that power just there's no confines of your power here. Unlike the other places where it prevents you from using the power, there's nothing telling the power to start, to stop, to manifest the way it's supposed to. Your power is just there's endless. It goes endlessly, off in the direction scattered, without purpose.
Is this organic meat?
The
stuff in the box.
No,
I'm looking at it. Is this his skin?
No, it's not. It's actual cloth. You can see the striations of the weaving of it. It's not really fine cloth either. It's
coarse.
Very coarse.
Like sand.
No.
So wait, this is a perfectly preserved.
It's more like linen. Very coarse linen.
This is a perfectly preserved skeleton.
Yes.
With a bunch of holes in it.
How about that bone marrow?
There's nothing in it. There's no marrow.
What? This fucker has no bone marrow?
Yeah. It's also an infliction of fluidium users. Their marrow gets eroded and replaced by crystals.
I'm gonna take the box DM.
You cannot lift it. You pull and then the wood rips off. Like, fuck. And inside,
I was gonna just slurp it all into the ring.
Doesn't move. Your ring goes, I've got it. And it's still there, like, are you sure about that? I've got it. It works. See? I have it in here. And it goes, it's not in here. Oh dear.
Huh.
It was easily able to pull every single brick. The anvil, that was literally probably the largest refined clump of null steel you've ever seen. Easy. Just yoink, hammer, yoink. That box with all those pieces of cloth scraps doesn't budge.
All right. I think I'm just going to take one piece of the cloth then.
You go, you have to devote more and more nanoclusters to eventually, like, okay, I got it. But it will not go in any of your storage rings.
Why don't you try
Okay.
eating the cloth?
Can I give it a nibble?
Doesn't break, doesn't degrade, doesn't even deform to your teeth. You know, if you put this in your stomach and you move, it would stay, and it would cut its way through you.
Yeah. Like putting an immovable rod inside the stomach of a flying dragon.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm just going to carry a piece of this cloth then.
All right. Oh man, it's an arduous task.
Well, come on, Captain Calcium. I might not be able to eat your bone marrow, but we're gonna get you a burial of some. Hello, Sir Bren Hellefany.
Hi.
Can I help you?
You're hot. Shut up, Haley.
Why, thank you. Honestly, your beauty is kind of an acquired taste, and I'm starting to appreciate it.
Bunch of the eyes waggle their kind of pretend eyebrows at you.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go.
And you wander for some time.
Well, all right then.
Is that a motherfucking chair?
Seems to be several chairs and a loom.
Zoom.
No, those are bolts of fabric.
This though, right? Is this a loom?
That's a loom.
Yeah.
One single chair. Each one of these. That's a chest. These are bolts of fabric. That looks like some sort of woven cloth.
This tower, and you can see this zoom off because he's fast as fuck boy. And shut up. There's many cloths in here. Also a chair.
Well, all right then.
Yes, also he didn't just dash off when Sarah Brett Hellefany was still trying to put the moves on him.
Yeah.
That would be rude.
Actually, stops here. And she's like, this is where the two stop. The footprints, they transgress no farther.
Eh?
These stones, they were laid, but the contents, the chest, the chair, everything else in there is it's dead. Like the scraps of cloth that you brought. But the footsteps of those who came before, they stop here. And she kind of taps the ground with her toe.
They just stop?
Yeah. She kind of turns around and studies it. And they returned. They turned right around.
Huh.
Orchestra is going to slide over and sit into the chair.
I search for food.
You feel like you've transgressed. This place is untouched even by those who came before you.
Was it directed at me or Kuzma?
Yeah, both of you.
Okay.
Fuckers be dying in here that might have left behind some, like, I don't know, a sandwich or some shit.
No sandwich.
If you need food, I have some.
Yes. Because not only have I not eaten, not only have I basically fasted on, well, I haven't eaten like sentient beings in a while, I am also just normally fucking hungry. Almost,
Yeah, he pulls out a bunch of like MREs and hands them to you.
yes. Going to sit by and let you do your CSI occultism stuff.
Whatever was here doesn't appear to be here now.
Orchestra, besides the stone and the walls around you, the chair, the loom, the fabric, the chest, everything here, there is no energy to it.
Ooh, chilly man.
It is neither dream, veil, or void.
Are we?
I'm starting to. Me as a player is starting to feel some stuff, but I don't think the characters would yet.
Are we outside the tapestry?
Where do weavers come from, Alhazard?
They're elevated, to my understanding. They
Where
start as
do
members of the tapestry.
the weavers interact then?
Wait a minute. Even I think I'm starting to get this. Kuzma says as he's like face buried in a chili macamari.
That I don't know.
See, I do not know where the weavers be.
The weavers attach the dream that they make to what we interact with, but where do the weavers themselves play besides dream? Or do they exist somewhere, as I imagine?
You think this is a weaver's office?
I don't know what
I'm
this
starting
is.
to think this too.
I'm going to look at
But-
Arsene. I think I will step forward as well. I'm curious what's in this chest.
That's a cloth.
Do what
No,
you think
these
you
are
must.
cloths.
Do what you think you must.
Wait, that looked like a roll. It looked like a roll of cloth. Is that actually?
Yeah, it's a roll of cloth.
This is a roll of cloth? I thought it was a chest.
That's a chest. Each one of these
Oh,
Mhm.
is a bolt of
See,
cloth. It's a roll.
see, I thought that was a roll of cloth. Otherwise, I did like.
That's a chest.
Oh,
That's a cloth
Something.
piece of. It's a some sort of cloth that's been thrown and hung up on the wall to be draped down.
well, it does make sense. Kuso is kind of like devouring food right now. He's probably not super Sherlock Holmes, Inspector Clouseau kind of mode right now.
The fabric, is it? Can I pick it up, or is it the same weight?
It
Of the
far
other
exceeds
things?
the weight of those scraps.
I figured as much.
It's of a finer make, a better model, and much more potent. These are not movable by any of your means. Their potency is incalculable, and if you tink it with a hammer, your hammer nearly has an aneurysm. It screams into the void of its own mind. What is it?
It's heavy.
Your poor hammer.
Kuroko with the armor will go up and touch the cloth. Can she pick it up?
In between eating, Kuzma's going to look at one of the cloth and
Roll influence.
He's going to lick it.
That wasn't directed at you, Kuzma.
Oh,
You go to try and pick it up, and it something's not right. You could try again, but only once.
Interesting.
me.
She's going to focus on the feeling of not right and try to understand that. But I mean, I can't get a single digit again on this, most likely. I do.
Okay. You go to pick it up, and it actually lifts underneath your hands, but you also hear a across the shoulder plate, the one that's not destroyed. A crack starts to form, and the more you pick this fabric up, the larger the crack, and the wren starts to grow.
I stop.
But you could lift it,
I could.
and you can feel it through your hands or through the metal and the almost like you're touching it with your bare fingers. But it's not through a sensory organ that you could possibly possess. This is what the seraphim feel when they interact with things. And it is pure bliss. If it were not for the destruction of the armor, it'd be hard to pull away from it, to stop running your fingers through it. But if you cannot lift it, you do not get the sensation.
Right.
Even just running your hands over the fabric as it lays upon the ground, it's gone, that feeling. Hazard, your heart cracks as hard and as brutally as that crack on the armor as it happens. And thank every force out there that she stopped, as it was breaking your heart as a smith.
Alhazard's just going to take out his little thing that was given to him by the Greater Weaver, his sort of like permission to do things.
Yeah.
And he's going to take it out and he's going to hold it in one hand. And he's going to go, I would like to speak to an administrator, please.
Silence. There is nothing here. The power that is wielded in this very item feels dead here. No charge, like a radio without batteries. There's no one on the other end.
Well, it's mostly to see if there was one here.
There isn't.
Oh.
There is no Weaver here.
Oh, I think this is a mutation. We know this is a mutation. I don't think there's a Weaver for this story.
Then what's these bolts of fabric?
I think it's been weaving itself. Or somebody came up here. The tapestry, no, not the tapestry, the out of bounds. It collects things that are lost, yes?
Yes.
A lost space, a lost weaver?
I brought this up to you before once. It was my thoughts of the floor below. Of those wisps. Where do they come from? And I first thought, well, they could be parts of the tapestry. Things that were, lost. Things that were ripped up by the void or by its own destruction.
I think this is a blank story. I think this is literally the beginning of a tapestry.
But we must remember that this is an integral part of the labyrinth itself.
Mhm.
And if we think this is a blank story and where it's the ideas maybe come from, taking bits and pieces of
But that does not explain so many things. Those who came before you, the two that returned, were elevated beyond anyone in the labyrinth. Even Artsine could not contest.
They would be if they had woven themselves greater.
But none of the things here are movable. You can't move the fabric. You cannot utilize the loom. Even the chair doesn't move.
two of them went though, right?
Two of
There's
them
two
walked
here.
up. They did not cross the threshold that Artsine refuses to cross. They stopped here. Maybe they had a
Right.
conversation with something.
Something that is not here now.
Which means you may have to delve deeper.
I intend to go that way.
Up or past?
Up. Because we started going down, right?
Yep.
We then went this way and ran into the path again. The path took us this way. So the only way left to go is this way. Unless you
everyone-
guys believe that we're going right past this.
Have you ever thought about going up?
There's no such thing as direction here. You could just go up.
Do we climb or do we dive?
Beginning will say, I've done enough diving.
You were not done diving. But not here. A diver willing to ascend is a courageous thing.
Well, gotta start going down and then eventually work your way back up.
Then let us climb.
And as you guys look to the sky, if you ever look back down, it is so far away. That little loom in the fabric. Eventually, you will find yourselves. Approaching a giant wall of fog. Faster and faster.
Heck,
All right, let's get a good view of this before I leave.
Oh, you can't stop here, Johnny.
What do you mean, Matt? This is the perfect cliffhanger.
Oh no. There's a better cliffhanger, Johnny.
do it, Johnny. Stick around, see the shit.
I got you for a few more minutes.
You do.
All right. You have ascended up and up and up, and you see a giant wall of cloud, but there's a pinhole of black. And it grows larger and larger until you are almost up against it. And there's an individual who stares out into the dark.
There's an individual there?
Over here.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I had to step away from my computer for a second.
There's an individual in armor facing the window that peers into, well, you can only guess the void.
Oh, holy shit. Just gonna sidle up to them.
I'm going to take my time in walking. I have one from each lost sector, beginning, orchestra, and now this Kuroko here. It's a meaningful walk to experience all the labyrinth, what it has.
I'm just trying to figure out who this be. What they staring at.
Sorry. Hazard's just gonna walk up next to them.
beginning and orchestra will stay back.
If
Virgo will move
Arsene
up.
or the girls won't.
Arcene's gonna
approach,
stay
that's
back.
fine.
She's like, I will not step a foot further than this. Cerebra and Helephony will be on the periphery, like, I don't like it, boss. As they say in unison for once. I don't like it at all. Mm.
He's trying to look out the window to see what the fuck there be.
Thanks.
You want to look out the window? Window looks back.
Oh damn!
Huh.
This is the pure void. This is a window into the pure void, and you've looked upon it.
How much merit you got, my dude?
I have merit.
How much?
Roll me
He
1d10.
said 5. Oh, you poor bastard!
Remove
Yes,
that
sir.
many fate points from your sheet to undo what you did.
I don't have fate points anymore.
Oh, well, remove 2 things from your character sheet permanently. If it's stats, it's going to be things of 10, or they're going to be check marks starting at the highest of mastery and working your way back. Pick 2 things of your choice and permanently subtract them.
Okay.
Appreciate you taking the plunge, but
Good man, but
See, this is why I don't try to do alerting. It's bad.
Twice, I liked Somni being blind. I couldn't look into the void. You had to give me eyes.
yup.
You monster.
Oh, fuck it. Remove one
Good
check
day.
mark. Alright. So I just removed the check mark from logic and decreased my intelligence by 10.
No. Oh, and decreased your intelligence by 10?
Yes.
Wow.
Wow, what a man.
Dump statted right there.
Fuck that stat.
Yeah.
It's kind
Alhazred.
of sort of like the shit that he grew in excess anyway, so it's like... It's like, oh, I get to remove stats? Okay, well, intelligence is going to fuck down, because that never should have been that high in the first place.
Alhazred is just kind of looking sidelong. Not out the window, but kind of
That
adjacent to
is
it.
Seraphim armor.
Yep.
But unlike, it's a different model. It's a completely different model. With a completely different story. And as you look upon it, it's the story of the labyrinth.
Like, esoterically, or is it literally just like...
The art is the
Reaching
story
references.
of the labyrinth from its birth and inception, from the creation of this creature and its existence of this in this floor.
well,
And it is
that's some
Seraphim
information.
armor.
Some
Yeah.
information right there. Take-
Alhazred is going to. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. John, go on.
It's all good. It's all good. Just going to appreciate it. That's for sure.
It's
Taking
actually
the
more
story.
detailed than yours, Kuroga.
Of course.
I
lot
think
more
this might
nuance.
be the only Seraphim for the labyrinth. And I'm gonna Alhazred's just kind of looking, and he's gonna say, "Good day."
There is no concept of day here.
Mhm.
But I do appreciate the sentiment.
I stared at your mirror and it made me dumb again.
Huh. It is the void. Void proper. This is the thinnest point as it touches the glass. The most outward facing point of my home. So the veil is the thinnest, and I had to erect a barrier myself.
Well, it seems to be working really well, so
For now.
good.
Used to be a pinhole. Then a porthole. And then
Ah,
it grows. Now it's a window pane. Does not remove the terrible majesty of what lies beyond, but sometimes it's hard to look away.
Yes, yes, has my buddy more or less distinctly told me to look the fuck away yet?
No, you've already looked away. It hurt to look upon the window. Your whole body went no, and forced you to flinch away and break eye contact.
Ah,
We do have some skill and facility with attempting to seal these.
No, you may seal it all you wish. The veil's too thin here. Eventually, it will all flow away. It's thinner every moment of every instance.
I am sorry to hear that.
Don't be. It's the way of things. The way of unnatural things. They have a progression, you see. Things that are natural, they follow a cycle, purpose. Things that have no purpose or are out of place, unnatural. They have their own journey, their own path. And they are blessed with the option of choosing. But they also are plagued with something called time. And they don't have much of it. There's no time here, but the rest of the labyrinth, well, it's closer to its parent. And it must march forward. But here I get a moment of peace, so close to the final oblivion. Time does not mean anything here. But yet, things still move. Things still happen. And I cannot preserve it forever.
oh, that fucking sucks.
I suppose. But it does not
Sorry,
fill me.
just couldn't think of like smart way to say that.
Sometimes it doesn't require an intelligent answer.
Oh, good, because then, yes, that's pretty much what I specialized in.
No. No. Not at all.
Hmm.
Forgive me for being rude. My name is Alhazred.
Hmm.
This is my wife Aztine, my friend Cerebrin Halephany, Kuroko. On your other side is Kuzmo. And behind us is Orchestra and Beginning.
Yeah, I don't get what's with their names either.
Names are powerful things.
Yep.
I suppose in these final moments I could give you mine. I'm Omega, the last of them. The last of what could have been. A finality
believe-
of sorts.
Why?
There can only be 10 seraphim. Ever.
See.
Even if they kill each other or become something else, they're still seraphim, and there can only be 10 per tapestry. I'm an abomination. But not entirely one either. I was born of this place, and I loathe to leave it, even on the brink of its destruction. So I think I'll stay with it, my child. This labyrinth that I've constructed.
Oh, so you're the one that made all this.
In a way, you've seen my work, actually. I think you passed it on the way here.
Yes.
I tried to weave something, my fingers are so clumsy. I was able to put something together, strips here and there.
You did.
Heavy strips.
Certain bolts of fabric, but I never I could never put them together. It just didn't make sense. It's too difficult.
It's not your task.
But I have power. At times. The one thing I could do is shroud my child in protective energies. The veil. Which I think the originals cannot. I think it is an advantage of my birth.
Hmm.
Part veil,
Unless you,
part dream.
unless you translate.
Remember the seraphim, the unpleasant ones? They
They do.
cannot protect with the powers of the tapestry because they're above it. Omega can because they are born of this place.
Oh,
They have powers the others do not.
that makes sense now.
We had intended to move this place before it collapsed
You were too late.
into a different space.
The eater, the parasite, has moved. Behind the scenes, through the clouds, are defenses of this world, of the tapestry. It was given as part of its deal power over our own defense system in some facet. And it uses it irrevocably, unrelentingly, and unashamedly. You threw back the enemy that gnashed its teeth, and I applaud you for that. Thank you for that, even. But it was exactly what it wanted. You threw away the enemy that was going to get in its way. And now there's nothing left to stop it.
We are left to stop
Destruction.
it.
But you're here, and not there.
Not all of us.
But the wrong people are in the wrong places. You've brought some of the more powerful Kurokos have come. Guzmo, the leader of the cults, has come.
Yes, I mean, it's certainly better to put me in the place where the action is. I have to agree with you on that.
But at the same time, it's what's always meant to happen. You were meant to be here. To watch through the lens as the world is eaten. Safe. Preserved. A life raft. The void is not something we can beat. But we can fight them, and we should. They always win in the end.
I disagree. We can beat them. Every day that they do not win is a victory.
Yes, and they don't mind. They don't mind at all. They don't mind an infinite victories, for they imbibe and imbue a property that extends beyond the concept of infinity, for it is so finite, because it's the concept of the dream. Tapestries have a lifespan, you see,
Hmm.
like a living organism. They grow, mature, evolve, but they also die. It happens from within, actually. Age catches up with us, and eventually, rot, decay. Necessary organisms fail, processes break down, and then oblivion.
But from that oblivion, is there not creation?
Yes, absolutely there is. But a new tapestry will be formed, a new child to replace. But all those on this tapestry, their home, as cruel as it might sound, they too, their lives are attached to the organism that is the tapestry. And when it dies, so do they. Seraphim too. No matter how strong or mighty those above be, they too die with their child.
We
I have
do-
a
Yeah,
question
grand.
for you.
Yes,
What was the purpose of this floor?
it's my home. It's where I was born.
And that makes it the most integral part of the labyrinth itself because it is the beginning. I see.
I
Yes.
thought you were the beginning.
The tower is actually the labyrinth. It's actually inverted.
Yes,
Upside
I can
down.
tell.
It's more complicated the further you, well, at the beginning, closer to the tapestry. And the dream is a myriad miasma of complexities and vividness and full of life in all its facets. And the higher, or in this case, the further down you delve into the labyrinth, the out of bounds, the less complex it became, the more rigid in the rules, the more brutal and defined the rules. Hmm.
What I'm hearing is that there is, in fact, nothing that we can do to prevent this.
You know, I don't believe that for a moment, actually, Kuzma. That's the thing of the dream. They had to struggle against the futility of their task, the impossible, to fight to the very end, the bitter, vicious end. And sometimes there's victory to be pulled from the jaws of defeat. Don't ever give up, Kuzma. Your plan to pull my home into the heart of the tapestry is a foolish one.
I see.
It'll punch a hole directly to one of the most important developments of this tapestry, the one that would actually be able to keep it alive. You would let them in numbers that aren't sustainable. They're too close to victory here. They must be allowed to devour this blight. Tapestry would then be able to learn learn an essential lesson: the development of scar tissue, enhanced veil, denser than and more learned and experienced than the infantile thing that surrounds and protects the tapestry to this day. It's an essential evolution.
We can do that without this place falling.
Why are you so attached to it?
I mean,
A
I might just
combination.
disagree.
Go ahead,
My
Grismo.
shit's here, as well as people I care about.
They are free to leave. They are not stopped. You may not be able to communicate, but the happenings of the tapestry below and of my home should indicate you should leave as it continues to fall to pieces. I'm not saying you can't have my home, Hazret. Kuroko. Kuzmo. But you are too late to beat it. Beat the other who dares lay claim, and has prior claim than even you. The usurper, the great devourer of stories, in its infinite body, has already grasped my home and is ripping it from the tapestry as we speak.
Let him try.
What are you to do against the great void? One who wields veil as well. What are you
I
willing
will
to sacrifice?
struggle. I have already sacrificed, and if need be, I will sacrifice more.
Are you willing to sacrifice her?
I don't have to. She knows as well as I do, as deeply as I do, the necessity of this.
Why is it necessary? Either which way, the tapestry wins. It's devoid of a mutation, and it gains a heightened protective surface. For the scar tissue will teach the rest of the veil its new form and become more adaptive, more potent. More veiled
But
ones will be.
but this is only for one piece, correct?
No, it'll spread
Spread.
across the entirety of the
The
outside
whole of the
tapestry.
veil will learn from this.
And more veiled ones will take form. I think it a necessary evolution. There's too many holes now. The tapestry is expanding too fast, and the veil actually produces at a slower rate than the tapestry expands. Veil becomes thin. It must change. It must evolve. That's why this lesion came to be. Tapestry expanded. The veil couldn't cover, and the tapestry got wounded. This is a wound site, and the scab formed over, and it became infected, and thus this. Well, the labyrinth is technically a giant pus sac, I suppose. And it's time
But
to be lanced.
I don't disagree. It's a weakness that needs to go, because it's time for the wound to be healed. But this place, it's full of beautiful, chaotic, terrible things. It deserves to be fought for.
Then
There
take
is
my
growth here.
then take my bolts of fabric. They are the blueprints. It's the schematic for this place, although unfortunately it's rather slapped together. But I would freely give it to you. I don't want you to lose when you're on the cusp of so much. I can sense the purpose on you. You have fire in your heart. All of you. You want to protect this place and all of the tapestry more than anything. And it's a beautiful thing. Gives me hope for the future of this tapestry. But this place must go. You've seen the corruption that has unfortunately found its way into the heart of my home. Fluidium was actually not originally something I had any design to. I actually wanted to keep it out, but I couldn't figure it out. Couldn't figure out how to keep it out without ripping the soul to pieces as you entered. I didn't want to do that to you.
We have understanding of this.
Yes.
We can
So take
fix
my
that.
designs with you and make a new one.
That was my plan.
Good.
Honestly, I'm just wanting to stop this esoteric, universe-devouring bullshit before it spreads. But seems like I don't know, letting Labyrinth kind of fall into the holes gonna kind of succeed that. Maybe I'm missing something here.
Maybe. I mean, we're all missing pieces of the great picture. Even
All
the
I
great
know-
seraphim do not have all the pieces. That's why there's 10.
All I know is that, all due respect to your labyrinth, I'll let this thing burn. There's
Good.
things
I
on
won't.
in your labyrinth I still care about, though. And
Like,
I have
would you?
I have a lifelong friend here, as well as many people who have flocked to me for their protection and to
Then
give
build the
guidance.
ark that you need and take them with you. You have a few moments before Arthur takes his prize.
Yeah, no. To hell with him. Not
As
even
the-
he is welcome there.
I must admit, I can't think of a perfectly compelling reason why I shouldn't head back.
Then go.
No,
And
get him back.
I will send you to the door.
This
Do you wish
place,
to go?
this place deserves to be fought for. I would not have met
appreciate it.
any of you here. I would not have met Omega. I would not have had the opportunities I gained here. Would never have met Riley. Never met my wife.
this is true.
There are people here who are trash. They make everything worse by their mere proximity, but they still bring something to the table. All
Watch it,
people
someone
have
said-
value, even if it is as food.
Watch it. Some of those people you're talking about are mine.
But you love them still, do you not?
I do.
Go get them. Go fight the void. Take the guardians, and he hands you a sigil. Take the guardians. Give them this quest. And make them pay for every inch of this place they would take from us. I will not let anything fall into the hands of the author if it is within my power to stop. Not even the things we can afford to lose.
But what about the things you can't?
Even more still should we fight for them then.
What are you willing to lose? This is a juvenile attempt at something. I put it together because I was lonely. And I needed purpose. You would protect something so corrupt, so poisonous?
Yes?
This is oddly relevant to me.
I would.
I'm talking about the labyrinth.
Yes.
Not to you,
well,
Kuzma.
Well, once you put it that way, you kind of hit a heartstring with me.
How so?
I
This
would-
place does horrible things to the residents, and I'm willing to see it gone, so that it does not hurt anyone anymore.
Long ago, although for you it's probably a moment, I fell in love, found a small community, built it up, and eventually one thing led to another, and I formed a realm of my own. And now here I am, about to take people who have entered your labyrinth from my, new Demaran. You can
How
talk
old
to
are you?
Kuroko about that one. I am actually thousands of years old. I
You're
don't
older than
know the
me.
exact number.
You're older than me.
Really?
Yes.
That is
This will be my
strange.
251st year by your calendar.
You're closer in
Huh.
age to me.
I'm so used to being around people who have like vastly outranked me in centuries that that's actually kind of surprising.
No.
My people, my
Labyrinth
father.
and I are 251 years old.
Hmm. I suppose
Sometimes
that's a story for another time.
sometimes it fluctuates.
I mean, if it's any consolation, I don't remember a good portion of those centuries because of a whole convoluted bullshit.
252 now.
Happy birthday.
Guzman pulls a noisemaker
Yes.
and blows it.
Come with us.
You'll find it not so easy
Why is that?
because you are free. Your fleeting dreams. Able to go where you please.
Whereas you are tied to this place.
I am. It is a living organism. You see, when the seraphim are granted a tapestry, they imbue life into it. They are the beating heart of this organism. But they're also integrally tied to it. Permanently. Forever. To grab a term you were most recently exposed to, Azra, essence bound.
Mm-hmm.
Huh.
The labyrinth is my home, my little abomination of a tapestry, and I am attached to it. When it dies, I too shall pass on.
You know, I will admit, when first I was pulled into this labyrinth, I was quite despising of it for a multitude of reasons. The least of
So-
which was not that it took me from my own family. But now, I don't know. I feel a sort of bastard kinship with you. I know the feeling to have created what is a realm or such all your own, and then I feel for you having to watch it inevitably be destroyed and not doing anything, not being able to do anything about it.
That's the nature of things. Even such as
Yeah.
I, someone who has been born with an exceptional amount of power, more so than I deserve. Still, things are out of. I cannot control. Just. Things must go
Omega.
on.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is you have my sympathy.
Thank you.
Omega. Our
Mhm.
tapestry is short a seraphim.
I mean, it doesn't need it. And I will not be welcome. You know
It
this.
needed its loss. Without it, we would not have been born. We would not have managed this, and we would have been destroyed. There is one seraphim, one, who has done kindly by the people of this tapestry. And she cannot continue alone.
That is a choice. That is a path chosen by very few. Peered a little bit into the makings of things. The glimpses of beautiful light between the endless void. My little window here. If you don't let the darkness consume you, you can see the little flecks off in the distance. Different stories. Beautiful, beautiful stories. Sometimes bursts of light if you're lucky. A new tapestry coming into being. But sometimes you also see them blink out. Whether by age or by design. Not all tapestries are meant to survive. For those who get to see and peer deep into the void and beyond it, be able to see each other, the neighbors in which you surround yourself with and have kinship with, for those watchers. It's also a reminder that without our vigilance, and diligence. Don't forget that too. We too will wink out of existence.
I love you. Think you're pretty.
Hmm.
I
Is that for me or for
You think that you could say?
Yes.
behind the scenes?
Oh, Harrison, if I don't get to hit on, I don't get to hit on him. Never do you.
Omega,
You
there's
really
a few
did.
things that come to mind.
Oh, to tell.
Have you been managing this all by yourself?
Yes. I mean, it's small enough that I can.
Where are your weavers? The hell where I originate from, there are seraphim like you that have trapped their weavers in hell.
My weavers, actually, I built 10 thrones. I built them crudely, unfortunately. And with those thrones, I tried to view the power, a fraction. I couldn't do it all at once, you see. So I was able to piecemeal the responsibility of a weaver into 10 fragments.
The administrators.
Yes, the administrators and those on the 10th floor. The 10th floor was pivotal to the operation of the labyrinth, for they were together, all 10 of them, if working in concert or at least someone sitting in them, it meant there was a weaver. Things could continue. But, well, I have 30% of a weaver left and no thrones of power. It's gone. And no one wanted to visit.
They sealed you away.
I don't blame them. I gave them quite a scare.
But they said a king could open the door.
Yes, I designed it that way. I cheated a little. I cheated at my own design. No one came by after so long. So I wanted to see if throughout the blight and the corruption and
And the fire and the flames.
that too. But it's the poison of my home. If someone was able to inoculate themselves and ascend, they would still have an opportunity, despite those who I originally installed into power blocking their path. I created a back channel and then even a side door. But the irony of it is, it took the destruction of the very thing holding this place together to actually get another visitor.
They were not good. They did not seek to maintain this place. They didn't seek to keep it running. They reveled in excess, and they sought ways out. They
The
wanted to
poison.
flee.
It's not their fault. Don't ever blame them. It's what poison does.
I would blame the things that are trying to eat reality. That seems
Oh,
to be
please
the
do.
right course.
They were always to blame for things falling apart until it's actually our fault. We're actually Dream is actually the leading cause to the destruction of tapestries, not the void. The void are merely invited. They are a causality of our own actions.
And then we purge the dream that they get into. Cut
It's
off
rather-
pieces of ourselves in order to prevent the rest from being infected.
It's rather crude, but it works. It creates a hardness, though.
Exactly.
Forced maturity in the body and the mind, even the spirit, if it's bad enough, of the tapestry. A remembrance.
It makes them
PTSD would be the closest thing.
It makes them cruel and uncaring. They create systems that barely work, that are horribly inefficient and unnecessarily cruel besides, and they say, good enough, who cares if a few thousand die?
But it's still a dream.
We can dream a happier dream. We can dream a better dream.
And you sound like the very Seraphim at the top. Let's get rid of all the nasty. Let's get rid of all the horrible things where people die and dreams end.
No, we
It
need them
doesn't
to
make any
end.
sense.
We need them. We need the Solakan. We need the bad people. We need it all. But the systems that are put in place by the people in control, they're put in place without care for things other than that it works generally. Nobody cares because there's always the possibility that we'll have to cleave it away in order to save the rest.
In a manner.
It-
Yes, it's a juvenile approach, but that's because the Weavers are juvenile. They're young. They're working it out. And they're prone to panic and flight and poor reactions, poor decisions. And you can't force that type of growth on them because it robs them of the most essential thing,
Experience.
experience.
Gotta get that.
And it's not fun to hear. You are victims of a juvenile tapestry. You may have a great, wonderful, grand vision and even be more mature than the very weavers who built this place. And they are far slower to learn than you. But they must learn, and they must learn in their own way. And they're resistant. They're very resistant. It's almost fun to watch. They're shown.
I think there's a missing context to what makes things great in here. If all things were good, then good things would have no meaning. It is things like love, camaraderie, and beauty in the face of apathy, coldness, and despair that makes the good things good. It makes them matter.
Exactly. My people would not
Take it from
appreciate
Stone.
freedom the way they do if we hadn't fought for it.
Yeah, exactly. Take it from someone who's been the lesser of evils for most of his existence. You can't, you might not be able to have good without evil.
Are you evil, though?
I am evil by design. I have, especially recently, shaken it off a great deal, but I am by nature a killer, a brute, a lustful creature, and many other things that would be easily defined as evil. And yet, like I said, especially with the love of my coral, I've managed to become the lesser of evils. 9 out of 10 times. And that is pretty fucking good.
I'm glad to hear it.
Your home
Hmm.
has made our lives better. I will not sacrifice it to the author without a fight.
Well, you'll have that fight sooner than you think. Prepare yourself. things are gonna get nasty.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Kuroko and Alhestrid have gotten the most out of this place for me. This is
And you guys are
interesting
pushed
adventure.
far, far, far back, all of you. If you're so prepared to fight, I hope you still have that. Still have those guts. As Omega's actually pushed back at the glass, shatters.
I'm gonna turn and look at Arsteen. The cloths. The loom. We can't let them get it.
And she nods and runs off.
Oh no. I gotta get back to that fucking door so I can start warning people to get the fuck
Kuroko.
off this stinking boat.
I need you to send one of the others after the scraps. We can't let them get it. Actually, no, Kuzmo, you're stronger.
Yes.
Go get the scraps. We
I
leave
am
them
strong
nothing.
and fast. I will leave none of those straps.
It's time to go.
He's just gonna fucking zoom off.
And the individual known
Screaming.
only as Arthur steps through the broken glass. My dear Omega, it's time. I was promised, and I aim to collect. Your story will be mine. You must know by my right that I wish to fight you. I would have it no other way. But it is time. Fine. Guzmo,
Omega.
you've made it off. Arsene has run a fuck away.
I'm after them straps, boy.
Mega will turn. And she'll point a finger at your armor, Kuroko, the rended one from Lucy, and she
Yes.
will it's kind of like a gentle caress at a distance, and it all contorts and pushes and melds itself back together, forming empty spaces, but it's a whole armor set.
Sure.
And she points at Alhazred. And that hammer, that Dermacine hammer that you found back at the other forge,
Mm-hmm.
takes on a titanic weight as it is a tapestry forge hammer.
Alhazred's actually got tears in his eyes at this point.
And then turns its gaze back to Arthur. My agents are ready. Let us begin this dance, you and I.
Oh shit, am I missing the big badass super fight?
This is
We
going to be, you
cannot
make a
fight this
mistake,
fight.
you die.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. I don't know. I'm after them straps, boy.
So
I turn to Kuroko. I will not let the Seraphim story be ended with, and then they were devoured by the void.
Those who remain, brace yourselves. Or flee. I would not begrudge you of this. I must use my power to its maximum extent immediately. Those who cannot resist, well, I cannot spare you the mercy.
That is the most long-winded esoteric. This isn't even my final form yet. I've ever fucking.
No, it's
This
a long-winded esoteric version of "Run, fly, you fools!"
Yeah, and it takes a
God,
step
fools.
forward, and it goes ding, and a ring of gold goes outwards. The first step of annihilation has been taken. There are 10 steps, and each more lethal than the last. If you fail the roll, you are annihilated in your entirety, and you will not get any chances to resist. Step aside may work for only the first 3 rings. Beyond that, you will need to get very creative and very risky.
okay, Matt.
This is how the Seraphim fight. They are the protectors of the tapestry, and even a half-breed such as Omega, well, she's not without her power.
Okay. Is this a good place to be a cliffhanger now?
Yes, it is.
No, you bastard!
I've asked earlier.
Nope.
No, don't you fucking do this to me, man!
Time on Dragon Ball Z.
No! Ah, you fuck!
My balls back off your face.
Fucking damn it, heretic.
At first I was like regretting them, like, yo, actually, fuck it, it's funny.
No, run with it.
Yeah, I'm with it.
So Johnny, are you free tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night? Yeah,
I
should
tell you
be.
this with no hubris and no regret. I will miss the next episode of Critical Role to finish this up tomorrow.
That's a pretty big ask for you.
I have
Alex.
missed 4 episodes in all of 6 years, so you better recognize.
I unfortunately cannot because I actually have a game tomorrow.
Cancel it.
But
Cancel it.
This is pretty
This
badass
is
shit.
it, man.
They don't I don't really think they need Guardian, honestly. Also, what the fuck did you give me? A glyph of Guardian or some shit?
Hmm.
You were like,
Guys.
take this to the Guardians. Make
Oh,
their mission.
yeah, I gave you a sigil. Because she said that Arthur is attacking this place. Essentially, you just feed this into a kiosk. And it's essentially a quest that because I've been taking all the Destiny 2 Guardians, and Alhazard's been their primary quest giver in the Labyrinth for the ones that show up.
So basically, you put this thing into a jukebox, you push the button, and then,
You
Yeah,
have a bunch of guardians that like run forward comically and slam into the kiosk, going, "Give me Christ!"
yep. Essentially, you put this in the jukebox, you push play, and Ballroom Blitz starts, and then the murder kicks off.
Cool.
This quest will turn the Guardians. Yep. This quest will turn the Guardians towards killing all of the shit that Arthur sends in after us. And instead of an exotic, it is a voucher for one custom creation from Alhazred.
Which is a step above exotic. It's technically an heirloom item.
It is 100 merit to buy one of these on Alhazred's lore sheet.
It's a lot. That's a lot of So
But you can literally give Alhazred a request, and he will make it for you. If you have the materials, he'll make it right then and there. If you don't, he'll go find them and source the materials. But he'll charge you for it. But it is essentially it is Alhazred will make you any one thing you want. These Guardians will go back and they'll be fucking knocking moons out of orbit with their guns if they want them.
So, Matt.
But this is how those get spread across the creation.
Yes, Johnny.
Thank you for the session.
Johnny, you fuck. We need another 6 hours. Come on.
I know, I wish I could give it to you, but
well, I have nothing tomorrow, and
I might be
this will be interesting.
I don't think they're going to need their Christian tech hero.
Drink a monster, get Allie to slap your ass, and let's do this thing.
I don't have that luxury, unfortunately.
Oh, you out of monsters?
I don't have any monsters.
Damn.
Thank you for joining, Patriot. I thought this was the end of it, and I wanted you to be there for every step of it.
Oh, totally. Like I
hell yeah.
before, I've had fun with this game, so I'm glad to be back in it. I've actually been bombing because I keep not having sessions on one day. So it was actually getting my mood down.
Hey man, I apologize
is
for
it,
that. That's
homie.
on me.
Yeah.
I just
mean, like, I
haven't
could've
heard
been
from you
more-
in a while, and
Yeah, I mean-
it's my fault as
yeah,
much
because I was trying not to bug you about it.
the thing is as a GM, if you don't, I make gripe, but you gotta bug me about it
Right.
because
Goes both
otherwise,
ways.
I have so much on my plate every week
Right. 'Cause,
that
like,
you know, Johnny knows.
yeah, but like legit, I kept looking at like all Wednesday